Episode 581, The Job Offer. Sawyer couldn't stop thinking about Alex. Is he the kid I lost 20 years ago? How can I prove it? Sawyer, you can't rush into anything, Isaiah cautioned. After so many twists and turns over the years, why can't you be patient? He sighed. Let's talk about the Rumble Club. You don't know as much as I do about what's going on there. The older generation is passing over the baton to the younger, and the internal disputes are extremely fierce. Now, do you really think Alex can just step into the middle of that? No one will really want to listen to you, and they'll think you're just acting in your own interests. So try to relax. Take a step back and focus on yourself. As for a DNA comparison between Alex and Mrs. Jackman, I don't think it's a good idea. You're nagging, Isaiah, Sawyer thought, but I get what you're saying. Fine, he said grudgingly. I'll leave it for now and wait until the time is right. Yes, be patient for a while. Isaiah looked closely at Sawyer. When Alex eventually goes back, he'll be a great asset for the Rumble Club, and then no one will doubt him. And besides, once you've recovered, you'll have the ability to protect him. After all, once word gets out about him, countless people will want to kill him. He paused. You lost him 20 years ago. Don't lose him again now by acting too hastily. He patted Sawyer gently on the shoulder. You need to focus on yourself first, old friend. 2 hours later, Isaiah and his team once again confirmed Sawyer was recovering. After 20 years of painstaking treatment, it had been Alex's use of the Harmony technique that had finally been successful, and everyone was astonished. Marianne rushed to the door and hugged Alex. She couldn't stop grinning. Feeling uncomfortable, Alex coughed and pulled away. Marianne, you know I have a girlfriend. Marianne flushed and she hurriedly let go of Alex. I'm sorry. I'm just so happy. You're not offended, are you? Being hugged by a gorgeous woman? Why should I mind? Alex joked. Typical man, she said, rolling her eyes, but she was still smiling. Changing the subject, Marianne once again asked Alex to serve as the general manager at Robinson's Winery. I'll pay you $10 million a year, she said, and 20% of the shares, which are worth tens of millions. Alex is a rare talent, she thought. What can I say to get him on board? If you help me meet my family's condition, I'll give you 50% of the shares, she offered, hoping that would sway him. No, wait. If I don't make it through these 3 months, I'll give you the whole company. What do you think? Will you do it? Alex gave her a wry smile. It's an amazing offer, but I'm afraid I can't do it. Why not? Marianne asked, disappointed. Do you have a better job? Even if you do, that doesn't prevent you from being vice president at the winery. Alex shook his head. I work a lot. I'm really busy. That doesn't prevent you from coming to work for Robinson's Winery. She fluttered her eyelashes at him. Is the money not enough? Then make me an offer, and as long as I can afford it, I'll accept. Alex smiled. It's not a matter of money. What is it then? Alex, I really want you to join us. Marianne's voice dropped to a whisper. If you don't, I'll lose my last glimmer of hope. How can I make him see how much I need him, she thought. I feel safe around him, and I know I can trust him. After all, he did save my life. You must promise, or I won't let you go. Marianne reached out and grabbed Alex's arm, scared he would leave her. Many doctors were gathering, curious about the scene unfolding in front of them, and they began to chat. Are those two a couple? She really is a beautiful woman. Yes, absolutely, and she's so kind-hearted. Alex is too, so they look good together. She should marry someone like him. She has good taste. Overhearing their conversation, Marianne went bright red. That's so embarrassing, she thought. I really wish it were true, though. After several interactions with Alex, she had realized he was 10 times better than the so-called gentlemen she knew. Even the most outstanding members of the Robinson family were inferior to Alex. Alex, did you hear them? she asked. "Everyone now thinks you're my boyfriend, so you can't abandon me now." Then, in a last bid to make Alex stay, she said, "If you don't join my company, everyone will think you're heartless." Alex frowned, not happy with her attempt to manipulate him. "Marianne, I'm not fit to be a vice president, and I don't want to work for your company." He kept his expression blank. "I don't want to spend all day in a suit socializing. It would drive me crazy. You don't know me at all if you think I'd enjoy that." "I already have plans with Debbie for our new company," he thought. "I can't work for Marianne as well." "Well, how about a compromise?" Marianne suggested. "If you can't work for me full-time, leave me your number, and if we hit a major crisis, I'll call you. How about that?" Alex sighed. "Marianne, if I get involved with your company, it'll bring you trouble." "Just promise you'll come if I need you," she said. "It'll make me feel better." She took his arm and looked up at him. "Alex, please, I'm begging you. I really need your help right now." Her pitiful expression made Alex uncomfortable, and he decided to call her bluff and scare her off. "Okay," he said, smirking at her. "I'll join your company, but only if you let me kiss you." "What?" Marianne gave a startled laugh, blushed again, and lightly punched Alex's arm. "That's outrageous. I want to recruit you, and you're trying to take advantage of me." "I'm clearly an utter rogue, Marianne," he said, backing away. "Maybe you'd better stay away from me." He hoped she would be okay, and then she wouldn't feel the need to call him. As Alex turned to leave, a shiver ran down the length of Marianne's spine. She didn't want him to go because she got the feeling that she might not see him again. She ran to catch up with him, wrapping her arms around him. "I haven't had a chance to think about your offer," she said breathlessly. "Why did you run off? Just give me 5 seconds to think about it, okay?" Episode 582, A Difficult Choice. Alex's trick had backfired. "I shouldn't have said that to her," he thought. It was a pretty childish thing to do. Dropping her arms from round his waist, Marianne looked at him, thinking it over. Moments later, she blushed and said, "Oh well, it's just a kiss. I'll take my chances." Alex stared at her, feeling confused. "What do I do now?" he thought, panicking a little. "I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I can't believe she took me seriously." Eventually he said, "Marianne, I was just kidding. I'm not going to join your company, but you can always come to me if you need something." With that, he turned and fled. "Wait!" Marianne shouted. "Please, Alex, wait!" She ran after him, but Alex was moving too quickly. "Alex!" she called. "I can't let him go," she thought. "What if I never see him again?" Alex started walking faster, and she was falling behind, so she kicked off her high heels and ran after him barefoot. "Don't go!" she shouted. When he slowed down at the hospital gates, Marianne caught up to him. Without warning, while he was waiting to flag down a taxi, she grabbed him from behind and hugged him. Then, turning round to face her, she gave Alex a peck on the lips. Alex was stunned. What was that? "A kiss," she said brightly. "And now you belong to me. Well, to the company, really. You can't go back on your word." Alex stuttered, unsure how to react. He was furious with himself for making such a stupid joke. He had only intended to scare her off, and he had certainly never expected her to go through with it. Now he felt guilty because his lips belonged purely to Debbie. Marianne looked up at him. "Come on, carry me back to look for my shoes. My feet are killing me." "Marianne, I won't do that," Alex said, his tone icy. "Please stop this nonsense." He put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Marianne opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but she stayed silent. She trudged back inside, and her father narrowed his eyes as he looked at her. "Have you been crying?" he asked. later, Sophie tracked Alex down and handed him a key. "This is for you," she said. After their previous encounters, Sophie knew she had to be respectful. Alex wasn't someone she could mess with. "What's this?" Alex asked, looking at the key. "After you won the wager, my father decided he couldn't bear to lose me for 3 years," she explained. "Besides, he doesn't think I'd make a very good maid. He hopes he can buy my freedom by giving you the Woodside Clinic instead." She smiled. "My father is a man of his word, so he can't just forget the wager, but he thought this might be an acceptable alternative." She sighed. "So, I'm handing the clinic over to you." She pointed to the clinic. "From now on, it's all yours." "Oh," Alex said, scratching his head and thinking about the bet. Then he waved his hand dismissively. "Tell your father that I can't accept the clinic. The whole bet was just a joke. I never intended to collect on it." The clinic, with its dozens of rooms and extensive equipment, was really a small medical center, and it was an ideal setup. As such, it was worth a lot of money, and Alex felt guilty about taking it. "My father said he lost the bet, so you have to accept it," Sophie said firmly. "The clinic is yours. If you don't take it, he'll be humiliated, making it impossible for him to work in medicine in the future. His credibility will be destroyed, and the hospital will lose its best doctor." When Alex tried to move, she stepped to the side, blocking his path. "Where's your father?" Alex asked, his expression stern. "I'll go speak to him and set him straight." He had wanted to teach Sophie a lesson, but not at her father's expense. "He's gone abroad on business," Sophie replied, "and he'll be away for a while. When he comes back, he won't talk to you about this. If you don't accept the clinic, he'll send me to your house to be your servant for 3 years. He's serious about honoring the bet, and he won't back down." Sophie was close to tears. "I can't wash your dishes and sweep your floor? Please, don't make me." Alex was getting a headache. He couldn't believe Isaiah's ridiculous attitude, and he didn't know what to do. "I really wish I hadn't made that stupid bet," he thought. "I just wanted to take Sophie down a peg or two, and now look where it's gotten me." He knew Sophie would be a terrible servant. She didn't strike him as someone who would be good at housework, and she would probably just argue with him all the time. "Alex, you must accept the clinic," Sophie pleaded. "My father said that you need to make a choice. Either I become your servant or you take the clinic." She paused. "So, which will it be, Alex?" Episode 583, Inside the Clinic. Alex made his choice. He had chosen to accept the clinic. "Oh," Sophie said. At first she had felt relieved, but now she experienced an irrational burst of anger. "I know I should be glad about this, but part of me can't help but feeling disappointed. He could have at least thought about it instead of dismissing me so easily." Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her feelings and managed to remain calm. Alex had reluctantly agreed to take over the Woodside Clinic, but he felt he should do something to make it up to Isaiah. "Maybe I could pass on how to use the harmony technique," he thought. "If I do that, then not only will Isaiah not lose out, but he could also stand to make a lot of money." "Alex, this way, please," Sophie said. "Let me show you around Woodside." Alex nodded and they walked to the clinic. "There are 3 outbuildings," Sophie said, pointing them out. "This one's for the staff accommodation, but the current doctor goes back to his home each night, so there's no one living here now. The middle building contains the pharmacy, while the front building is used as a waiting room." They reached a central doorway. "There are 8 wards in the main building," she continued. "Each has a doctor and 2 assistants. On average, there are about 1,000 visitors a day, and the cost of treatment varies, but it makes a good profit each month." She paused. "By the way, I should tell you that the clinic also sells some less conventional medicines. Alex was surprised. That's unexpected, but you're making a really good turnover. Oh, it's not about the money, Sophie said, smiling at him. My father cares deeply about poorer families and wishes to help them, so he donates a lot of his time. Isaiah must be one of the top doctors in Baltimore, Alex thought. His medical skills are superb. By the way, the chief physician at Woodside Clinic is also the manager, Sophie said. Recently, my father and I haven't been there as much, so we left Dr. Glover in charge. But now that you're here, you can take control. Alex could tell she was relieved. It was odd because she was normally so confident. Then again, her father wasn't around to run the place, and Sophie was still young and inexperienced. Perhaps it was all too much for her, and it was probably difficult for her to stand up to a more senior staff member like Dr. Glover. Alex, come in and I'll introduce you, Sophie said, leading him inside. Although there were dozens of patients waiting at the door, the 8 doctors and their assistants were standing around chatting. Listening in, Alex heard fragments about a flash new car one of the doctors had recently bought. He heard gossip about someone winning big money on the lottery, and about the dress some actress had barely worn at a film premiere. But no one was discussing medicine or their patients or comparing treatments. Alex frowned. Okay, Sophie called out. There are patients waiting. The crowd was muttering, clearly unhappy about the wait. Please be patient, Sophie told them. You'll all be seen shortly. Not one of the 8 doctors or the many assistants so much as looked at Sophie. They continued to talk happily about going to a party on the weekend. Sophie called out again. Everybody be quiet. I want to introduce you to... Shh, Dr. Ann Glover said. We're talking. Don't interrupt us. Haven't you learned any manners? Your father told us not to indulge you, and that we need to be strict with you, like we would be with an apprentice. She stopped and looked down her nose at Alex. Go and take your assistant to the pharmacy. Mistaking Alex for Sophie's assistant, she turned on her heel and went back to her clinic, calling back over her shoulder. You better not make any mistakes today. Dr. Glover, why aren't the patients being seen yet? Sophie called out to her. Alex stared, startled, as the woman turned around and said, We haven't opened yet. Alex took a closer look at her. She was about the same age as Caroline Hall, and she was wearing a white coat. She held herself proudly, and Alex had to admit the woman had a strong presence. But right now, her face showed anger as she jabbed a finger at Sophie. You have no idea how this place is run, Anne said, glaring at Sophie. I'm the one who holds this clinic together. If you weren't Isaiah's daughter, you wouldn't even dream of walking in here and telling us how to do our jobs. If you think you can just waltz in here and throw your weight around, then you've got another thing coming. Pull your head in, or I'll resign and go work elsewhere. The rest of the doctors walked off, looking at Sophie with disdain. When Anne had finished speaking, they deliberately raised the volume of their conversations, not afraid that Sophie would hear. More than a dozen assistants were also joking and laughing, paying no attention to Sophie. Sophie stuttered, how dare... Anne spoke over her. Right, everyone, time to get to work. The receptionist began to call patients' names, sending them off with a doctor. At the same time, Anne also called out to several pharmacists. Let Sophie dispense the medicine today. None of you are to help her. She glared at Sophie. If you are late with just one patient's prescription, then it'll be your job to sweep the floor later. A few pharmacists laughed awkwardly and stepped aside to stop working. What? You can't do that, Sophie said. Furious, she wanted to argue, but Alex put his hand on her arm. It's okay, he said. We'll deal with the medicines together." That settled, Alex and Sophie got to work behind the pharmacy counter. Alex quickly scanned the shelves. There were nearly 1,000 types of medicines there, but he made sure to remember all their positions. He knew many of them from when he had studied biology. No sooner had he finished memorizing them than patients came over with 8 prescriptions. Sophie picked up one, read it, and then filled the prescription. Alex, however, picked up 7 at once, glanced at the prescriptions, and then looked at the patient's face, frowning slightly. He didn't say anything, instead starting to make the medicine according to the prescription. Not only had he memorized the location of the ingredients, but he was also able to judge the weights and amounts without checking, so he quickly grasped the 7 medicines. Sophie saw Alex's speed and familiarity with the medicines. "That's incredible," she thought. "How can he do that so quickly?" "Stop! Stop that at once!" Anne shouted, storming over to them. She pushed a patient aside and pointed at Alex. "Who told you to do this?" Episode 584, Alex Takes Control. "What are you doing?" Anne demanded. "Why are you making up those prescriptions? You're not a pharmacist. You're not even using the scales. So how can these measurements be accurate? Do you understand how dangerous that is?" She took a step closer to the counter. "You're a criminal, no better than a murderer." She turned from Alex to yell at Sophie. "And you! Don't you feel any responsibility for what your assistant is doing? Don't you know that the slightest mistake in making up a medicine could kill someone?" Alex stood calmly, waiting for Anne to finish her rant. The only sign of his displeasure was the narrowing of his eyes. Sophie didn't know how to respond. She stood there silently as the space in front of the counter filled with people who had heard Anne shouting. They started anxiously asking questions, talking over each other. "What? He didn't weigh the medicine? That's awful. He's going to kill someone. Fortunately, Dr. Glover found it in time. Otherwise, the patient might be in serious trouble." "I have no grudge against you. Why would you want to hurt me? Can I check my medicine? What if mine is wrong too?" "I demand compensation." The patient whose medicine had caused the fuss was even angrier than Anne. He slammed his hand on the counter and demanded Alex redo the prescription. The other doctors sneered at Alex, waiting for him and Sophie to try to talk their way out of the situation. Sophie glanced at Alex and opened her mouth to explain. But before she could speak, Alex smiled and said, "Dr. Glover, what you prescribed was a beta blocker, right?" "Yes, that's right," she said, nodding. "Right, so..." He reeled off a list of ingredients and quantities. "Am I right?" Anne sniffed. "Well, yes, that's correct, but that doesn't mean you've made the medicine correctly." Alex took the package of pills and tore it open. Popping out one of the pills, he ground it to a fine dust. Then he picked up the powder flow tester, fed in the powder, and pressed the start button. Moments later, the machine spat out a reading. "Dr. Glover, would you care to check the composition?" Alex asked. The room fell silent as Anne read through the list, shaking her head in disbelief. "Well, I don't know how you managed it, but this shows your measurements were absolutely accurate," she said, frowning. "It must have been a fluke." Without waiting for further reaction, Alex repeated the process with one medicine after another. For each medicine he had prepared, the result was the same. There was no difference between the official dispensary listing and that of Alex's prepared medicine. The crowd was stunned. I don't believe it," Anne stammered. "That's simply impossible. No one can judge those quantities accurately without using the right equipment. Nobody. Alex looked out at everyone from behind the counter. Now, does anyone else think I'm careless about human life? I don't know how you manage this sleight of hand, but you haven't fooled me. Anne snarled at him, regaining her composure. I say again, the preparation of medicine is a precise science, and you can't just grasp ingredients with your bare hands. And you can't be more accurate than the electronic scale. Every time you make a mistake, you could take a life. She drew herself up and addressed the crowd. What we want is for everybody to be safe and secure, not this fancy trickery. Several heads nodded in agreement, but others stayed quiet. Alex shook his head with a small smile when he repackaged the medicine for the patient. Anne continued. This know-it-all attitude of yours is not suitable for my clinic, so you're fired. Take a half-day salary and get the hell out of here. Sophie couldn't stop herself from saying, Dr. Glover, I'm afraid you can't fire him. Feeling her authority had been challenged, Anne was on the attack. What? Why can't I sack your assistant? I can fire you as well, Sophie, if you don't watch yourself. His name is Alex Ambrose, and he's the new boss of Woodside Clinic, Sophie said, her tone a little smug. So tell me, do you still think you can fire him? What? That can't be true, Anne said, clearly horrified. I would have known. Isaiah would have told me. I won't believe it. Everyone was surprised. They had no idea the assistant who was so clever at dispensing medicine was actually the new boss of the Woodside Clinic. Sophie broke the stunned silence. Let me formally introduce you. This is Alex Ambrose, our new boss. The doctors responded more warmly now. Delighted to meet you, Mr. Ambrose. You'll have our full support. Dozens of people were all looking at Alex, all checking out the new boss and wondering if he would be able to control the clinic. Alex looked right back at them. Alex, this is Dr. Ann Glover, and this is Dr. Jones, Dr. Stevenson, Dr. Franklin, and Dr. Tomlin. Alex shook hands with each of them. They're all long-standing and highly rated members of our team at Woodside, and my father went to great trouble to get them all on board. Hello, everyone, Alex said. My name is Alex. It's an honor to meet you. As silence fell, an elderly doctor spoke out. You look like a kid. What do you know about running a clinic? You should leave us to take care of Woodside. The other doctors nodded. Sophie started to speak. Wait, but you... Alex cut her off, stepping forward to stare at the old doctor. I beg your pardon? A middle-aged man said, It's impossible for you to run this clinic and be in charge of us when you're so young. Wake up. You're just some guy who dispenses medicine. You can't talk to us about medical issues. He took off his glasses and slowly wiped them on his jacket. There's another hospital right across town. We could all walk into a job there tomorrow. Now that Dr. Albrook has quit, we can speak our minds. How much do you intend to pay us? Episode 585, A Showdown. Anne snorted. How can the clinic be transferred to such a young man? What's going on with Dr. Albrook? Without him, I don't see how we can continue to make money. Alex isn't capable of running this place, so it's up to us doctors to do it, and that means he needs us more than we need him. She smirked. First, our salaries will be tripled, and then we'll be limited to just 50 patients a day. If there are more than 50 people, we'll take 80% of the consultation fee. Second, everyone needs a 0.5% of the equity. The 8 of us support this clinic, so it's normal to want a decent share. She pointed at Alex. Third, You're a layman, so you can't participate in the management and running of the day-to-day affairs. We'll do it ourselves. Sophie inhaled sharply. How will Alex react to this? She wondered. The doctors were all in agreement. They were the ones who made the clinic work. Therefore, they should be the ones who had the most say in running it. And if they were running it, then they should be paid better. If you agree, we'll continue to work for the right money, Ian said. But if you don't agree, we'll quit now and join together to open a medical center across town. We'll give you an hour to consider. Alex smiled. You doctors hold yourself in great esteem, but apparently you don't cope well with change. The older doctor sneered. Whatever. Either agree to our request or you'll find yourself with no doctors. The money this place has made lately is all down to us. Our reputations go way beyond Baltimore, and because of us, so does the reputation of the Woodside Clinic. If we leave, this clinic will be nothing. The patients started muttering among themselves. He's right. Without Dr. Glover and the others, the clinic would close in a matter of days. If they go, it'll destroy the clinic. Before Alex could open his mouth, a group of the patients called out and asked him to speak with them. Wanting to be reassured, they looked at Alex, wondering how he would respond to the threat. Will you agree to their demands? One patient asked. Alex smiled, drumming his fingers on the counter. You really don't see their position, he said. Then he turned and spoke to the doctors. Over the years, it's not you who have made this clinic. It's the Woodside Clinic that has made you. Without you, this would still be one of the top medical centers in Baltimore. He paused, making sure he had their attention, and then he continued. But without Woodside Clinic, you doctors are nothing special. As a matter of fact, you've forgotten your original motives for becoming doctors. Instead of talking about how to cure patients, all you can think about is how to earn money. He shook his head. It doesn't matter if you want to make a lot of money out of rich and powerful people, but you have to give the same attention to the patients who come to our clinic. He walked out from behind the counter and looked at the doctors. You claim great achievements, but you don't have any sense of ethics. Anne had been listening, and now she spoke up. Who are you to speak to us this way? Are you even qualified to be a doctor? All eyes turned to Alex. Anne continued. You bastard. Who gave you the right to lecture us? No matter what you think of us, let me remind you that we've cured countless patients between us. We have exhausted ourselves for our patients, and we're not going to let you judge our abilities and achievements. The middle-aged doctor agreed. That's right, what do you know? Exhausted yourselves? Alex pointed to a man in the crowd and said, Dr. Glover, this patient is obviously suffering from high blood pressure. Something simple lifestyle changes will help with. But you diagnosed him as needing an expensive and invasive surgical procedure. He turned to a beautiful young woman. Dr. Jones, you diagnosed this young lady, but you didn't consider her lactose intolerance. If she just cuts out dairy products, her stomach ailments will disappear. How did you know what was wrong with me? The woman asked. You're right, dairy always sets me off. By now, the patients were in an uproar. The woman was a long-term patient of Woodside Clinic, so they knew she was being genuine. What's more, I don't know who purchased these medicines or how much they cost, Alex said, gesturing to the pharmacy. I only know that many of them are past their expiration dates. Not only are they about to expire, but the quality's low grade. These medicines won't cure you. He emptied a tub of pills onto the counter and then crushed them with his fingers. They instantly turned into a pile of powder. Most people were now looking very uneasy. Sophie felt an eyelid twitch. She knew the medicines gave peace of mind to their patients. They paid a high price for first-class medicine, which they now knew was inferior. Alex, be quiet, she said. We've built our reputation up over the years, and you're about to destroy it in seconds. Young man, I want you to apologize right away, the older doctor said. Otherwise, we will all resign. Anne, the other doctors and their assistants all glared at Alex. Apologize or we'll resign, Anne said. What, you think you can all pressure me? Alex asked. It's too late now, Anne said. Don't bother asking me to stay. Even if you begged me, I won't work for you. Alex laughed. Go on, all of you. Get out of here. Fine. We will, one doctor said. We won't stay here to be insulted like this. Sophie muttered beneath her breath. Great. Well done, Alex. How will we survive without our doctors? Anne looked at the other doctors and then spoke to the patients. From today, we have drawn a clear line. We are irreconcilable and will never come back to Woodside Clinic. If you choose to see a doctor here, then we will blacklist you, and you will lose the chance to be treated by one of us. However, if you leave with us, I promise we will solve all your problems. She turned back to her fellow doctors. Let's go. With that, she took off her white coat and threw it on the ground. Then she turned sharply on her heels and went out. Following her lead, the other doctors also took off their white coats, looked at Alex with contempt, and walked out of the door. As a result of the doctor's protest, all the staff members of Woodside Clinic, including 24 assistants, 5 pharmacists, and 3 cleaners, all stopped work, put down their respective equipment, and left the clinic in a hurry. Episode 586, Short-Staffed. The clinic staff had challenged Alex, and he had proven himself. Yet they still didn't trust him. The staff and even the patients had simply left, as they didn't believe Alex knew what he was doing. He was too young and had had no formal training. They'll be back, Alex thought. 3 days at most, and they'll realize their mistake. The doctors believed in their own medical skills and not what Alex could offer. After everyone had gone, the medical clinic became very quiet, and only Alex and Sophie were left. Now what do we do? Sophie asked, looking around at the vacant space. How do I explain this to my father? She wondered. Since everyone's gone, we might as well sit back and take it easy, Alex said. He found a chair and sat down, sighing with pleasure, determined to take advantage of such rare leisure time. Although he was still considered a rookie, he had at least gained a foothold in the medical profession. In the past, practicing medicine was a skill one could only learn if invited to the Moon Palace to study with the Moon Maidens. They had been the original practitioners of the healing arts. They had established many of the modern medical skills still in use, and they taught a chosen few in the practice of the medical arts. Alex wasn't worried about the departure of the doctors. In fact, they would only have gotten in the way of his own practice, so he was glad they were gone. But Alex, everyone has left. We can't just sit around here and do nothing. Sophie was on the verge of tears. What's going to happen to the clinic now? How will it operate without any staff? We'll be fine, Alex assured her. We don't need anybody. Let's take it easy for a while and have a good rest. Do you usually run around all day and night? He yawned and then continued. I think I'll take a nap. You can go do some shopping. Sophie raised an eyebrow in surprise. Exactly, there's no one here. Doesn't that bother you? Won't we have to close? Only if we go bankrupt, Alex said. I may not have the same connections or prestige as you or the other doctors, but I have enough money to support us. If we can keep going and stay open for a year, then I can support the clinic." He smiled at Sophie and then waved his hand as he said, "Go, enjoy yourself." Sophie was about to open her mouth to respond, but then she froze as her eyes caught a movement at the door. A woman was standing there wearing a hat and leaning on a pair of crutches. Alex, sensing her distraction, looked up and followed her gaze, and then his eyes widened in surprise when he saw who it was. "What's Kendall Payne doing here?" he wondered. "Hello," Kendall said as she hobbled in, not noticing Alex. "I was wondering if you have any job openings for office staff." She had heard the clinic hired many people, and she hoped they would have an opening for her. As she looked around, she noticed the place was empty. "No, we're not hiring," Sophie said. "You should probably look elsewhere." Sophie had no use for an employee. Everyone else had just left, and she didn't know if she was going to be able to keep the doors open. Disappointed, Kendall turned to leave. Alex stood up and said, "Hello, Kendall." She turned around at the sound of her name and her eyes widened. "Alex?" Seeing that it was indeed him, she lowered her head and walked quickly back out the door. "Wait," he called as he ran after her, catching up with her just outside the door. "Why did you leave when you saw me? I thought you were looking for a job." He knew things hadn't been going very well for Kendall since things had gone bad with the Chamber of Commerce. So he had been surprised to see her running away. Kendall lowered her head and didn't respond, but she looked sad and embarrassed. Alex joked, "Did the ghosts kick you out or something?" "No, Alex, I didn't have the guts to go back to them. So now I'm like a stray dog." Kendall's expression was one of sadness, but she was still charming. "Didn't you tell me that if I ever needed you to be a spy, you'd keep an eye on the ghosts for me? It seems as if you've broken your promise," Alex said. "No, I didn't break my promise," Kendall said. "Do you remember when Clark Fairfax arrived at the Hall family home to help you out? I helped to arrange that. I keep my promises, but I don't think that was enough to pay off my debt." "Oh?" he asked, thinking back to that day. Had it really been Kendall who had secretly been helping out? "Well, what brought you here then?" Alex asked, still suspicious of her sudden appearance. An assassin didn't just randomly show up looking for work at a medical clinic. Perhaps she had known Alex would be there. "Alex, I know you must doubt me, but I'm out of the assassin business now," she said. "People like to spend money like water, and I have no savings. In addition, I'm sick, and I've gotten too old to carry on as before. So I must look for a new line of work and find a place to live. You can rest assured that I would never bother you unless it was to help you out in some sort of major problem. I'm leaving now." She slowly turned around and walked out with difficulty. "Wait a minute," he called after her, and she stopped. He continued, "Kendall, I thought we were even. Are you mad about me at something? Do you hate me?" "I don't hate you," she said. "I really don't hate you." "Well, good. You had me worried for a moment," he said simply. "Why don't you come inside the clinic and tell me about your illness?" He was in a good mood that day, so he wanted to help Kendall feel better and cure whatever sickness she had. On second thought, he figured he might not cure her of everything. If she got back to normal, she might become an assassin again. Kendall stared at Alex for a few moments, shocked and touched that he wanted to help her. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she hastily wiped them away. He helped her inside and guided her to the examination area. "You really don't need to go through any trouble for me," she said. "I don't deserve your pity." "Well, we'll just see about that. Come here." Alex waved his hand toward an exam table. Kendall hesitated. She had been deceived by many traitors and villains since she was a child. After her original encounter with Alex, she had been surprised she had survived. But she was grateful to him because it had helped her to change. When Alex had spotted Kendall, the thought of their original deal had never even crossed his mind. He simply wanted to help cure her. Kendall was both grateful and relieved, so perhaps they could be friends after all. Episode 587, The Cure. Alex examined Kendall, touching her head, while using his inner strength to try to determine what was wrong with her. Finally, he said, "Okay, you should feel better soon." "Thank you, Alex," Kendall said gratefully. "Thank you very much. I will never forget your kindness." "Don't thank me too much," he said. "I've only eased the symptoms and delayed the frequency of your attacks. I haven't cured you." He paused, and then looked at her seriously as he said, "Your disease will probably flare up once a month, but you'll have some warning. I'm not just helping you out of pity. I have some conditions." "What do you mean by conditions?" she asked suspiciously. "I will suppress your martial arts skills, and you will be an ordinary person from now on, okay?" Alex raised an eyebrow. "Yes," Kendall agreed, with almost no hesitation. Alex nodded and placed his hands on Kendall once again. She could feel something shift inside her, and her body began to shake violently. Then it was gone, and she relaxed. There was no pain. In fact, she didn't feel any different at all. But when she waved her arm, the movement was like that of an ordinary person, and her martial arts skills and strength were gone. She thought Alex had completely removed her martial arts skills, but in fact, he had simply closed away the ability. If he was willing, her martial arts skills could be restored. She was in awe of his strength and beyond grateful for what he had done for her. "As payment for what you've done for me, please let me stay here," she said. "I'll work in the clinic doing whatever tasks need to be done. Please let me stay." She seemed sincere. Alex studied her carefully, trying not to detect any sign of resentment or subterfuge. In the end, he decided not to answer and simply ignored her request. For 3 days, Kendall waited outside the clinic, hoping Alex would finally give in. On the 4th day, Alex found her at the door of the clinic, completely frozen. He frowned. He and Sophie had kept an eye on the woman over the past few days, baffled by her behavior. However, now that Kendall appeared to be suffering, Sophie let Kendall into the medical clinic, too kind-hearted to watch her suffer. Kendall pleaded with Alex once again. "Please take me in. I'm homeless." Sophie broke into the conversation and said, "Alex, I agree. Let her stay. We could use her help around here. I can see that she's sincere and loyal. Also, I don't know what happened between the two of you in the past, but she seems reliable now. I trust her." "But she used to be a killer," Alex thought, frowning. "Dare we put her to work in the clinic?" "Well, I'm the head of Woodside Clinic," Alex said. "I've just taken over, and Sophie and I are the only ones here. We don't have any personnel, so I guess we could use your help." He paused before continuing. "We won't be able to pay very much at first, at least until the clinic is up and running again. But we can give you room and board, and hopefully a bonus now and then." Kendall was surprised. "Alex, are you the head of this clinic?" "Is that a problem?" His tone became cold. She shook her head. She was simply surprised and grateful that he had been willing to take her in. The pay was indeed poor. She would never have taken on an assassin gig at such a low salary. Are you not afraid that I simply want to seek revenge? She asked, her voice trembling. If you try, I'll make your fate worse than death, he threatened, his eyes flashing menacingly. She cowered, ashamed of what she had done, and she made up her mind. This is Alex's business, and I must respect that, she thought. She reached out her hand to shake his in agreement. You're the boss now, so I'll do what you say. Alex had never imagined he would ever run a medical clinic or settle down. In fact, he hadn't expected to open a real estate company either. Life was full of interesting twists and turns, much like the twisting plots of a book. After Kendall had settled in and started working, Alex asked Sophie to begin recruiting other employees. But for 3 days in a row, no one came to apply for a job of any kind. No one even asked Sophie if the clinic had been successful in the past, leaving her frustrated and sad. However, Alex remained calm and took advantage of the quiet to train Kendall. On the morning of the 4th day, Kendall saw that they still had no patients or prospective employees, so after breakfast, he ran over to Parkview Hospital to give Sawyer an examination. After the exam, Alex was surprised to find that Sawyer's physical condition had changed. Alex, how am I doing? Sawyer asked. Sawyer's temperament had always been cold and brusque, which made it hard for people to get close to him. But with Alex, he was as gentle as the spring breeze. He talked openly and respectfully. It's okay, he said. You can tell me honestly. I can bear it. Sawyer, your constitution is different from ordinary people, Alex said as he took the man's pulse. He smiled. I thought it would take you at least 3 months to recover, and at least another 6 months for you to get back to normal. But now, looking at your vitals, it seems your body function has basically recovered. You're cured and seem to be in perfect health now. He patted Sawyer's legs as he went on. Of course, it will take your legs a little while to build their strength again, so take it easy and don't overdo it. In time, you'll be back to walking around normally. What fantastic news! Sawyer laughed happily. You cured me. If not for your medical skills and treatment, I don't know if I would have ever walked again. Thank you. Alex shrugged as if he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. I was just doing my job, Sawyer. I don't understand, Sawyer said. He grabbed Alex's hand and patted it. You're too modest. If I hadn't met you, I may not have died, but I might as well have been dead. You have given me my life back. I have hope again. Alex studied the other man. He didn't know why, but Sawyer always seemed to look at Alex strangely, and he seemed to be reluctant to let go of Alex's hand. It's sunny and I'm in a good mood today, Sawyer said. Alex, would you please take me to the chapel? I'd like to light a candle to express my gratitude for life. Alex nodded. Sure, I'd be happy to take you there. The hospital had a small chapel on its grounds where visitors, patients, and staff could go to light a candle or sit quietly in a peaceful environment. Episode 588, Courtyard Caper. Alex pushed Sawyer's wheelchair down the hospital corridor and then outside. Although it was the middle of winter, the chapel would be warm and inviting because it sat in the courtyard. On the way, Sawyer asked softly, Alex, who else is there in your family? My family? Well, my parents are around, and I have a great-grandfather, Alex said contemplatively, feeling a little homesick. A few days ago I saw my mother, and she wanted to set me up with someone. You know how mothers are. But I already have someone special. Yes, it's hard for parents to not interfere with their children's lives. Sawyer glanced up at Alex, who was still pushing the wheelchair. You must introduce me to your parents someday. I want to thank them for raising such a good son. Alex nodded. Okay, when they come to Baltimore, I'll take you to visit them. No, I should go to them, Sawyer said, and then waved his hand to change the subject. I heard that you also know martial arts. I know a few things, Alex said simply. Sawyer went back to the topic of family. You mentioned that your mother is happy. She must be proud of you. Do you remember much from your childhood? Alex's expression turned sad. No, I have no memories of my childhood. My parents worked a lot, so I didn't see much of them. That must have been hard, Sawyer said. Well, it's said that parents often reminisce with their grown children about their childhoods. Did they ever talk to you about it? Do your parents love you? Not really, Alex shrugged. It hurts. How can it not hurt? He felt strange talking to Sawyer about these things. He hardly knew the man, yet Sawyer was asking him so many curious and personal questions. Oh yes, how can it not hurt? Sawyer mused. As he spoke, he raised his head slightly and looked at the quiet courtyard around them. Finally, he spoke again. So, if you had an adoptive parent or a biological parent, which one would you be closer to? I mean, if you'd been adopted, but met your biological parents, would you want to be close with them? His gaze was intense and held a trace of eagerness as he waited for Alex's answer. Alex was stunned, and then he laughed. I have no idea. It's never come up. If I already have two parents, adoptive or not, they're the only ones I know. Even if I had been adopted, I don't know if I would ever meet my biological parents. Besides, I wouldn't want to hurt the feelings of my adoptive parents. Both men were quiet after that. Very quiet. The silence deepened and grew ominous. Soon, no sounds were heard at all. No rustling of leaves or laughter or traffic. Alex sensed and smelled danger in the air, and he grew more alert. Something's wrong, he whispered to Sawyer. Someone's here. Sawyer had sensed trouble at the same moment as Alex. He flicked his wrist, and a dagger emerged from his sleeve, and it whirled out into the courtyard. It struck the grass not far to his right. The grass parted, revealing the shadows of figures shifting back and forth. Another dagger appeared in his hand and flashed out. It struck a masked woman who fell to the ground. 2 knives fell out of her hands. Sawyer didn't stop, and more daggers flew from his hand. In front of them, a big tree trembled, and a man in gray clothes fell from one of the branches. He jumped to his feet and dodged the side, but he was still half a beat too slow, and Sawyer dropped him with another dagger. He waved his arm again, and 4 more daggers appeared in his hand. He aimed quickly and threw them outward. 4 screams came from the far end of the courtyard, and 4 bodies slumped to the ground, groaning. Who are you? One of the attackers asked, teeth gritted in pain. Alex wondered the same thing. Who is this guy? What is this guy? His strength and skill are amazing. A trace of scorn flashed in Sawyer's eyes as he stared at the fallen attackers and said, I tell you now, whoever you are, anyone who dares to attack Alex will have me to answer to. Do you understand? Take that message back to whoever sent you. Be gone. The attackers rolled to their feet, glaring at him. They wanted to ridicule Sawyer's arrogance, but the strength of his attack had shocked them, and they knew he wasn't joking. Alex's surprise hadn't faded either. Sawyer's strength was beyond his imagination. He hadn't even remotely expected that the man who had been near death only a week before could now wield such powerful martial arts skills with only one hand. Alex remembered what Marianne had said about Sawyer's skills. 20 years ago, he had been a powerful member of the Rumble Club. Alex hadn't really taken her words seriously, But now, after seeing what Sawyer had just done, he was in awe of the man. The attackers, all wounded but still alive, drifted off into the night. The woman in the mask pulled out her phone and made a call. When the call was answered, she said, "Mr. Murdoch, the attack has failed. We had to retreat." "How come you're still alive?" Stephen's voice was cold. The masked woman, crestfallen, replied in a whisper, "They attacked us before we could even get started. They figured out where we were, and we had to get away before we were killed." "I see," said Stephen. "So, the stories about Alex's abilities are true. His skills really are beyond my expectation." The masked woman was confused. "Sir, it wasn't Alex who attacked us, it was Sawyer Landon. We thought he was paralyzed, but apparently he's recovered and has regained his martial arts skills." She paused before going on. "He wanted us to pass on a message to you. Sawyer said that anyone who dares to go after Alex will have to answer to him." "What?" Stephen cried. "Why, that arrogant little—" He trailed off angrily, unable to finish his sentence. Back at the hospital, Alex helped Sawyer back to his room after the attack. "Alex, I heard you took over the Woodside Clinic. Is that true?" Sawyer asked as he cleaned up his clothes and daggers. "Is business booming?" "Unfortunately, no," Alex responded. "I've just taken over and I don't have a single patient. I never intended to become a doctor." Alex paused and then smiled before going on. "To put it bluntly, it's been a wild road. On the first day I went to the Woodside Clinic, I scared away 8 doctors and more than 30 others." Episode 589, Baby Blues. "To be honest," Alex said, "the medical clinic is empty. No one will come, and we lost our staff. I managed to recruit one person, but she and I have a history, and I'm not sure I can give her too much responsibility. Besides, I keep thinking the previous wonder will come back and take the clinic away from me again." Alex smiled bitterly, but in reality, he wasn't worried about the Woodside Clinic. He was just pretending to complain to Sawyer because he felt he owed the man some sort of explanation. To Alex, the clinic was only a distraction. It was something to keep him busy, and it was easy to play around with. The maidens at the Moon Palace had trained him well, and had passed on their ancestral knowledge, and he didn't want to let it go to waste. "Well, I'll take the opportunity to get a break, or I'll be too busy once the medical clinic gets going again," Alex said. He really hoped the clinic would succeed, if only for Sophie and Kendall's sake. "You are so kind," Sawyer said appreciatively. "Alex, you are indeed a rare individual." Alex waved his hand casually. "Thanks for the consideration. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you something I learned from Dr. Isaiah Albrook before it left." Sawyer padded around in his pockets for a few moments, then felt around his legs in the seat of the wheelchair. Finally, he produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Alex. "The Top Doctor competition is held once every 5 years. It'll be held here at the county level next Wednesday." Alex studied the competition flyer as Sawyer added, "Isaiah has signed you up for the competition." Alex glanced up at Sawyer and then back at the flyer. "The Top Doctor competition? I don't understand. I'm not really a doctor, as I've said many times. I practice medicine as a side gig. Maybe not even that. It doesn't mean much to me." Alex's interest in medicine only went so far. As long as it could be used to save people, that was fine. He seldom compared his medical skills with professional unless he had to, and he had no desire to compete. Now, Isaiah had signed him up to compete in the competition, and Alex was confused, wondering about Isaiah's motives. Sawyer saw the look of confusion on Alex's face and tried to clarify things. Isaiah said that by letting you compete, it might stimulate your interest in medicine. Anticipating Alex's reaction, Sawyer patted the back of Alex's hand and smiled as he said, "If it means anything to you, I believe in you. I hope you can win the championship and gain the official title of doctor. That way no one can doubt your credentials." Sawyer looked at Alex carefully before going on. The champion of the competition not only gains a place in the medical sector, but also has the opportunity to become a national treasure. Alex, I think you should give it a try. Alex scratched his head. Sawyer, I don't need to be given false titles. I study medicine, and it's not for the praise of others. Alex knew he wasn't as good as a professional, but he had acquired some skill. Many things could be learned without a teacher, but he didn't want to be called a real doctor, not without professional education. Alex, I know your temperament, Sawyer said. You don't need titles to prove anything to yourself or others. But think about it. If you won the competition and gained respect in the medical field, then you could make things easier on yourself. In fact, the Woodside Clinic would likely flourish, and then you wouldn't have to worry about finding patients and staff. He shrugged. Also, Isaiah hopes he'll carry on with medical traditions, like those of the Moon Palace, long after he's gone. I think that's one of the reasons he arranged for you to take part in the competition. Sawyer, it seems like both you and Isaiah want me to become famous, Alex said. He had to admit to hoping that whether he took over Woodside Clinic or took part in the competition, he would gain some sort of recognition. Sawyer crushed the last of Alex's hesitation when he said, I think your parents would be very proud to see you become famous. All right, Alex said with a deep sigh. He gave in and picked up the flyer again. I'll join in the fun when I get there. Maybe I won't mind being a jack of all trades, he thought. Ah, there's a good boy, Sawyer said, pleased. I knew you would do it. I'll be rooting for you. Let's go back to the chapel. I'd like to light a candle for you to give you luck. Half an hour later at the hospital chapel, Sawyer lit a candle and then told Alex he would like a few moments alone. Alex agreed and went to wait outside. As Sawyer contemplated in the quiet of the chapel, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He put on his Bluetooth headset and answered, discovering it was Isaiah. Well, did you get the chance to talk with Alex about the competition? Isaiah asked. Is he going to participate? He wasn't interested at first, but I persuaded him to try. Sawyer responded quietly. Good. Isaiah sounded relieved. He had been worried Alex would refuse to compete. He needed a successor, and now there was hope. After visiting the chapel, Alex pushed Sawyer back toward his hospital room. However, the street outside the hospital was filled with people, celebrating and enjoying the brisk winter air. It was nearly noon, and the street was bustling with the happy crowd. It's okay, don't worry. Alex heard a cry from nearby as he was trying to maneuver the wheelchair through the crowd. He turned his head and saw a group of 5 people coming down the street. An older couple walked beside a young couple who had a young baby with them. The grandparents seemed indifferent to the crowd, but the young man seemed impatient, while his wife seemed agitated and anxious. She squeezed the baby closer in her arms. But although the young mother tried her best to pacify the child by giving her a bottle, the baby pushed it away and started to cry. Sawyer's attention had turned toward the family as well. My, that baby has quite the cry, doesn't she? He asked. The baby cried louder, her voice growing shrill. Alex agreed, and passerby also turned their heads to stare curiously at the baby. Seeing that people were starting to stare, the grandmother snapped at her daughter-in-law. Can't you get her to stop? Everyone is staring, the grandfather whined. Why must she always cry? The young mother glared at the older couple. Leave me alone, I'm trying. The young husband stopped his parents' ridicule with a hard look, but then he called out to his wife. Really, the baby is causing a scene and it's embarrassing. Try to quiet her down. The young mother looked exhausted and at a loss as what to do. She tried to give the bottle to the baby again and begged, Please be quiet, sweetheart. Everything's okay. Nothing seemed to work, and the baby cried even louder. Several people in the crowd were beginning to look annoyed, and a few even murmured derisively about the poor parenting skills of the young mother. Go, go, the grandmother of the baby snapped irritably, pushing her daughter-in-law forward. This is embarrassing. The family moved on. The crowd remained dense. Obviously, not everyone on the street was there to visit people at the hospital. Episode 590, An Unhappy Family. The family tried to move to the edge of the crowd, but it was difficult for them to get through, and the baby kept crying. They passed near Alex, and as he watched them, he suddenly stepped forward and blocked their way. Stop, he cried. Seeing Alex, the grandfather paused, startled. Then he said, Get out of our way! Why are you trying to block us? Are you sick or something? I'm not sick, but you are, Alex said. Your sickness is all in the mind. The grandfather narrowed his eyes. Bastard! Who gives you the courage to talk to us like that? The young father also stared at Alex and said threateningly, I want you to apologize immediately, or you'll be in a heap of trouble. Alex rounded on the man. If you're not ill, why do you yell at your wife instead of helping her with the baby? What business is it of yours? The man asked. The baby's mine, and I'll raise her how I see fit. At first glance, I could see you were trying to do what you thought was right, Alex said. After all, the child's cries were obviously uncontrollable. The family thought they had been drawing attention before, but now that the young man had stepped in their path and started to scold them, the crowd had multiplied and pushed closer. The grandmother's expression also had morphed into one of fury. Are you accusing us of something, young man? Don't slander us. We didn't threaten the baby. She cried because she was hungry and tired. Everything is fine. She pointed a finger at Alex in warning and said, Don't get involved when you don't know the whole story. Meddling in things that don't involve you will only get you into trouble. The grandparents and the young husband all glared at Alex. The young mother also looked at Alex and said quietly, Please, everything's okay. No one would hurt the baby. We wouldn't do that. I believe you haven't harmed her, Alex said, indicating the young mother. But I don't believe them. I believe they intended to harm your baby. He stretched out his hand to her. Come with me. I own a medical clinic. Let me examine your baby and see if there's something wrong with her. No, you can't give her to him. The grandmother immediately objected. He's not a good man. If you give the child to him, he'll take her away. She tugged on her daughter-in-law's arm, trying to drag her through the crowd. The young mother hesitated. She didn't follow Alex, but she also didn't leave. Do you really think I'm trying to take your baby away from you? Alex asked gently. Look at all these people. They wouldn't let me get away with it. Even if that was my intention, I assure you it's not. He looked at the whimpering baby again and continued, Do you really have the heart to watch your child cry all the time? Voices from the crowd started to express their agreement. Lady, let the doctor have a look. Obviously, when a baby cries like that, something must be wrong. Yes, let him examine her. Don't worry. With so many people watching, he won't harm her. The doctors at the medical clinic are worthy of your trust. The grandfather cried out, Don't listen to them! He looked around wildly, trying to find an escape route, but the crowd had surrounded them, effectively blocking their way. Alex used one last form of persuasion to try to convince the young mother to relent. You may not be able to protect yourself from their insults, but you have the power to protect your child. Are you going to use it? The mother bit her lip and then finally handed the baby girl to Alex. Please help her, doctor. No, you fool! The grandfather cried out. Give her back now! The grandmother stamped her foot in fury. Don't lay a hand on my child, the husband threatened. Alex ignored them and turned away. He asked a nearby observer if he could borrow their baby stroller in a plastic bag. They consented, and he put the baby in the stroller. Then, using the plastic bag like a glove, he began running his hand over the baby's body. After a few moments, he said, Uh-huh. Without waiting, he reached under the baby's back and pulled out a needle. It was sharp and had been tucked into the baby's diaper. The crowd gasped. A murmur ran through the onlookers, and some turned accusingly to look at the young mother. The mother was as shocked as the rest of the crowd. She turned and looked at her mother-in-law. Where did this needle come from? She asked carefully. I don't know, her mother-in-law replied. Why are you looking at me? You changed your diaper last. You must have left the needle near her. The grandfather and the young husband looked murderous, but they stayed silent. Don't attack the child's mother, Alex said to the grandmother. He held up the needle and looked at it. This looks like a sewing needle. I assume you're missing one? The grandmother stared at Alex, feigning shock at the accusation. How dare you accuse me? Why would I hurt her? Alex looked at the older woman with contempt. I don't know why you would want to harm your own grandchild. Perhaps you wished for the child to be different. Maybe you wished she was a boy, or that she had blonde hair instead of brown, or green eyes instead of blue. I don't know. In any case, you harmed your grandchild, and I'm disgusted by you. He turned back to the mother and placed the baby back in her arms. I think you should come with me, he said. The mother nodded and looked at her mother-in-law in dismay. How could you? She asked. How could you try to harm your granddaughter? The crowd began to murmur again. No wonder the baby girl cried so bitterly. Her evil grandmother had poked her with a sewing needle. It's not just the evil grandmother. I think the grandfather and father are equally guilty. Others picked up their cell phones and called the police. The mother hugged the baby girl and looked at her mother-in-law with tears streaming down her face. You are all animals. The grandmother had recovered herself and turned toward Alex menacingly as she said, You accused me of hurting the baby. I'll sue you for slander. The sewing needle is proof of what you did, Alex said as he picked up the plastic bag and shook it. He hadn't touched the needle at all. It had simply enclosed it inside the bag. The truth will soon be revealed. The police will look for fingerprints on the needle, and we'll soon know who did this. Grandmother's face turned pale. How could you? The young mother cried, still staring at her mother-in-law. She held the baby close. The little girl stopped crying. The older woman ignored her and turned back to Alex. Why couldn't you mind your own business? Episode 591. Good actions lead to good things. The old woman glared at Alex. I don't care whether you're a doctor or not. I won't let you get away with this, she yelled. I'll report you. Suddenly, someone from the crowd threw a glass bottle at the old woman, and she screamed. Her husband and son rushed toward her, but several of the onlookers tripped them. The crowd began shouting and accusing the old woman, and the scene descended into complete chaos. They only stopped when the police arrived. After listening to what had happened, the police arrested the old woman, her husband, and her son. The young mother felt relieved, and she decided she would divorce her husband to protect herself and her child from that cruel family. She turned to Alex. "Thank you for everything you've done today. May I keep in touch with you?" she asked politely. Alex told her he worked at Woodside Clinic and that she could find him there. As he was about to leave, the crowd cheered for him. He nodded at them gratefully, and then he headed back to the hospital with Sawyer. After watching how Alex had conducted himself, Sawyer was even more impressed with him, and his inner convictions about him became firmer. As soon as they returned to the hospital, a middle-aged woman approached Sawyer. "Mr. Landon, there's someone who wants to talk to you," she said. Sawyer nodded, and the woman led him to the waiting room. After a few minutes, he returned to Alex and informed him the Murdoch family had come to a compromise. Alex was surprised, realizing Sawyer's involvement seemed to have changed the situation. The Murdoch family had now revoked the order to assassinate Alex, and they also had compensated him with $10,000. Of course, in return, Alex would no longer pursue Stephen and try to find out who had employed him. Sawyer wasn't happy that the Murdoch family was getting off so easily, but he hadn't suffered any loss. Of course, Alex didn't think that was enough. He was determined to retaliate against the members of the Murdoch family who had disrespected him. But since they had come to a compromise, Alex decided to leave the Murdoch family alone for the time being. After bidding Sawyer farewell, Alex drove back to the Woodside Clinic. When he walked inside the clinic, he was shocked to see the number of patients who were sitting and waiting. "When I left in the morning, the clinic was empty, but now there are dozens of patients," he thought. He looked over to see Sophie, who was looking anxious. Kendall was going around apologizing to the patients for the long wait. Alex walked over to her. "Kendall, what's going on?" he asked. "Alex, you're back," she said, evidently happy to see him. "All these patients have come to see you. They heard about you helping that child earlier and have come here seeking your treatment." Alex was surprised. "Some of these people have been waiting for more than an hour," Kendall continued. "Sophie's only been seeing patients with mild conditions. You must hurry and help her with the others. She's been working for hours without any rest." "Of course," said Alex, still in shock. He had casually told the young mother he had met earlier that he worked at Woodside Clinic, but he hadn't expected she would spread the news and advertise him. Alex looked around the room and was deeply moved. It was clear all those people who had come to see him appreciated his medical ethics. They trusted him without knowing how skillful he was. "The doctor is here," said one of the patients. Everyone turned and looked at Alex admiringly. Although it had been a simple matter for Alex to pull out a needle from the baby's diaper, it had shown people his kindness and courage. It wasn't often that an ordinary person confronted a family after hearing a baby cry. "Thank you for trusting me," Alex said warmly. "I will see you all one by one." The patient smiled and looked at him expectantly. Alex walked away to wash and disinfect his hands. Then, once he was ready, the first patient was called in. "Doctor, I get a sudden severe pain in my knees and toes," the patient said. Alex felt his pulse and then looked inside his mouth. "You have symptoms of gout. I'll give you a pill to reduce the pain, but you should try to avoid seafood and alcohol. With the right diet, your condition can be controlled. The second patient complained of getting headaches in the middle of the night. After examining her, Alex diagnosed her with migraine. The next patient walked in and said, "My leg loses strength from time to time and I've fallen several times. When I was younger it wasn't too bad and I could manage, but now that I'm getting older it's becoming unbearable." Alex examined him. "You have excessive growth of bone tissue. I'll give you a treatment of acupuncture and a deep tissue massage," he said. "I'll also prescribe a week's medicine for you to take. You should rest during this period. Once you've completed the prescription, come back and see me for a review." Then a beautiful young woman came in. "Doctor, I've been suffering from chest tightness and I'm always out of breath," she said. Alex took her hand and felt her pulse. "Madam, you seem to be in good health. Just avoid overexertion and wear looser clothing." The woman blushed and smiled at him shyly. One by one, patients came in and told Alex about their illnesses. Each time he could quickly diagnose their conditions and treat them accordingly. Many of the patients started to feel instant relief from their pain, and a few even recovered from their conditions on the spot. Everyone was impressed by Alex's skill and how quickly they had all been seen and treated. Sophie was stunned. By the time she had seen and treated 5 patients, Alex had already seen 30. The treatment he offered was also more effective than hers. In fact, some of the patients she had seen had gone to Alex afterward, seeking a second opinion. Within a short time, Alex had seen all the patients. He had treated them with either acupuncture or provided them with medicine. All the patients were very happy and left the clinic satisfied. They told Alex they would spread the word about him and his clinic. Woodside Clinic was sure to get many more patients over the coming days. As Sophie watched the patients leave, she felt like she was dreaming. Only that morning, she had been worried about not having enough patients. But now, she began to think about how busy she would be and started to worry she wouldn't have enough time to see them all. In the past, when there had been a team of doctors in the clinic, the patients had always been very polite and grateful to them. But seeing the warm, radiant smiles on the patients' faces as they left that day made Sophie even happier. Episode 592, The Interrupted Celebration. Very soon, news of Alex's successful remedies had spread, and people started pouring into the Woodside Clinic from all over the town. Kendall found herself very busy, but she was enjoying herself. Sophie was moved when she saw how happy Kendall looked. Even Alex noticed it and remarked that it was impossible to fake that kind of joy. For the first time, Kendall realized the sense of achievement brought out by helping people instead of destroying families. Even if she was only getting paid a few $100s, she thought it was more meaningful and rewarding than earning millions of dollars as an assassin. Nobody knows the misery criminals live with, she thought. It's better to spend time doing good. Kendall and Sophie had once despised Alex, but now they were working under him, and they were pleased to do it. As the evenings approached, Alex would grow tired from his day's work. The patients would notice his fatigue and start to disperse, knowing they could return the following day. After closing one evening, Sophie seemed particularly pleased. "Our situation has finally improved. Things are looking up," she called out happily. "We made $3,000 today." Alex leaned back in his chair and stretched out his arms. $3,000 isn't as much as we could have earned if we had a whole medical team. We would have been able to earn double that amount. "Still, it's a big improvement," said Sophie, as she counted the money again. Dinner's ready, called out Kendall as she came in from the backyard. It's grilled meat and roasted vegetables. I wanted to make something special to celebrate our success, but I was too busy to go out today and buy ingredients. Thanks, Kendall, said Alex and Sophie. Well, you both deserve it after your hard work today. Come and eat, she said. Just as Alex was heading to the backyard, his phone rang and he answered it. Alex, come out and celebrate with me tonight, came Marianne's voice. I've managed to get the Blue Bottle Winery closed down. Alex was hesitant. Please come, she begged. After much insistence, Alex finally agreed to meet Marianne to celebrate. He apologized to Kendall and made his way to the Barside Club. Once he got there, he followed the staff to the reserved private room, only to discover he had arrived a little early. There were only about a dozen people there. As he looked around, he spotted Cassidy Pike, who was dressed in a long skirt as she sat in the corner looking at a magazine. She looked calm and radiant under the ambient lighting, and Alex was mesmerized. He quickly walked over to her. Cassidy, how are you? He called out. She looked up and beamed with joy when she saw him. Alex, what are you doing here? She asked. I was invited by Marianne to celebrate, he replied with a smile. How about you? He was friends with Marianne, so it wasn't unusual for him to be there to celebrate her success. But he thought it was a little strange that Cassidy had turned up when the Blue Bottle Winery had just closed. Do Cassidy and Marianne know each other? He wondered. The Blue Bottle Winery has been closed down, and I know a senior member of the Robinson Winery, so I want to ask him for help to resolve the issue. Alex frowned. You're going to fix it? He asked. Are you associated with the Murdoch family? Why? Does it matter? She asked curiously. The Blue Bottle Winery is involved in a lawsuit, Alex said. If you're not careful, you'll get yourself into trouble. You're a well-known singer, so you shouldn't get involved in these things. Cassidy lowered her head. Louise is my friend. I should at least try to help her. Louisa? Cried Alex. He didn't have a good impression of Louisa. He shouldn't worry about it. Let Louisa deal with it herself. I should still try, Cassidy said. When I first started out in my career, Louisa really helped me out, and I want to repay her. Then, after hesitating for a few moments, she continued. Louisa isn't like Grayson, who used to bully people. She's always respected me, and we have a good relationship. Now it's my turn to do something for her. Initially, Cassidy hadn't wanted to get involved, but Louisa had called her and asked for her help, and she couldn't turn her friend down. So, there seems to be nothing about Grayson in the news, said Alex, remembering the lewd man. Cassidy's face turned white. She looked around and then lowered her voice. I followed it up. The police have determined his cause of death is suicide. Well, then that's that then, said Alex, nodding. Grayson's story's over, and he deserved what happened. But what you're getting yourself into isn't as simple as you think. He knew Cassidy's involvement in the Blue Bottle Winery matter would land her in trouble. If people found out she was involved, they would think she was associated with the Murdoch family. Cassidy was a smart woman. She knew Alex had her best interest at heart, and she trusted him. Before she could respond, the door was pushed open, and a group of well-dressed men and women walked in. They were led by a tall young man dressed in a suit and a woman in fine jewelry. Cassidy whispered to Alex, That's the person I want to speak to. Derek Lloyd, the marketing manager at Robinson Winery. The woman next to him is Elaine Wallace, the research and development manager at Robinson Winery and a pharmacist. Alex discreetly checked them out. Cassidy continued, As a senior executive at the Robinson Winery, and as part of the Lloyd family, Derek has a lot of influence in the company. The tall young man glanced around, and his eyes brightened when he saw Cassidy. "Cassidy, you're here too?" he called out. He gestured at Elaine and the others to sit down, and then walked over to where Cassidy and Alex were sitting. Cassidy felt embarrassed and smiled awkwardly as she stood up to greet him. "Hello, Derek. How are you?" Alex remained silent and smiled politely. "I see you're free tonight," Derek said. "Whenever I ask you to come out with me, you always say you're too busy. I hope you haven't been making up excuses to avoid me." Derek ignored Alex and sat down next to Cassidy. She immediately inched away, as if she didn't want to get too close to him. "I wasn't making up excuses. I really have been busy," she replied. "I'm sorry if I've offended you." He waved that away. There is no need to apologize. Episode 593, The Altercation. Derek smiled and then moved his hand toward Cassidy's thigh. Alex quickly grasped Derek's hand and shook it. "Hello, Mr. Lloyd. It's nice to meet you." "Who the hell are you?" Derek asked, taking his hand back and scowling at Alex. "Derek, this is Alex," Cassidy said. "He's a friend of mine." "How close a friend?" asked Derek, looking at Alex with contempt. Alex frowned. He wanted to say something, but he remained quiet for Cassidy's sake. "A good friend," she replied. "He owns a real estate company." "A real estate company?" Derek echoed, raising an eyebrow. "Where? I bet he hasn't sold a single property." He shook his head. "Do you know why it's so hard for you to make it big, Cassidy? It's because you're always hanging around with losers. If you socialized with other celebrities or successful people like me, then you would have been popular all over the country by now." He put his arm around her waist. "Come with me. Let me introduce you to some of my friends, and you can have a few drinks with us." Cassidy's face turned red. "What's the matter?" asked Derek. "Am I not allowed to touch you?" Cassidy pushed his hand away. "Derek, I came here today to talk to you about something important. If you have a request to make, you can just ask me. You don't have to touch me." "Touch you? You make it sound like I'm going to harm you." Derek interrupted, clearly not happy he had been rejected. Cassidy fell silent. "I'll give you one last chance," said Derek quietly as he stood up. "Take this keycard for room 808 at Riverside Hotel. Wait for me in the room and I'll come shortly to discuss the matter with you." Then he turned to Alex and said, "What are you looking at? You have no business here." Alex couldn't contain himself any longer. He raised his hand and slapped Derek across the face. The force of the strike knocked Derek backward. He hit the edge of the table, and his forehead immediately started swelling up. Cassidy gasped. "How dare you hit me?" roared Derek as he felt his forehead. Cassidy rushed to help him up. "I'm really sorry, Derek. My friend didn't mean to do that." "Move out of the way," Derek said, pushing Cassidy aside. Then he glared at Alex and bellowed, "You have the audacity to hit me? Do you know who I am?" Derek was an important person, and he was used to being treated with respect by everyone who met him. But now, he had been hit in front of his subordinates, and he felt humiliated. "You'll regret what you've just done," Derek warned Alex. Elaine and the others who had come in with Derek rushed over and glared at Alex. "I don't care who you are," Alex said, shrugging. "If you harass Cassidy, I'll teach you a lesson." "Teach me a lesson?" Derek repeated, almost snarling. I'm the manager of the Robinson Winery and a member of the Lloyd family. Do you think you can get away with offending me?" "Am I supposed to be afraid?" asked Alex, not in the least bit intimidated. Derek's companions looked at one another, unable to believe someone had the nerve to speak to Derek like that. Elaine looked at Alex with disdain. "Cassidy, are you sure he's your friend?" Derek demanded. "Derek, I'm sorry. It's all my fault," said Cassidy. "I'll make it up to you." She didn't blame Alex for his actions, but at the same time, she needed Derek's help and couldn't afford to offend him, so she needed to smooth this over. Derek sneered. "Of course it's your fault. If it wasn't for your poor choice of friends, then I wouldn't have to deal with this loser. I'm warning you, Cassidy, I'm not finished with him. As for you, if you want to make it up to me, then go and wait for me in the hotel room. Maybe I'll give you another chance." Then he pointed at Alex and said, "And in the meantime, I'll deal with him." Cassidy's face turned pale. "Derek, Alex is impulsive. Please don't provoke him." She had seen Alex kill Grayson by pushing him out of a window, and she knew there would be trouble if he got into a fight with Derek. Derek turned to Cassidy and said, "You better make sure it's good tonight then." Without waiting another moment, Alex slapped Derek in the face again, causing him to stumble backward. Alex's eyes turned cold. "Don't threaten Cassidy again or you won't like the consequences." Derek was helped up by his companions. "You'll pay for that," he bellowed. He wanted to fight back, but he wasn't sure he'd be able to defeat Alex. "This is your last chance to walk out of here," said Derek. Alex snickered. Derek took out his phone and made a call. It was clear he was hiring someone else to deal with Alex. "I know plenty of people in Baltimore who won't hesitate to make you disappear," said Derek, turning to Alex. "Your reckless behavior will have implications for Cassidy." Then he pointed to her and said, "Don't think I'll help you with your problem after this." Elaine and the others looked at Alex and shook their heads, thinking he was a fool for challenging Derek. They all started advising him to apologize to Derek. "He's not as simple as you think. You have no idea what kind of influence he has in Baltimore," said one. "If you provoke him, then both you and Cassidy will suffer the consequences," said another. Then they turned to Cassidy and said, "Please stop this before things get out of hand." Episode 594, You're Fired. Cassidy's face turned pale. She hadn't expected the night to turn out like this, but she knew she couldn't blame Alex. After all, it was Derek who had started causing trouble. "Derek, although Alex can be a little impulsive, he is right," she said. Derek frowned at her. He couldn't believe she was defending Alex. "Cassidy, I'll make sure Oasis Media doesn't work with you again. You're completely finished," he threatened. "And you're completely finished too," said Alex. Derek and his companions burst into laughter. "You must be stupid," said one of them. "He's Derek Lloyd, the manager of the Robinson Winery." "Only a loser would challenge him," said another. They all started snickering and looking contemptuously at Alex. Cassidy's face turned red with anger. "Shut up, all of you," she cried. "Don't worry, Cassidy. They won't do anything to me," Alex said confidently. "Really? Just you wait and see," said Derek. "Do you think you can offend me and get away with it?" "Offending you was no different from offending anybody else," Alex said, shrugging. "You're no one special." Derek looked at Cassidy and shook his head. Cassidy, you must be crazy to be friends with him. I've never met such an arrogant person before, said Elaine, tutting. Not wanting to listen to any more of Derek's bluster, Alex took out his phone and made a call. I want you to fire Derek, he said to the person on the other end of the line. Derek and his companions started laughing. Elaine also looked at Alex mockingly. Does he think he can fire someone with a mere phone call? She thought. She had never seen so much trouble at a Robinson Winery gathering before. Cassidy looked embarrassed. She trusted Alex, but she didn't believe he could get Derek fired. Does Derek have control over the personnel at the Robinson Winery? She wondered. Can he really get a powerful man like Derek dismissed? Derek continued mocking Alex. So you want to get me fired? Okay, let's see what happens. He lit a cigar and then looked at Cassidy. Cassidy, initially I thought you were nice and I wanted to help you at the Blue Bottle Winery, but you let me down today. From now on, not only will I encourage Marianne to sue Blue Bottle Winery, but I'll also hold a press conference to expose your ambiguous relationship with them. He smirked. I'll even use my contacts to get Oasis Media to fire you. And remember, you brought this on yourself. Elaine and the others all looked at Cassidy, shaking their heads. Alex patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, Cassidy. Everything will be fine. Just then, the door opened, and in walked Marianne with the Chief Operating Officer, Maggie Bryant. Behind them were the other staff members from the Robinson Winery. Compared to her usual calm and gentle appearance, Marianne seemed cold, and her expression was serious. Marianne, you're here, said Derek, forcing a smile. You've come just in time. There's someone here that's causing a lot of trouble. Elaine and the others nodded in agreement. Marianne walked over to Derek. Derek, you're fired, she said, her tone frosty. As of today, your contract with the Robinson Winery is canceled. Derek trembled. You're firing me? He asked, his mouth dropping open. Why, Marianne? Everyone was shocked and confused. Because you've offended the wrong person, she replied. Let me introduce you to him. This is Alex Ambrose, the chairman of the Robinson Winery. He generally doesn't interfere with the company's affairs, but when he does, his decision must be resolutely implemented. She continued, Whoever is rude to him is rude to me, and I'll fire whomever he wants fired. Everybody was shocked and looked at Alex in horror. They hadn't expected Marianne to respect an ordinary-looking man so much that he would become the chairman of her company. Derek's face turned dark. It really was over for him. He couldn't believe Alex's arrogance and how easily Marianne had complied with his requests. Cassidy was also very surprised. Alex had always surpassed her expectations. Everyone present looked at Alex in fear. But Alex was confused. When did I become the chairman of the Robinson Winery? He thought. Surely having such a high position comes with responsibility. But at that moment, he had to go along with it. Derek didn't do anything wrong, said Elaine. It was Alex who started getting violent. How can you fire him just like that? In addition to being in a relationship with Derek, Elaine also didn't like the way Alex looked down on them. If you're firing Derek, then you should fire me too, she continued. But think about it carefully. The company's in troubled times now. Without Derek and I, the company will suffer a great loss. Since she was one of the main forces behind the company, she felt she had the power to challenge Marianne. Are you threatening me? Asked Marianne. Then she nodded at Elaine and said, "Okay, as you wish. You're fired too. Everyone, Derek and Elaine are no longer employees of the Robinson Winery." Episode 595, The Missing Ingredients. Marianne turned to Maggie. "Issue both Derek and Elaine with their dismissal notice first thing tomorrow morning. You must ensure they leave the premises as soon as they've picked up their belongings from their offices." Maggie nodded. Elaine's face turned grave, and she started to panic. Derek clenched his fists in anger. "Marianne, you're making a big mistake. Don't forget, you owe me credit for half of the company's profit. If it hadn't been for me and my team promoting all the products, the Robinson Winery wouldn't have been so successful." Then he moved closer to her and asked, "You're firing me because of a loser like him? Is it really worth it?" "Get out of here!" yelled Marianne. Elaine sneered and took Derek by the arm. "Let's leave, Derek. I'd thought we might be in this situation one day, so I kept it a secret." Marianne looked at her, confused. Elaine smiled and said, "Marianne, you must know that I'm the only one who knows the full recipe for Revive, the wellness wine you were planning to launch. When I developed the product, I only revealed 33 of the ingredients. The other 3 I kept a secret," she smirked. "So, if I leave, you won't be able to produce the wine again. The recipe you have is incomplete, and without Revive, you won't be able to make sufficient profits in the next quarter." Marianne's face turned red with anger. "You signed and approved the incomplete recipe I gave you, so don't think you can force me to hand over the full recipe to you," continued Elaine. "You can't even win against me in a lawsuit." Elaine looked at Marianne triumphantly. "You can either choose to share half of the company's shares with Derek and me and fire Alex, or wait for the Robinson Winery to go bust." Then she glanced at Alex and remarked, "You're just an ordinary guy looking to get rich." Alex remained silent and simply smiled. Derek was elated. "That's brilliant, Elaine. I'm impressed by how farsighted you are." Then he turned to Marianne and said, "So, what do you think now? Do you still want to fire us?" "Elaine, you really are treacherous," said Marianne. Her eyes narrowed, and there was a trace of coldness in them. "I've given you both company cars, houses, high salaries, huge dividends, and managerial positions. Yet you use my trust to cheat me." Then her tone became indifferent. "It seems I've been blind for the past 2 years." "Stop talking nonsense, Marianne," said Elaine. "Agree to my terms. Otherwise, Derek and I will leave with the secret recipe. Even if we don't set up our own business, we'll sell it to the Blue Bottle Winery, and then it'll be too late." "Oh, really?" said Alex. Elaine looked at him scornfully. "What do you know?" Alex ignored her and turned to Marianne. "Give me the bottle of Revive and let me taste it." Without saying a word, Marianne gestured to Maggie to get the bottle from the car. After a few minutes, Maggie returned and handed the bottle to Alex. He poured the wine into a glass and carefully tasted it. After looking at the ingredients on the back of the bottle, he said, "The 3 missing ingredients are astragalus, Romania, and Lycium." Then he looked at Elaine and said with a smile, "Elaine, are those the 3 missing herbs?" Elaine's body froze for a moment. "How did you know? That can't be possible." Marianne took the opportunity to slap her across the face. "Now, get out," she said. Elaine and Derek looked at each other in confusion and hurriedly left. Everyone else praised Alex for solving the crisis at the Robinson Winery, and they toasted him one after another. After a few minutes, Alex excused himself and found a quiet corner to sit in to avoid all the attention. Meanwhile, Marianne and Cassidy went to a private room to talk. Then, 15 minutes later, the two women came out, smiling. It was obvious that they had reached an agreement regarding the Blue Bottle Winery. Alex didn't ask about what they had discussed. After all, it wasn't really any of his business. After having a drink with Marianne, Cassidy hugged Alex and left. Marianne sat down beside Alex and said, "Don't you want to know what agreement Cassidy and I have reached?" Alex poured himself a glass of wine. "I'm not interested," he replied. Marianne smiled. "I understood Cassidy's position, and I promised her I would give the Blue Bottle Winery the benefit of the doubt." "Really?" Alex asked, surprised. "If you give them the benefit of the doubt, they'll be free to cause more trouble." He frowned. "I don't trust the Murdoch family at all. Cassidy just felt obliged to help them." "I know about your disputes with the Murdoch family," said Marianne. "I heard a little about it through Uncle Sawyer. You can rest assured that I stood my ground with Cassidy. She can go back to Louisa and explain. I'll bide my time. The Blue Bottle Winery's decline is inevitable, and the Murdoch family won't be able to save it." Marianne had been in the business for a long time. She had a good command of things, and she had already made a plan. "Do whatever you want, but don't put the Robinson Winery at risk in the future. Do you understand?" asked Alex in a serious tone. "I might not be able to save you." Marianne made a silly face at him. She was happy Alex was part of the company, and she felt optimistic. She had noticed for some time how Alex sympathized with people in difficult situations, and it made her more and more interested in him. Alex checked the time on his watch. "Marianne, I'd like to propose a toast to you," he said. "But after having a drink, I must leave." He knew he would need to start early the next morning. Otherwise, the situation at the clinic would go back to its former state. "Must you leave so soon?" asked Marianne. "I'm really enjoying myself. You should know that I've decided to divide the company's profits into 10 parts. You'll take 7 parts, and I'll take 3. Alex smiled. After what had happened that evening, Marianne appreciated him even more. "Alex, thanks for everything. You're my hero," she said. "You think too highly of me," he said. "I'm not a hero. I'm just the owner of the Woodside Clinic and the manager of Birchwood Real Estate Company. My girlfriend Debbie and I both run it, and we're both very happy," he smiled. "My career has just begun. In fact, if I don't leave now, I won't be able to get in early to treat my patients." Episode 596, Elaine Takes the Nuclear Option. "Ah, you're taken," Marianne said, giving him a strained smile. "Of course you are. I should have guessed." Flustered, she swept a lock of hair behind her ear. "That isn't really a problem for me, though," she said impulsively. Then she blinked, surprised that she had said that out loud. Even Alex was taken by surprise, and he felt himself blush. "I just fired the heads of my marketing and research and development departments," she said, her face reddening. "There's going to be a lot of fallout. Reputations are on the line and our stock price could take a hit. And I did it because you saw them for what they really were." She moved closer to him. "Clearly, we work well together. So why not see what else we do well together?" Marianne had never met a man that had impressed her much before, but there was something different about Alex. He was so self-assured that everything he said or did was fascinating to her. She reached up to caress his cheek. Alex noticed she smelled like orchids, and he could see how easy it would be to become overwhelmed by her. But he very gently caught her wrist and pushed her away. "If I'd been in your shoes, I would have gone with the oil baron," he said, trying to break the sudden tension. "Why work yourself to death if you don't have to? What you make in a year, he makes in 6 hours. You'd be surprised how rarely chances like that come my way." "If I have to get married, it won't be to him," she said. "You'd be a much better partner to help me take down the Murdochs." Alex sipped his wine and looked away. Luckily, he was saved from having to reply by the arrival of Marianne's chief operating officer. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Marianne, but we have a problem," said Maggie as she hurried toward them. "When Elaine and Derek left, they took a lot of their teams with them. 3 marketing directors and 4 leads from R&D have already resigned. They're all looking to sign on with the Blue Bottle Winery. They're also telling anyone who'll listen that we're going to shut down and lay everyone off. It's starting to cause a panic." "Let them go," Marianne said, squaring her shoulders and taking control of the situation. "Let them all go. Tomorrow, we'll start recruiting replacements at twice the salary we were paying. And make sure the Murdochs know that hiring Elaine means that we'll take legal action against them." More than anything, Marianne hated a bully, so she wasn't going to let Elaine threaten her or her company. "On it," Maggie said, nodding. Her phone buzzed with an alert and her face fell. "More bad news. Elaine's leaked the formula for Revive, and it's already showing up online." She scrolled through her phone intently. "Now the entire industry knows how to make our flagship wellness wine before it's even launched. There are already a couple of posts here about Small Vinters starting to make it." Marianne closed her eyes and sighed. She had known Elaine was capable of some pretty nasty tactics, but this was low, even for her. Alex was stunned. A leak like this was an extreme reaction. Elaine might make trouble for Marianne and the winery, but by doing this, she had also ended her own career out of spite. "I guess some people think that winning means your opponent has to lose, even if you lose everything too," he thought. "It's on every forum and social media platform," Maggie said. She was scrolling and swiping on her phone at a dizzying speed, her eyes never leaving the screen. "We only listed 33 ingredients for the wine, but she's posted 36. She's also made enough minor changes to the quantities and ingredients that we'll have a tough time proving to a judge that it was originally ours if we take her to court. And even if we get an injunction, it won't stop other companies from making it." Maggie's phone buzzed again, and her frown deepened. "Clients are already canceling orders," she said. She was starting to sound worried. "This is bad, Marianne. The Robinson Winery's got a target on its back. Again." Marianne scowled. "I almost want to hire her back so I can fire her again." "We need to get started on damage control," Maggie said. "What's the next step? With the Revive recipe out there, we've got nothing." She let out a long breath. "I don't know how we're going to get through this. Revive was going to blow the competition out of the water. The closest thing to it currently on the market is only half as good. The rest of our inventory won't make up for the loss, even if we sold every drop we have in reserve," Marianne said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. "The only thing that could save us would be a new wellness wine that's better than Revive. And we don't have time for what's left of the R&D team to even start working on one. We couldn't even buy a new formula. And even if we could, who'd sell it?" She closed her eyes again and forced herself to take a breath. "Tell all the department heads to get started on an enhanced version of Revive," she said, her eyes still closed. She had been close to giving up, but she had never backed down from a fight, and she wasn't about to start tonight. "Bonuses, profit share, offer them whatever they ask for. I want an upgraded recipe in a month." "I'm not giving up," she thought fiercely. "If I go down, I'm going down swinging." Maggie's eyes widened. "I'll get started," she said, and turned to leave. Hang on a minute, Alex said. Why don't we forget about Revive? Maggie and Marianne stared at him in surprise. What are you talking about? Marianne asked. An enhanced version is our last resort, Maggie added. We're dead in the water without it. How can we just forget about it? Revive might be the best wellness wine, but it's not that different from a handful of others already out there, he said. Even if it's successfully upgraded, it won't sweep the market, and it'll still be vulnerable to imitations. This is our only play, Marianne said. Unless you've got something else in mind. He smiled. I can give you an ancient recipe for a wellness wine that is not only 10 times better than Revive, but will also wipe out the rest of the market. What ancient recipe? She asked, mystified. Eden's apple, he said with a twinkle in his eye. Marianne shivered and nearly dropped her wine glass. Eden? Isn't that some old myth? Norse mythology? Something about golden apples that keep the gods young? Maggie looked stunned. She had been working with and studying wine for most of her life, so she knew what Alex was talking about. There are stories about it going back thousands of years from cultures all over the planet, she said. If it ever existed, it was lost in the Middle Ages. There was something calling itself Eden's apple that made the rounds among private collectors 30 or 40 years ago, and it did corner the market, like you said. But the vintners who made it had all disappeared, and no new batches were ever released. I haven't even heard of any bottles being held by collectors. She shook her head. There are lots of stories about Eden's apple, but they're just that, stories. No one knows how to make it. I do, Alex said, and I will. Maggie and Marianne stared at him in silence for what felt like 10 minutes. Finally, Maggie said, Bullshit. Episode 597, Eden's Apple. Eden's apple was used in the Moon Palace for initiations and other ceremonies. The woman credited with rediscovering the current formula was rumored to have been more than 160 years old. Its secrets were kept by the highest-ranking leaders of the Moon Palace, and Alex might have been the only person alive who knew how to make it. I'm not even sure Grandma Spice knows, he thought. He had access to all the Moon Palace's secrets, and he had just mentioned Eden's apple on a whim. Obviously, the real recipe will have to remain a secret, he said. Some of the ingredients and techniques would be impossible to reproduce, but there's a revised formula that'll be nearly as effective as the original. If you can get me into your lab tonight, I can make a sample. Marianne trusted him implicitly, so much so that she had fired 2 people for him without hesitation. And he's not taking his full cut of our profits, she thought. He's not after the money. This is just who he is. Alex, I don't know what to say, she said. She took his hand and pulled him close. After all this is over, I might be able to find the words. She leaned in to kiss him, but he gently pushed her away. Stop, he said. I've already told you I'm not available. Besides, I need to get to work. In one of the Robinson Winery's R&D labs, Alex looked over the ingredients and equipment laid out on a table. He had provided a list of items he would need, and he was making sure it was all there. Marianne had come along to watch him work, but she sat quietly in a corner of the lab to give him some room. She watched him intently, realizing she was genuinely starting to fall for him. He's worth 1 million pampered oil barons, she thought. At some point, she drifted off to sleep and was awakened by a gentle shake. It was almost 8 in the morning, and Alex was standing over her with a cheerful smile. "All done," he said, handing her a plastic cup containing a pale golden liquid. "Try it." She couldn't describe the scent of it. It was sweet and vaguely herbal. "It smells like how sunshine feels on your skin," she thought. She took a sip and closed her eyes, not knowing what to expect. When she swallowed, she could feel it moving through her like a wave, and she felt a rush of energy sweep away any lingering fatigue. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this good, and she felt like she could run a marathon. "This is amazing," she said. "You'd expect anything that makes you feel like this to taste awful, but this is great wine. I've never tasted anything like it." Her face broke into a huge smile as she realized they were going to make a fortune. Before he could answer, he was distracted by the vibration of his phone. He glanced at the screen and frowned when he saw it was Kendall. "Alex, you need to get over here," Kendall said when he answered. "We've lost a patient, and we have a situation here." "I'm on my way," he said, pulling off his lab coat. "We'll pick this up later," he told Marianne as he rushed from the lab. Losing a patient was always a crisis, but it could mean the end of a clinic as new as Woodside. He was at the doors in less than 20 minutes. It was only 8:30 in the morning, but there were already dozens of people in the waiting room. He squeezed through the crowd until he got to the reception desk and found Sophie was huddled against the far wall. Her hair was disheveled, her face was red, and her scrubs were torn. There was a bruise forming under her left eye, and she had a split lip. Kendall stood in front of her with a kitchen knife in her hand and a fierce look on her face. Even without her ability to fight as she once had, she had protected Sophie from the mob. Between the women and the angry crowd was an old man on a gurney. He was completely still, and his eyes were open and staring at nothing. Alex watched his chest, but the man wasn't breathing. "Everybody out," he shouted. Ignoring him, a burly man pointed at Sophie. "That woman murdered my father," he said. "I'm going to get justice." The crowd roared in support and began shouting and cursing. Alex only caught fragments of it. "A life for a life. You're a bunch of quacks. This is malpractice, and we're going to make sure you get shut down. Enough talking, we're going to tear this place apart." It was like a signal. All at once, more than a dozen of the old man's family members surged forward, intent on getting to Sophie. "Don't take another step," Kendall snapped, waving the knife. "The first person who tries to lay a hand on her is going to lose that hand." She might not be a trained assassin anymore, but she meant what she said. The crowd stopped just outside her reach, but they were still shouting. Alex saw someone hoist a chair over their head to throw at her, and he knew he needed to act. "Enough!" he shouted, running into the crowd. With a smooth flow of light punches and kicks, he took down 8 of them before they knew what had hit them. They fell to the floor, writhing and howling. The burly man roared at him. "I'll kill you!" he shouted, and then he rushed forward. Alex spun out of his path and grabbed a handful of fallen acupuncture needles from the floor. His arm blurred, and the man stopped in his tracks. Alex had thrown the needles down like darts at precisely the right spots to cause momentary paralysis. A look of confusion swept across the big man's face as he slumped to the floor. The mob went silent as if someone had flipped a switch. They had never seen anything like that. "This is my clinic," Alex said to the crowd. "If we're at fault here, the responsibility is mine, and I'll face the consequences, even if it means going to jail. It's still not clear what's happened here, but no one is going to lay a finger on my staff." He turned away from them and looked at Sophie. "Talk to me," he said. "He came in this morning with his son and a couple of others," she said after getting her breathing under control. He'd fallen and was brought in for emergency treatment. As soon as I started to examine him, I could tell something wasn't right. His pulse was thready and he wasn't able to speak. I urged them to go to the emergency room. Her eyes never wandered from the old man lying so still on the gurney. But they said he was in too much pain and they didn't want the hospital to load him up with painkillers. So I started to treat him and then he just stopped breathing. She swallowed hard, looking up at Alex. The family went berserk before I could even try to resuscitate him. They said my medical skills were weak and that I had killed him. I tried to get control of the situation, but they attacked me. If Kendall hadn't been here, they would have killed me. Her voice was almost monotone, but he could hear a quaver in it, and he wasn't sure if it was sorrow or rage. She had spent most of her life being pampered and prepared for a career in traditional medicine, and she had been sheltered from dealing with real people with genuine problems. "You killed my father," said the old man's son. Someone had pulled out the needles Alex had used to paralyze him, but he was still unsteady on his feet. He was fine when we brought him in here, aside from the fall. He'd still be alive if it wasn't for you. He glared at Sophie with tears in his eyes. "You're a murderer. You wear that white coat, but you're just a killer. I bet everything you touch dies. Hell, I hope everything you touch dies. You deserve to feel what we feel right now." Episode 598, Not Just a Bad Tooth. "My father was honest and hardworking all his life," the man cried, wiping his eyes on his sleeves. Sophie's heart softened. But Kendall's face remained stony as she continued staring at the wailing man. Her gaze was filled with nothing but disdain. The man continued to howl. "Dad, you died too miserably. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought you to this black-hearted hospital." Some of the onlookers nodded in agreement because the old man had seemed to be in good condition when he had arrived. The man rounded on Alex and his team, knowing he had to strike while the iron was hot. "I'd better get compensated handsomely for what you did to my father. Otherwise, I'll sue you for everything you have. There has to be some punishment for your careless disregard for human life. They'll tear down your clinic and you'll go to prison." The crowd murmured their agreement, looking at Alex with grief and indignation. "Shut up!" Alex yelled at the man. "You can't blackmail me here." Then he squatted down to look at the thin old man. He studied the man's tall, gaunt frame. He was truly skin and bone, and his eyes were sunken and rimmed in shadows. If Alex didn't have a trained eye, he would have thought the man was dead. But he could tell there was still a spark of life in him. "He's not dead yet," Alex said, taking out a silver acupuncture needle. "I'll bring him back to life." The crowd buzzed in wonder. "What? Not dead yet? Is there any hope? How could that be possible? Nonsense, there's no way he can still be alive. I think this guy's just dilly-dallying and trying to find a way out of all this." Alex ignored them all. He carefully placed the needle into the man, putting it where he thought would do the most good. Everyone held their breath. They didn't believe that Alex could raise someone from the dead, but they were curious enough to keep watching. Sophie whispered, "Alex, I've already called the police. You don't have to do this." "Go mix up some medicine for a gastric lavage." Alex turned his head slightly towards Sophie and she nodded. He picked up another needle and placed it near the first. His movements were deft, and he displayed a complicated needling technique. Sophie quietly left to mix up the medicine Alex had requested, while Kendall stayed behind and watched him work. Alex checked the old man's pulse and cracked open one of his eyelids. Then he opened the man's mouth, looked around within it, and reached in and pulled out a tooth, setting it aside. "Here you go," Sophie whispered, handing Alex the cup of medicine. He nodded his thanks to her, and then opened the old man's mouth and poured it in. The response was almost instantaneous. The old man's body shook violently and he sat up. Before anyone could react, he threw up explosively all over his son. The crowd began to murmur again. "He's alive? I thought he was dead. It's amazing. The doctor's amazing." The skinny old man glanced around the room, looking lost. "I've saved your father," Alex said as he got up and stood over the younger man. "Now it's time for you to tell me the truth." The man remained silent. "Fine," Alex said, folding his arms. "I'll tell you what happened. You brought us an old man with advanced liver cancer, bilateral kidney necrosis, and only a couple of weeks left to live. You made him bite through the tooth with poison in it, making it look like we'd killed him." Alex paused for effect as he stared down at the man. "Who sent you?" The skinny old man was just a pawn. Others had used what was left of his short life to try to doom the clinic. Fortunately, the old man had hesitated at the moment between life and death and hadn't completely bitten down on the tooth, so he hadn't gotten the full dose of poison. If he had, he would have died, and the clinic would have been finished. "I don't know what you're talking about," the man retorted. "I brought my father here for treatment, that's all. It's not my fault you're not good at your job. You're a terrible doctor. Don't blame your failure on poison." However, his refutation was weak. Anyone could see the man cared nothing for the older man's health. Alex turned to look at the thin old man and asked, "What did he offer you? Did he promise you a lot of money if you helped him? Thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars, perhaps?" "Not so much," the thin old man said, still looking a little confused. "Only 1,000. "Don't talk nonsense, old man," warned the younger man. "It's no use denying it," Alex said. "When the police come, they'll investigate your identity, and then we'll all know what's going on." He paused and held up the tooth. "Besides, they'll want to see this tooth. When they do, and they see the poison, you'll be going to jail for a long time." The man and his comrades squirmed, beginning to get worried. The old man trembled. "I don't want to go to jail. It's not my fault. They told me they'd give me money if I helped them out. I didn't know I was dying. At least not so quickly. Please, I don't want to die in jail." The crowd around them started to gossip again. "These guys are so bad that even a good doctor like this one is at risk if they're evil. It's immoral. If it wasn't for Dr. Ambrose, the hospital would be finished today. It's disgusting what these men did here today." Alex looked at the younger man and asked, "Are you ready to talk? Want to tell me who sent you here today?" The man bit his lip and said, "I don't know what you're talking." "What did you say?" Alex interrupted, grabbing a needle and walking toward him threateningly. "Perhaps I should try to convince you to tell the truth." "No," the man cried. He looked at his comrades, who all glanced at each other. Then, before anyone could react, they all crunched down on their teeth. With groans of agony, they fell to the floor, spasming. They all had poisoned teeth and had just poisoned themselves. Alex was totally confused. He hadn't expected this. Kendall cried, "Alex, what do we do?" Alex sprang into action and said, "Call for an ambulance." He didn't feel flustered, but this had certainly been unexpected. A poison that killed people so quickly was unusual. He tried to think about what to do. He wished he had strengthening supplements because they would help, but he didn't have any, and he didn't have time to make them. If these people died at the clinic, the police would certainly investigate. Of course, Alex was not afraid of anything. But if they conducted an investigation, it would have a great impact on the reputation of the Woodside Clinic. Therefore, Alex decided to try to stop the spread of the toxin. In the end, he succeeded in slowing the spread of the poison until the ambulance arrived and took the men away. Episode 599, Clinic Conundrum. After sending the poisoned men away in the ambulance, Alex took a few moments to think about how different medicine was from martial arts. Martial arts involved working to knock someone down with one punch, but medical practitioners couldn't always do that. The enemy, in this case diseases or injuries, often needed several hits to knock them out. Additionally, medicine required a lot more thinking. Alex decided to give Will a call and ask him to investigate the men who had just tried to blackmail the clinic. Half an hour later, Will drove up in a fancy sports car and stopped at the door of the Woodside Clinic. Alex trusted Will completely, and it went both ways. Will thought Alex understood him better than his own father, and he regarded Alex as a leader. "I've got the information you requested," Will said. "The old man's name is Teddy Hansen. He has advanced cancer, bilateral kidney necrosis, high blood pressure, diabetes, and all kinds of other diseases. He could die any day now." Alex nodded. Other than the name, he had known that already. Will continued, "But I couldn't find any information on why he would have a grudge against you. I think he was just doing it for the money. In fact, I discovered his son's account now has a lot more money in it than it did a few days ago. After some digging, it looks like the money was transferred in from someone named Bobby Harding. That's the man who brought Teddy in." Alex threw a report to Alex and said, "There's definitely someone behind all this. Want to take a guess at who it is?" Alex shook his head. "I have too many enemies. It could be any of them." "According to my preliminary investigation, it looks like Ferdinand Thornton is involved, and likely others. Enemies do have a tendency to unite against a common foe." Alex frowned as he thought, "Just what I need. All my enemies banding together to come after me." Will guessed what Alex was thinking and said, "You do have a knack for offending people. You ran the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and the others felt threatened. Now, you're running a medical clinic, and they decided to take revenge against you." Will shook his head and continued, "Teddy and Bobby are well-known local ruffians. They gamble, fight, drink, and womanize. They're always in debt, and it's no surprise that Thorntons could bribe them to blackmail you." Alex sighed. "But we're strong," Will said, staring keenly at Alex. "We're already a force to be reckoned in Baltimore. The Thorntons still can't see the situation clearly. Just give me the word and we can take them out. Then we wouldn't have to worry about them anymore." Alex narrowed his eyes as he thought about what Will had just said. "Ferdinand Thornton does think too highly of himself," he said. "Besides, he was already reprimanded by the Baltimore Martial Arts Association. He blames me for that, so of course he's mad." Alex paused and then shook his head, saying, "But it doesn't matter. Before this, I could have simply trampled them. Now, I'll crush them." In reality, Alex had wanted to leave the matter alone. But now that he was being bullied, he had to take action. "Don't take it too lightly," Will warned. "Although the Thornton family's power has been greatly reduced, they're still dangerous. You can't fight them face to face, so you might need to crush them another way." Alex smiled, lost in thought. "In fact, you really don't have to do it yourself," Will said. "I can take care of him." "You?" Alex raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Do you really think you're a match for Ferdinand? You're a great fighter, but he'll beat you in any fight." Alex paused, still deep in thought. Finally, he said, "No. It's not about fighting and killing. It's about the bigger picture. We need to find a way to take him down a few notches, and then we can fight him." Will was confused. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. Go back and start practicing your martial arts skills, Alex said. Forget about killing anyone. Practice your jabs and kicks. When you think you're ready, come back to me. With a nod, he walked back into the clinic and closed the door. Will was confused and followed Alex inside. Before he knew what was happening, Alex had attacked him, his hands coming at Will so quickly they were like lightning. "Hey!" Will yelled, extremely frightened. He didn't know what was happening. He tried to dodge, but Alex had him in a necklock, and he couldn't get away. "Will," Alex said faintly, "do you see what I mean? Do you remember what this move is?" He let go of Will and repeated the maneuver, demonstrating the moves more slowly. Then, Alex let Will have a go at him. They sparred for a while before Alex finally broke off. "See? You need to practice," Alex said. "You'll get there. I can see your potential, but you still have a lot to learn." "Thank you." Will was overjoyed. He knew Alex didn't think he had a good command of martial arts, so he would practice harder. He would prove to Alex that he was capable of mastering martial arts. "Should I call you Master now?" Will asked as he got ready to leave. "I'll think about it." For the first time, Alex didn't refuse, but he didn't agree either. Will simply smiled and left. Alex had to leave the clinic for a while. When he left, he called Will and asked him to send Jeffrey, Edward, and some others to the clinic to help protect it while he was away. Without Kendall's ability to act as security, the clinic would have been in danger earlier, so it clearly needed protection. As he traveled, Alex thought about whether there would be a lot of trouble at the clinic in the future. There were certainly local ruffians and hooligans at large. The Murdoch family, who had had some pull in the pharmaceuticals industry, had been forced to back off and had paid Alex compensation, so they should be quiet for a while. Tired of thinking about it, Alex went directly to the sales office of Birchwood House. Now that he was the head of the place, he wanted to make sure he hadn't missed anything important while he had been gone. As soon as he walked inside, he heard an arrogant man talking with one of the sales associates. "I want to buy a villa here. How much is it?" Alex turned back to look at who was talking, and he almost laughed aloud. The arrogant voice had come from Ferdinand Thornton, the very man Alex had wanted to find. Unexpectedly, Ferdinand had come to Birchwood House to buy a property. How fortuitous. But it wasn't all that surprising when he thought about it. After all, it wasn't just Alex's friends and family who wanted to buy houses here, but others were showing interest too, such as investors and celebrities. So he shouldn't have been shocked to see Ferdinand here. "How do you do, sir?" the sales associate replied. "We do indeed have villas for sale. In fact, we are running a special." The associate pulled out several flyers and showed them to Ferdinand. When he saw the prices, even with those special offers, he frowned. "These prices are ridiculous," he growled. "These villas are more expensive than houses in this city. Your boss is a greedy bastard." "Sir, please, our boss is an honest man," the sales associate said, sticking up for her boss. "This is a respectable business, and we won't rob you of a cent. If you think the price is unreasonable, then you're welcome to leave." Episode 600, Property Fight. Ferdinand was speechless. He attached great importance to this purchase, as was demonstrated by the fact he had come here personally. He had learned that owning a villa at Birchwood was the new thing to do. Everyone in the upper class was vying for a property here, and Ferdinand didn't want to miss out. But the sales associate had left him speechless. The properties at Birchwood House were indeed part of a seller's market, which was far different from most of the rest of the market. "That's ridiculous. I want Ferdinand broke off when he saw Alex, and his expression changed instantly into one of disdain. Although Alex was already an important figure in the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, and even at the national level, Ferdinand believed Alex was simply a young and foolish hooligan. Furthermore, his generation didn't know how to manage money or business affairs. Ferdinand despised Alex. The last time they had met, Alex had slapped his face, and there was no way he would let go of his anger over that encounter. Well, Ferdinand said smugly. So it looks like you're interested in buying a house at Birchwood. Do you really think you could afford it? I understand the properties here are quite expensive. Do you have that kind of capital? Several of Ferdinand's assistants also looked Alex up and down, their expressions mocking. Go back home, little boy, Ferdinand said with a sneer. This isn't a place you can afford. Oh my, Alex said, smiling. I had no idea. Is it really so expensive? Do you think it's too expensive for me? What are you going on about? Ferdinand grumbled. There's no way you have the money to afford a place here. Alex shrugged. You might be right. This place is, I don't know, it's a bit... He trailed off as if he couldn't think of the right word. Ferdinand stared at him like he was an idiot. You have no business getting mixed up with the upper class, he said. Didn't I hear somewhere that you'd been replaced at the Baltimore Martial Arts Association? That must have been rather humiliating. Ferdinand obviously knew about the change in leadership at the Baltimore Martial Arts Association, but he didn't know that Alex had been appointed the first envoy by the American Martial Arts Association, or that Alex had gone on to defeat Jacob. The information from that match had remained closely guarded, so it was not surprising Ferdinand knew nothing about it. I assume you've seen the prices the properties here are going for? Ferdinand said condescendingly. It's a pity the villas are so far out of your price range. Ferdinand took pleasure in mocking Alex in public. The staff of the sales office were surprised as they watched the interaction. I suppose that if I were poor, I would have some sense of what I could afford, Alex agreed. After all, I may have won a few martial arts matches, but that doesn't mean I should overreach, does it? You're only a young fool, Ferdinand stamped. Sir, aren't you being a bit rude to this young gentleman? Another voice broke into their conversation, and it held a trace of dissatisfaction. Cole Havers had arrived, and he didn't like the way the man was talking to Alex. Although Cole knew the people who came to look at properties here were not ordinary people, still, he didn't like to hear them talking down to others, especially Alex. Who do you think you are to talk to me like that? Ferdinand hissed as he turned his gaze on Cole. Cole ignored Ferdinand's displeasure and turned to Alex. He bowed his head respectfully and said, Good day, boss. We didn't expect you in today. Can I help you with anything? What? Ferdinand froze, thinking he had misheard the man. His assistants looked at him in confusion. What did you just call him? Ferdinand asked again. Mr. Ambrose here is our boss, Cole said. Are you kidding me? There's no way this young idiot could be your boss. Ferdinand started to laugh, thinking he had just heard a ridiculous joke. It was simply not possible that Alex could be the head of the Birchwood Real Estate Company. I don't know you, sir, Cole said seriously. Why would I lie to you? Cole was used to dealing with difficult customers and knew how to talk to them. But when they were rude and looked down on others, he had a difficult time maintaining his composure. What's more, this man and his assistants had been mocking Cole's boss, and Cole seethed with anger. Open your eyes and see the truth, sir, he said. This is our boss, and he's the owner of all the real estate here at Birchwood House. Cole paused as he stared hard at Ferdinand. Then he said, "Let me be clear. Contrary to what you believe, Mr. Ambrose can indeed afford a property here because he owns the entire estate." Ferdinand still couldn't believe his ears. He glanced at Alex, who stood quietly, staring at Ferdinand. Then he glanced at Cole, who was still panting in indignation. There was no way any of it could be true. Alex was a mere street rat, so he couldn't own such a wealthy property. "You think you can try and fool me?" Ferdinand asked. "I don't know what your game is here, Alex, but you should quit. I don't believe anything that's going on here." Before Ferdinand could say anything else, Cole slapped a binder of paperwork down on the table in front of him, indicating that Ferdinand should take a look at it. Hesitating, Ferdinand glanced down at the binder and saw that it was a property contract for Birchwood House. Then he spotted the name on the contract, and his face blanched. His vision darkened for a moment. "This is unbelievable," he thought in dismay. Alex clapped his hands and said, "Well, now that we have that matter settled, I believe you came here to buy property, Ferdinand. Please take a look at all these flyers for each of the villas. Which one do you like?" He smiled as he swept his gaze over the shocked man. "Are these houses really yours?" Ferdinand asked quietly, still trying to gather his thoughts. He had come to buy one of the most sought-after properties on the real estate market, but he would never have guessed who owned them. His shock was slowly transforming into anger, and he felt like Alex had made a fool of him. He glanced around the room and saw the triumphant looks in everyone's eyes. "Yes," he thought bitterly, "he did indeed make a fool of me. How dare you try to humiliate me, Alex?" Ferdinand said through clenched teeth. He was beginning to tremble with anger. "You can buy any property you want," Alex said, "but I want $500 million for it. If you don't have that much money, then go away." He was tired of dealing with the other man. Ferdinand was a pompous fool, and Alex had other things to take care of. Ferdinand roared and leaped forward, intent on attacking Alex. But Alex was faster. Before Ferdinand could even ball up his fist, Alex had already slapped him across the face. "Hey!" Ferdinand cried, cupping his cheek. "You hit me!" He struck out at Alex. Then Alex struck back. Episode 601, A Confrontation. Ferdinand was furious that Alex had struck him in public. He was a famous martial arts expert, and he didn't like being treated this way. Alex gestured at him to continue their fight, but this time, Ferdinand didn't respond. Instead, he stepped back and refused to engage. He knew Alex would not be easily beaten, and he wouldn't make the same mistakes as his brother had. Although his family and Alex were still at odds, Ferdinand would have to let this go. Alex was extremely skilled and had important connections, making him difficult to defeat. "Ferdinand, this land is special, and I don't want to spill blood here, so get out." Alex's eyes were fixed on him. He wasn't afraid of Ferdinand at all, so he faced him with confidence. Ferdinand realized the danger Alex posed and knew he had to cut his losses, so he simply gritted his teeth and walked out. Several people were checking out the various properties, and they saw Ferdinand walk away dejected. Stunned, they began to speculate among themselves about Alex's background and his strength. They looked at Alex in awe, amazed that he had sent away a man as powerful as Ferdinand Thornton. In half an hour, the news had spread all over Baltimore that the owner of Birchwood House was not someone to be messed with. The more cynical of the gossipers, however, said that the episode was a free advert for Alex and his business. the fame of Birchwood House rose instantly, becoming a topic of discussion around many dinner tables. After Alex had finished his business at Birchwood House, he went back to the Woodside Clinic, intending to achieve 3 things. The first was to rebrand the main part of his clinic as a wellness suite to make a clean break from Isaiah's management of the clinic. The second task was to ask the 4 Moon Maidens to send a group of people to work in the new wellness suite, freeing up Alex to oversee everything. The third job was to ask Oscar Stedman to send over a batch of high-quality medicines. Oscar's family had been dealing in medicinal ingredients for many years, and they were loyal to Alex, so he wanted to give them his business. Still, they were specialists and knew how to source some rare medicines. Alex had some ideas for how to improve on some of the standard drugs on offer, so he wanted to know if the Stedmans could provide some special ingredients for him. Alex knew that once his arrangements were in place, the clinic would run very efficiently. He called the Moon Palace, and they agreed to send someone over that afternoon. When Celeste arrived with a few other disciples, Alex greeted them and showed them around, explaining how everything was going to work and assigning jobs. Celeste was thrilled to see him, and when it was time to go, she didn't want to leave and go back to the Moon Palace. Finally, Alex agreed Celeste could stay and help for a few days. At the end of that period, she would have to go back to guarding the Moon Palace, but it would be good to have her support until then. Everyone got straight to work, and the clinic was now bustling with activity. Celeste went up to Alex's room, tidied up the mess she found there, and then washed several of his shirts by hand. The next morning, Alex got up early, keeping everyone away from the redesigned hall until he was ready. When he was, he gathered everyone around. He gave a brief speech, and then he pulled a cord to open a red curtain, revealing a shiny new plaque embossed with the words Wellness Suite. The crowd broke into a round of applause. By this time, nearly 100 patients were waiting at the door. The story of Alex bringing Teddy back to life after he had taken poison had spread through the neighborhood. In addition, everyone was talking about Alex helping the baby girl, and many patients had rushed to attend the clinic that morning. As they waited, they could see the hospital was fully staffed, and when they learned the price of medicine had been halved, the patients praised Alex, talking amongst themselves about how pleased they were that he had taken over the clinic. A sudden loud roaring of car engines was followed by 7 or 8 cars pulling up in front of the hospital. The doors opened, and more than a dozen men and women got out. Alex looked at them and recognized Michael Murdoch. "Look, everyone. See how quickly the great Alex Ambrose has made his mark," Michael said, sneering at Alex. Compared with the last time they had met, Michael appeared more polished and in control. "It's such a shame, though, Alex," he continued. "You couldn't even keep Isaiah's legacy intact for 5 minutes. I don't know who you think you're going to impress with all these changes." Several of his companions smiled. "Michael, are you here to pay me off again?" Alex asked, stepping forward. Michael's smile froze, showing his annoyance at Alex referring to the compensation the Murdochs had paid him. He hated being reminded of failure, so now he hated Alex even more. "Alex, are you challenging me? You can't just waltz in and take over Baltimore. I could destroy this place with one phone call." "Really, Michael?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why are you spouting so much nonsense? You know you'll ruin your tough guy image when you lose to me, again. At least your uncle was smart enough to give in. Apparently you're not quite as bright." Michael felt a flash of doubt, but he tried to brazen it out in front of his lackeys. "Whatever, I'm not scared of you. How can a small-time punk like you get the better of me?" To deal a heavy blow to both Alex and the clinic, Michael and Ferdinand had forked out a lot of money to find a cure for many things, including poison. They'd wanted to gain the reputation for being the greatest, but they had struggled to find answers. And then Alex had cracked it easily. Now Ferdinand had faced Alex and had been forced to walk away in shame. So Michael knew it was time for him to get involved. "Stop wasting my time, Michael," Alex said, his tone indifferent. "Get back in your car and drive away. I don't want to see you here again." From inside, the staff all started shouting, "Get out of here! Go away, Michael!" "You heard them," Alex said. "It's time for you to leave." Michael sneered. "You think you can get the better of me? You have no idea who you're dealing with, Alex." With that, Michael clicked his fingers, and the doors of the 4 mobile medical vans that had driven up while they were talking opened. A dozen medical staff in white coats filed out of the first vehicle. From the second van, Ann Glover appeared, along with the other doctors who had previously walked out on Alex. "Ladies and gentlemen," Michael said, looking around at everyone, "I assume you know Dr. Glover, who is the chief physician at the Woodside Clinic, and these other doctors who also worked at this clinic for many years. They weren't satisfied with Alex, a layman, telling them how to run the clinic and how to treat patients, and they were also unimpressed with the high fees being charged. When they criticized Alex and Sophie, they were dismissed as a result. They should not be treated this way." Michael opened his car door. Before stepping in, he turned and called to the crowd. "Dr. Glover and her team are excellent doctors and kind-hearted people. They put their patients first, and they've decided to fight back against Alex and his new team." Episode 602, Alex Has a Plan. Michael continued speaking to the gathered crowd of patients and staff. "You all know how good the Woodside Clinic's original team was? Well, now Dr. Glover and the other doctors have set up their own clinic, the Trinity Medical Center." He looked around at the patients. "From tomorrow, you'll be able to see Dr. Glover and her team again. And when they open, you'll be able to see a doctor for just $1. The crowd gasped. Michael continued, "As long as you have $1 Dr. Glover will treat you, whether it's for a cold, a fever, or even cancer." He knew exactly how to win everyone over. His voice rang down the street and made all the patients turn to each other, chattering excitedly. "What? Did I hear that right? We can see a doctor for just $1? That's amazing. Can you really see someone about cancer for so little money? It's so cheap. Those doctors are all experts. Let's go and sign up with them." The entrance hall at Woodside rapidly emptied. Nearly 100 patients got so excited by Michael's announcement that they ran out of the wellness suite to sign up with the new Trinity Medical Center. Kendall grew increasingly angry. Facing Michael, she shouted, "You are utterly shameless." "What on earth do you mean?" Michael laughed. "Have you ever heard of anyone making money from a free clinic?" Alex asked. "What you're offering is impossible." "Now, Alex, who's talking about a free clinic?" Michael asked, smirking at him. "But I tell you what, if you have enough money left after your clinic fails, then you can also pay $1 for treatment." Michael looked at Alex with scorn and said, "Alex, take my word for it. Your clinic is not going to survive." Alex gave him a tight smile. "Curing people for $1? That's unsustainable. It'll be great for about 7 days, but it'll cost you millions in the long term." "As long as I can shut you down, it's a small price to pay." Michael looked smug. "And this is only my first move." Alex was burning with rage. "You can't do this. This gimmick has scored you a lot of excited patients, but if they only pay $1, you can't treat them properly. Your tricks won't only waste a huge amount of money, they'll also delay vital treatment." Michael saw red. "I tell you, Alex, I've got $10 million to burn, and I'd spend every cent to break you." Alex laughed, seeing how riled his enemy was. "It all sounds too good to be true, Michael. What the patients don't know is that you'll earn extra money by charging additional fees. $1 for treatment, but $5 to park a car, or $10 for delivery of a prescription." Michael shook his head. "Examination, treatments, prescription, all of it combined will cost $1. There will be absolutely no hidden costs." Laughing, he got into the car and drove away. Kendall stared at the mobile vehicle vans. "I really want to kill them all," she said, almost snarling. "This is an utter outrage." Alex chuckled. "There is no need for that," he said. "It's not a problem." "What do you mean?" Sophie asked. "They'll take all our patients away, and we'll have no business left. It's not just the money, although it's no small matter, but more importantly, our reputation will suffer." She sighed. "In just a few days' time, the patients will all go to the Trinity Medical Center instead of coming here." Kendall was still angry. "I'll slash their tires with a kitchen knife." "No, Kendall," Alex said, smiling at her. "Don't be ridiculous. That won't solve anything. Besides, this is not a bad thing for us. On the contrary, it'll be an opportunity for our new wellness suite to become famous." Sophie and Kendall looked at him in amazement. "What?" Sophie asked. "I don't understand." "Aren't they offering a great deal?" Alex asked innocently. "One that everyone, every single person in Baltimore will want to benefit from?" He pointed to Sophie's phone. "What are you waiting for? Call the major hospitals, the old people's homes, and the media. Make sure everybody knows about this amazing $1 treatment." They all made various calls, and news of Michael's gimmick spread quickly. Many people didn't believe it at first, thinking it was too good to be true. But when they heard that the Murdoch family was backing it, they all rushed to the new facility. From all over Baltimore, people with a vast range of illnesses and injuries all gathered at the entrance of the Trinity Medical Center. From a nearby nursing home, nearly 100 people were organized and transported to see the doctors. Very soon, the Trinity Medical Center was extremely crowded. In any city, there were always people in need of medical assistance. They had accidents, they got ill, they got old. Lines formed outside the building as people waited to see a doctor. The 8 doctors used to receive hundreds of visitors every day at the Woodside Clinic, so they remained calm, confident they could handle the demand. Michael was also thrilled. The offer of a $1 treatment had not only made them popular, but it also meant the Woodside Clinic had no patients. He gloated, sure that his plan to break his rival was working. But only a few hours later, Michael's smile started to fade. More and more patients were arriving, with the lines starting to reach down the driveway. Even worse, the lure of cheap treatment had brought everybody to them, even those who were beyond a cure. As the lines built, patients started fighting amongst themselves, desperate to ensure they got to see a doctor. Several patients changed clothes and tried to disguise themselves to get a second appointment. The medical center soon saw a sharp drop in their supply of drugs. Sophie and Kendall started to calm down as they watched the situation unfold, enjoying watching the 8 doctors all so frantically busy. At noon, Kendall went and got some takeout, making sure to walk past the crowd, allowing them to catch a whiff of her delicious food. The doctors and patients all felt hungry, but the doctors were so busy they couldn't stop for food, and none of the patients had brought anything to eat. No one wanted to lose their place in the queue, so they all stood there, getting angrier by the minute. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the Trinity doctors were so tired they could barely stand. Dr. Jones rummaged through the remaining drugs, trying to find something to keep himself going, but there was hardly anything left. "Anne, we've been flat out all day," he complained. "We're tired and the patients have almost exhausted our entire stock of medicine. We can't carry on much longer." The other doctors agreed. "We'll have to call it a day," one of them said. Anne called Michael over and explained the situation, and then Michael went outside and spoke to the waiting patients. Thank you all for coming, but we'll be closing soon." As Michael finished speaking, Alex called out through a megaphone. "What? Is there a limit on your treatments? Isn't everyone eligible to pay $1 for treatment? Why should it stop in half a day? What about all these people still waiting to be seen?" The patients outside started to mutter to each other, clearly unhappy. Alex continued. "These people are here because you offered them a $1 treatment, and now you're going back on your word. You're cheating them." Michael was furious, and he glared at Alex as if he wanted to kill him. When the crowd heard Michael plan to close for the day, they were all extremely upset. They were bored and hungry after waiting for several hours, and they still hadn't seen a doctor. Naturally, they refused to leave, so they all agreed with Alex. "Yes, they're cheating us," one woman called. "These doctors are all liars. They've tricked us into waiting here all day, and now they won't even see us." "These doctors should be struck off for treating us this way," a man shouted. "We have to report them to the medical board." Another called out, "I won't stand for this. I demand you see me today." Hundreds of patients began shouting at the 8 doctors. Several of them almost pushed Michael over as they jostled with each other. "Ladies and gentlemen, please be reasonable," Michael shouted. "These talented doctors have seen almost 1,000 people today, so they're simply too exhausted to see you right now. Let them rest, and then you can all come back to your same place in the line tomorrow, okay?" Episode 603, Alex Saves a Life. The crowd ignored Michael's attempts to placate them. They wanted to be cured for $1, and they refused to be sent away. The situation was getting out of control, and the patients were now shouting and pushing each other. Michael tried to appease them while encouraging his exhausted doctors to see a few more patients. One man pushed his way to the front and called out to Anne. "Dr. Glover, I'm Lee Elgin. When you worked at the Woodside Clinic, you saw me and my wife several times, so I know you're a great doctor. When I heard you were here, I drove for several hours to see you. Please, I beg you, find the time to examine my wife." Lee was gently supporting his pregnant wife, Maria, with an arm around her waist. "She's got a sore throat and is finding it difficult to eat," he said. "But she also coughs so hard, it's impossible for her to sleep at night." As if on cue, Maria coughed painfully. "Yes, Dr. Glover, please examine me," she pleaded. "I'm so uncomfortable. But because I'm 5 months pregnant, I don't dare take any over-the-counter medicine. I've traveled so far to see you. Please, you have to help me." "Give me your hand," Anne told her, realizing she wouldn't be able to go home for a while yet. She took Maria's wrist and checked her pulse. Then she gently checked inside her patient's mouth and under her eyelids. A moment later, she made a diagnosis. "You have some serious vitamin and iron deficiencies. I'll give you some medication, and I want you to take 2 pills immediately. After that, take it once a day to help build your immunity back up." Anne wrote out the prescription which was quickly dispensed from the virtually depleted stock. Lee looked at the packet when it arrived. "Dr. Glover, this medicine looks really powerful. Are you sure it won't be harmful to the baby?" Maria was short of breath. She touched her rounded stomach and asked, "I don't like the sound of it. Isn't there any other way to cure me?" "Yes," Lee agreed. "If she could take medicine, she would have already taken it. We were afraid it would be bad for the unborn child. We're trying to be so careful." He paused. "Couldn't you use acupuncture instead?" His wife nodded. "Yes, can you try acupuncture? When I saw you before, you gave me acupuncture and it worked brilliantly." Pressured by the couple, and growing more and more impatient to leave, Anne picked up some needles and said, "Okay, lie down on the examination table." Maria quickly got settled. Anne tried hard not to imagine she was stabbing Alex's face as she aimed her needle. She worked through the key areas, aiming to relieve the woman's cough and other symptoms. After the acupuncture was complete, she let Maria rest while she went to see another patient. Almost immediately after the treatment, Maria felt her chest loosen as her asthma eased and the frequency of her cough decreased. Obviously, the acupuncture had helped. But just as Anne was about to give the other patient an injection, Maria cried out, covering her stomach instinctively with her hands and shouting, "Dr. Glover, please come quick. My stomach hurts really, really badly." She screwed up her face in pain. "It feels so hot. It's like I'm burning from the inside out." "Doctor, what's going on?" Lee asked nervously. "It's probably nothing," Anne said, frowning. "I'm sure it'll pass shortly. If you'll excuse me, I'll just..." Lee screamed, "She's bleeding! She's bleeding!" He yelled so loudly that the crowd went quiet, and Michael rushed to see what the matter was. Looking down, Anne saw that the woman's skirt was wet with blood. "How could this happen?" she asked, growing flustered. Maria cried out, "Dr. Glover, it's so painful. Please help me." "This isn't good," Anne said, her face creasing with worry. "We need to get you to the hospital. I think you're having a miscarriage." Panicked, the woman screamed at Michael and Anne, "This is your fault! Damn you both!" At the start of the day, the medical center may have been able to cope with the situation. But by now the drugs were almost gone, and the blood supplies had been used up. Even the best doctor would struggle to treat a patient without the necessary resources. Several other doctors came running over and tried their best to stop the bleeding, but nothing seemed to be working. "Is she going to die? Will our baby die?" Lee was terrified. Michael hissed at one of the doctors standing nearby. "What are you waiting for? Call an ambulance now!" He wasn't really concerned about the fate of the woman, but he knew they couldn't afford to have a death at the new center if they wanted to destroy Alex's clinic. "If anything happens to my wife or our unborn child, I'll make you pay for their lives." Lee grabbed his wife's hand as his eyes filled with tears. "Rest assured they're in the best hands," Michael said, trying to calm the situation down. Even though they were exhausted, the medical team knew that if Maria died, their careers would be over. "Get out of the way," someone shouted. There was a disturbance at the back of the crowd as someone pushed their way through them. Then, Alex appeared and kneeled beside Maria. He reached for her pulse, and then he took out his own acupuncture needles. Holding 9 needles, his right hand moved so rapidly no one could follow his movements clearly. Once each of the needles was in the correct position, Alex began to pour some of his inner power into them. The needles seemed to vibrate as the power moved through them, and Maria's breathing started to slow. Then, Alex reached out and gently turned a few of the needles. "Alex, don't interfere," Anne said. "This isn't the time for..." She trailed off when she noticed Maria's cries of pain had stopped, and the flow of blood had also been stemmed. "That's amazing," someone called. The crowd stared at Alex, finding it hard to believe what they had witnessed. "She'll be all right now," Alex said, speaking quietly. "She won't miscarry. Both she and the baby will be fine, but she should stay in bed and rest fully for the next week." He turned and looked at Lee. "After a week, she can get up, but don't let her do any physical work. She needs to take it easy." Lee nodded. "I understand, and I'm going to treat her like a princess. His voice caught, and he swallowed hard. "I can't thank you enough for what you've done." "It was my pleasure," Alex gave a faint smile. "But I'm afraid I do need to charge you. My fee is $100, but you can settle up with me later." Lee took out his wallet and pulled out $500, placing it in Alex's hand. "Please take it. If I had more, I would give it to you for saving my wife and child." No, my price is $100, Alex said. "I can't accept more than that." He took the agreed sum and then returned the rest before turning and walking away. Tears of gratitude filled Lee's eyes as he watched Alex go. Outside, the waiting patients clapped and cheered Alex as he walked past them, acknowledging his superb medical skills. Kendall and Sophie were also ecstatic. They realized the crowd would now prefer being treated by Alex than taking a risk with a $1 treatment at the Trinity Medical Center. Anne chased after Alex. "Why did she start to miscarry like that?" she asked, desperate to know what had happened. "I was right to use acupuncture, wasn't I?" She had played it over and over in her mind and was convinced she hadn't made a mistake. The other doctors were also puzzled about how acupuncture could make a pregnant woman miscarry. "You weren't wrong to offer acupuncture," Alex said. "But you overlooked her pregnancy when you decided where to place your needles. There are key pressure points that are dangerous to someone who's carrying a baby." His voice grew stern. "Have you forgotten your training, Anne?" Anne's head dropped in shame. In the madness of the day, and in her tiredness, that crucial rule had simply flown out of her head. She realized how close she had come to making a terrible, career-ending decision in wanting a quick fix for Maria's cough. "You can't forget the rules just to make it seem like you've cured someone and make a good impression," Alex told her. "You were so eager for a quick result that you ignored the bigger picture." Episode 604, Michael Tries to Take Revenge. Anne's shoulders visibly drooped. "You're right, Alex," she admitted. "I was focused on getting a quick result rather than on taking enough time to do the best for my patient. I was wrong." The other doctors also looked embarrassed. They were all aware they had forgotten their underlying principles by focusing more on profit than on the people they were supposed to be helping, and the realization left them feeling deeply ashamed. As dusk approached, there was a long queue at the entrance of the Woodside Clinic. The patients who had witnessed Alex saving Maria's life had all berated Michael for neglecting his responsibilities, and then they had left the Trinity Medical Center and had come to see Alex instead. Although Alex charged $100, his medical skills had saved a woman and her baby. Everyone agreed it was worth paying the money to get the best treatment. As a result of his scheming, Michael had lost millions of dollars and had been left with a huge mess to sort out. Rather than forcing Alex to close, he had actually improved Alex's business, and that knowledge made him furious. Alex saw the people waiting outside the clinic and thought quickly. He sent Kendall out to manage the line and told Sophie to prepare the staff to see patients. But he only let Kendall send in the first 50 patients. The rest would have to come back the next day. The patients respected Alex, so those who were unable to see a doctor that day went away quietly. After seeing those patients who had waited, Alex was about to close the door when he saw 2 cars driving up. As he watched, Anne and the other doctors got out. Without waiting for Alex to speak, Anne and the others stepped forward. "Alex, we've come to ask for our jobs back," she said. "We're fully aware of how badly we've misjudged you, and we want to make things right." Alex didn't humiliate them. They seemed truly repentant. So he took all 8 of them back. Business was booming at the Woodside Clinic, so he could afford to be generous and give them a second chance. Of course, he didn't give them back their original positions. Instead, they would start as apprentices, and their salary would only be 1/10 of what it had been before. It would be a good lesson for them, and it was beneficial for the Woodside Clinic to have them on board. Sophie was impressed as she looked at the 8 doctors. After a lot of twists and turns, the doctors who had been convinced of their own superiority had not only willingly become apprentices, but now also looked up to Alex. The next morning, as soon as the Woodside Clinic opened, they were once again crowded with people waiting to see a doctor. Kendall and Sophie were thrilled to see the clinic so busy. With their help, Alex relaxed into his role. Many of his patients came from poor families, so Alex spoke with Celeste about what kind of discount they could offer to those who might not be able to afford the regular prices. "Okay, and should I..." Before Celeste could finish speaking, cars screeched to a halt outside the clinic, and then a team of nearly 20 men and women strode in through the open door. They headed straight toward Alex, who stepped forward to meet them. "I'm Alex Ambrose, and I'm in charge here at Woodside," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Mr. Ambrose," said one of the men, "I'm Agent Johnson of the FBI." He looked at Alex and shook a sheet of paper at him. "We have received a report that your clinic is giving fake drugs and inferior medicine to your patients. We have a warrant to search your premises. The paperwork is in order, so I advise you not to get in the way, or I'll close your clinic and start arresting people." He had the confident authority of a man used to being obeyed. Without waiting for Alex to answer, he waved a hand at his staff and said, "Right, go on in and check everything carefully. If there's the slightest discrepancy, the smallest problem, the clinic will be closed immediately." Alex gestured at Sophie to show them to the pharmacy, and the FBI team followed her down the hall. Watching them go, Alex turned to Agent Johnson. "Let me guess," he said. "Did Michael Murdoch make this complaint?" He moved closer to Agent Johnson and smiled. "It's a pity you have to waste your time like this. You won't find anything wrong with our medicines." Agent Johnson stood his ground, staring at Alex. "I fully expect that my team will find issues at your clinic. If the active ingredients in these drugs are shoddy, then they can't cure your patients' diseases, which means it's a waste of their money. Are you confident your medicines work?" He reached out to stop a patient on his way out, grabbed the prescription and medicine from him, glanced at him, and then opened the package. "Your doctor's a fraud," he said to the patient. "He took your money and has given you nothing in return." Agent Johnson's smile widened. "You're a fool if you believe he can cure you." The other patients stood up to defend Alex. "Who are you to criticize Dr. Ambrose?" one of them demanded. "What do you know about medicines? Can you cure anyone?" Agent Johnson waved a hand, silencing them. "Alex Ambrose wants to make money out of you, and he's charging you for drugs that don't work." "You're talking nonsense," another patient argued. "Dr. Ambrose has excellent medical ethics. He saved someone's life just the other day. He'd never cheat us." "I know you don't believe me," Agent Johnson said. "So I asked some experienced investigators from the medical board to come here. They are all highly respected and will give an objective answer. Alex spotted 5 medical board investigators standing behind Agent Johnson. He recognized 2 of them from television, as they often appeared on panel shows and news programs to discuss medical issues. Agent Johnson had clearly come prepared. The patients all turned to look at the investigators. Agent Johnson handed them the medicine he had just taken from the patient. "Mr. Franks, Mr. James, if you'd please examine the medicine." The investigators took the medicine, read the label, turned it over to read the active ingredients, and then finally glanced at the prescription. It was a common medicine for relieving migraine, and there was nothing wrong with it. They looked at several other prescriptions, superficially checking the drugs for content, expiry date, and efficacy. "These medicines are all safe," Mr. Franks said. "They are not harmful in any way." Alex and his team started to relax. "But," Mr. Franks continued, "they will have little effect on the diseases they're being prescribed for. The patients are wasting their money. These drugs might cost up to $50, but the clinic is charging you $100 and making a huge profit. Even worse, because of the ineffectual nature of the medicine, you'll need to take dozens of these drugs before they have a lasting effect." Mr. James agreed. "Treating any disease with these drugs would cost thousands of dollars. This is unacceptable." The patients were shocked. "What? Is this true?" one woman demanded. "But Dr. Ambrose is a good man. Surely he wouldn't deceive us like this." They all turned to look at Alex. Agent Johnson stepped forward. "You're using ineffectual drugs and you're making money from these trusting people. What do you have to say for yourself?" Celeste opened her mouth, but Alex frowned at her to stop her from speaking. "Look again," Alex said to the investigators. "Check the active ingredient list again. These are effective medicines." "Don't try to argue." Mr. Franks put his hands on his hips. "I've been practicing medicine for decades, and I only need to look at something briefly to judge the materials. These are all common, mild ingredients. It's disgusting that you charge for better quality medicines when these are not." The other investigators all nodded in agreement. The patients had gone quiet, but they looked at Alex with questions in their eyes. Agent Johnson's smile was grim. "Alex, you have no choice but to plead guilty." "No way," Alex said. "They've barely looked at our medicines, and yet they're writing them off? That's ridiculous." He picked up the packet of medicines and looked at it. "You're right," he said. "There are milder ingredients here, but that's not the whole story. All the necessary elements are here to cure this patient. Examine it again." Episode 605. Alex makes a phone call. "Look closely, Mr. Franks," Alex said. "You'll see that given the quality of the active ingredients, I should be charging more, not less, for these drugs. I changed one key element and made the drug more effective. But I was worried some of my patients wouldn't be able to afford them, so I deliberately kept the price down. That's the only deception that's gone on here." He had arranged for Celeste to bring some of the ingredients from the Moon Palace, giving him access to high-quality medicine while allowing him to keep the cost as low as possible. He frowned. "You're not looking at the whole picture. I just switched one ingredient for a more expensive one, but I charged my patients at the original price. What's wrong with that?" "Thank you, Dr. Ambrose," one of the patients said. "I knew you were a good man." The other patients nodded. Alex took the packet of pills and took out the advice sheet. Folding it to the list of ingredients, he pointed at one line. "See? You can check it yourself." No one could believe it. People had heard of cheap ingredients being used in place of expensive ones, but nobody had heard of it being the other way around. Mr. Franks re-examined the drug packet, this time reading slowly and taking it very seriously. Before long, his face turned red as he found the expensive active ingredient listed on the advice sheet. He pointed it out to the other investigators and Agent Johnson. As he looked at the paper, Agent Johnson frowned. Alex glanced at Mr. Franks and said, "Some of our patients can't afford expensive drugs, but many of them are the key providers for their families and need to recover as soon as possible. So I asked my suppliers to make one change to the medicine." He looked around and raised his voice. "Everybody should be able to afford the drugs they need. The reason I didn't tell you straight away was that I didn't want to embarrass anyone." The room was silent. Mr. Franks and the other investigators were all slightly dazed, and even Agent Johnson had been stunned into silence. Who knew Alex had such a good heart, Sophie thought. Some of the investigators were still skeptical, so they opened the medicine belonging to the rest of the patients and checked it. Sure enough, many patients' medicines had ingredients that had been changed for more expensive but more effective ones. The value of every single medicine they examined was much higher than the fee the patient had been charged. The patients felt that their faith in Alex and the Woodside Clinic had been restored, and they were delighted. "Thank you, Dr. Ambrose," one man called. "You're such a good man," said another. One by one, the patients expressed their gratitude. Then another voice cut in. "That's all very well," said Agent Johnson, "but if he's misleading people about what's exactly in the medicine, that is still fraud." He turned to his subordinates. "Close the clinic. We'll do a full investigation." The FBI team hesitated. They had found no problems with the pharmacy or the drugs. The only irregularity was the switching out of cheaper ingredients for more expensive ones, revealing Alex's benevolence. They couldn't seal off the clinic based on this, and Alex was clearly such a good doctor that they were reluctant to act against him. "Are you all deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Agent Johnson roared. "The Woodside Clinic has been prescribing irregular medicine, and Alex Ambrose is suspected of running an illegal operation. You must close the clinic right now." Nobody moved. "Do you dare disobey my orders?" he shouted. Before Alex had a chance to speak, nearly 100 patients moved at once, surrounding him and shielding him from Agent Johnson. "We will fight to defend this clinic," someone yelled. Another patient pointed his finger at Agent Johnson. "You're supposed to be the law, but you're acting illegal here, and I will report you." "Protect Alex! Protect the clinic!" someone cried. Everyone's mood was turbulent, and the scene was on the verge of exploding into something more serious. "Don't be so impulsive. Stay calm, everyone." Alex wanted to stop the patients, but several of them had already blocked him in a corner. From the other side of the room, Agent Johnson called, "Alex, are you so out of control that you encourage your patients to fight against law enforcement? By resisting us, you're getting these people into trouble." He scowled. "I'll call the police to arrest you." As far as he was concerned, the bigger the incident, the better. This way, even if he couldn't find enough evidence to accuse the clinic of falsifying their drugs, he could get Alex on a charge of inciting a mob to cause trouble. Alex hesitated for a moment, and then he took out his phone to make a call. Agent Johnson seemed desperate to charge him with something, and he could see that the patients were keyed up and ready to fight. Worried about sparking a mass incident, his only thought was to find someone to put pressure on the FBI agent. He decided to call Dr. Isaiah Albrook. But just as his finger was poised to make the call, he was nudged by several patients trying to protect him. and he accidentally dialed another number. He accidentally called Lincoln, his grandfather and head of the Ambrose family. Although Alex had his grandfather's number, he had rarely called him when he'd still been part of the Ambrose family, let alone after he had been driven out. Alex had nothing to do with his family now. He frowned and was about to hang up, but the call had already connected. Alex had dialed Lincoln's private phone, and few people had that number, so it was answered quickly. A gentle voice spoke. "Yes? Who is this?" It wasn't his grandfather's voice, but that of his assistant, Archibald Pitt. "Hello, Archibald," Alex said. "It's me, Alex." "Alex, how wonderful to hear from you," Archibald said, his voice choking with emotion. "What can I do for you? I'm so happy you finally called." Alex could have sworn he heard a small sniff, as if Archibald was holding back tears. "Oh, it's nothing," Alex said. "Just don't tell my grandfather I rang." Archibald's emotional greeting had affected Alex, who felt very sad at the distance that had grown between him and his family. Alex knew he should hang up. The strict Ambrose family rules meant that not only should Alex avoid contacting them, but it was also against the rules for Archibald to speak to him. If his grandfather found out, Archibald could be punished severely. "Alex, I've known you since you were a child," Archibald said. "You can't hide anything from me. You're in trouble, aren't you? Tell me, let me help you." Afraid of being overheard, he tried to keep his voice down, but he was ready to defy Lincoln's orders to help Alex if he could. "No, Archibald, please hang up." Alex couldn't risk saying anything else. There was a moment of panicked confusion at the other end of the line, and Alex suspected Archibald had just been caught. Episode 606, The Wrong Number. "Sir?" Archibald's voice was cut off as the phone was taken from him. The next voice was cold and imperious, and Alex immediately recognized it as belonging to his grandfather. "Alex?" When he heard his grandfather's voice, Alex felt himself choke up, and he almost burst into tears. Even worse, he had heard how breathless his grandfather had sounded, and now he was worried. "Grandfather," he said, "are you okay?" After a moment's silence, Lincoln said, "I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm no longer your grandfather." Then he paused before continuing in a softer tone. "But I'm fine. There's nothing to be concerned about." Alex breathed a sigh of relief. "Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?" Lincoln asked. Alex had always been able to count on his grandfather. Lincoln had often asked that question in the past, and he always expected Alex to answer thoughtfully. In return, Alex had known his grandfather would do anything he asked. He also knew it was unwise to refuse to answer the question. "Grandfather, I've run into some trouble," Alex said. "I'm in Baltimore, and someone has arranged for an FBI agent to come to my medical clinic and cause trouble. We haven't done anything wrong, and they know that, but they're still closing our clinic. There are a lot of angry patients here, and I'm worried something will happen." He paused, and then he admitted, "And I miss my grandfather." "Why are you calling the Ambrose family?" Lincoln asked, his voice growing cold. "You should call the police." "The Murdoch family's behind this," Alex said. And now the situation is critical. I'm worried about... Alex! Lincoln interrupted him, clearly unhappy. Stop! There's no point in calling me to deal with such a matter. You know the rules. You were expelled from the family, and I cannot help you. Do you really expect me to fix your problems for you? Do you think I owe you something? Alex was stunned. Grandfather, that's not what I meant. No? Then what did you mean? Lincoln's voice grew hard. If you're in trouble, then you call the police and make a complaint. But you can't expect me to handle the matter for you. I'm part of the Ambrose family, so I can't help you. Our rules are extremely important, and I cannot go around breaking them just for you. I will not indulge in favoritism and destabilize this family. Do you understand? He sighed. Don't think that just because you helped the family a while ago that I'll support you now, he said. You've been disowned, Alex, and there's no way back. Alex felt his heart sink. And I know you've never studied medicine, Lincoln continued. So how did you become a qualified doctor? Whatever you do, don't use the Ambrose family name, or I'll be forced to take action against you. I won't have this reflecting badly on us. But, Alex began. If you want to be a doctor, you need to get qualified, Lincoln said harshly. If you go around cheating people, you have no one but yourself to blame when they get angry. He sighed again. I know you still have a strong bond with your mother, but I can't help you with anything. He paused. And don't go to anyone else in the family for help either. If any of them help you, they'll be tossed out of the family like you were. Take care, Alex, but don't call again. With that, Lincoln ended the call. Alex held the phone for a moment, too stunned to react. And then he smiled bitterly. Grandfather is so stubborn, he thought. He cares more about his reputation than about his grandson. Now that Alex had been expelled from the Ambrose family, it seemed like his grandfather no longer cared about his future. But even though Lincoln had been angry, Alex had detected a little warmth bleeding into his tone. Agent Johnson was directing his men, sending them off to different rooms. Seal the clinic and arrest Alex for me, he said. Several agents stepped forward, and some of the patients moved to block their path. 3 cars drew up outside, and then Clark Fairfax got out of one of them. He strode inside with 6 of his people. Alex hadn't called Clark, but once again, the other man had arrived just at the critical moment. Agent Johnson was stunned to see him. He stopped giving orders and walked forward to meet Clark. Hello, Mr. Fairfax, he said, frowning. What are you doing here? Get out of here, Clark said, his tone icy. The Baltimore Martial Arts Association and the Rumble Club are outside. Agent Johnson's jaw dropped. Now, Mr. Fairfax, Alex... Quiet! Clark yelled. Tell your men to start packing up, and then I want you all out of here. Several of the agents immediately started moving everything back into place. Before long, Agent Johnson and the others were escorted out of the clinic. Agent Johnson was furious, but he didn't dare argue, so he simply stormed off. Clark was a powerful man who was extremely skilled at getting things done and solving problems. Agent Johnson knew he couldn't afford to offend him, so he had to leave. Clark didn't stay at the clinic for long after he had driven the FBI agents away. He didn't want to interfere with Alex's diagnosis and treatment of patients, so he simply exchanged a few words with Alex and then he left. Alex sent a brief message to Will, asking him to investigate Michael Murdoch's whereabouts and to find out what the man was up to. Then he went back to treating patients. As dusk approached, the patients dispersed, feeling reassured that Alex could help them. After everything that had happened, not only had the public not lost faith in the clinic, but the incident had improved the facility's reputation. Each patient left with a spring in their step, feeling better than they had ever had before. Alex left the building, followed by Kendall and Sophie. A moment later, a large truck careened down the street, striking a car and heading right at the clinic. "Be careful!" Alex yelled, grabbing Sophie and Kendall and pushing them out of the way. The truck shot past the place they had just been standing and rammed through the clinic doors. Alex ran to check out the damage, finding various pieces of broken furniture in his path. The truck hit the pharmacy counter, and as Alex watched, it wobbled and then collapsed with a loud bang. The truck rushed forward, striking the wall and coming to a sudden halt. Exposed pipes and wires could be seen through the hole the truck had left. The clinic was in a terrible state, and dust was flying everywhere, making everyone cough. Episode 607, Planned Accidents. Alex looked around at the devastation, and then he suddenly heard a voice calling out in pain. He searched, following the sound, and eventually he found Celeste crumpled in the corner of the room. Another Moon Maiden lay next to her, also injured. Although both women were skilled fighters, the attack had been so sudden that they hadn't had time to react. "Celeste!" Alex called in anguish. As far as he was concerned, the Moon Maidens were his family, and he was furious they had been hurt. Catching sight of the driver, Alex roared, dashing forward to wrench the truck door open. Then he reached in, pulled out the driver, and threw him away from the truck. The man hit the wall and slid down it, whimpering in pain for a moment before passing out. Kendall hadn't entirely let go of her past as an assassin, so she was acting on instinct when she rushed forward to strike at the unconscious driver, ensuring he wouldn't wake up for a while. Alex jumped into the truck, put it into gear, and backed it out of the clinic and onto the street. Then he kicked the door open and got out, rushing back to Celeste. She was exactly where he had left her, in the middle of the debris. As he crouched down beside her, she coughed weakly, and a little trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Clearly injured, she was lying in a corner like a broken doll, and Alex hated seeing her like that. "Mr. Alex," Celeste said, blinking up at him. She tried to say more, but it was too difficult, and it was obviously causing her pain. "Celeste, don't talk," Alex said, laying a hand on her shoulder. "Just hold on, you'll be fine, I promise." He stood, carefully lifting Celeste and carrying her over to an examination table. Then he gently placed her on it before frantically looking around the room. Silver needles," he muttered, opening cabinets and then slamming them closed. "Where are they?" Sophie rushed over to help, taking a set of needles from the drawer. Alex poured inner power into Celeste to keep her alive, and then he got to work trying to heal her. He would do anything to snatch her back from the jaws of death. As Sophie worked on Celeste's wounds, Alex used his acupuncture needles, sending more of his power into her with each one. Sophie called for blood, and they had to give Celeste several transfusions as they fought for her life. Eventually, Celeste's condition stabilized, and the worst of the danger had passed. Alex sank to the floor, too exhausted to remain upright for a moment longer. His clothes were damp with sweat, and they stuck to his back when he leaned against the wall. Treating someone he cared about was much harder than healing strangers, and he was feeling extremely emotional as he looked at Celeste. A little later, he managed to haul himself to his feet and looked around for supplements to replenish his energy. While he was recovering, several police officers arrived to investigate the crash. After looking around, they declared it an accident. Their theory was that the driver must have stepped on the gas pedal instead of the brake, losing control of the vehicle and hitting the clinic. They suspected the driver might be drunk, and they planned to charge him with driving under the influence. By now, the driver had regained consciousness, and the officers walked into the door. "You think this was just a drunk driver losing control?" Alex asked incredulously. He glared at the driver. "Do you really expect me to believe that? Tell me the truth. Did Michael Murdoch send you?" He was sick and tired of all the chaos. Just for once, he wanted everything to be quiet and uneventful. But there always seemed to be some crisis, often one that put people around him in danger. "I drank too much," the driver said. "It was stupid, I know. I think I accidentally stepped on the wrong pedal. I'm sorry for causing so much damage, but I'm sure my insurance company will compensate you for the loss of your clinic." Alex clenched his fists as he glared at the man, saying nothing. "Dr. Ambrose, I'm sorry people got injured," the driver said. "I'll pray for their recovery." "Dr. Ambrose?" Alex repeated, his tone icy. "You know my name, so this wasn't random." The driver spotted the officers talking to each other and took advantage of their inattention to lean closer to Alex. "Of course it wasn't random," he whispered. "This is what happens when you offend someone important. There are some people you just shouldn't make angry." Alex narrowed his eyes. "You're right," he said. "There are people you simply shouldn't offend." The threat was obvious. Alex was not someone to be crossed. "I'm warning you," the driver said, checking that the police officers were still distracted. "This is just the beginning, and they won't stop coming for you until you've been destroyed. You need to be careful when you go outside, just in case you come across another drunk driver who makes a mistake." "Where is Michael?" Alex asked, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Who?" the driver asked, smiling. Alex scowled at him. "Are you angry?" the driver asked. "Why don't you hit me? You know you want to. Go on. I won't even resist." He knew if Alex took him up on the offer, he would be arrested for assault, and he quite liked the idea of Alex going to jail. "Son of a bitch!" Kendall screamed. "I'll kill you!" She rushed forward, desperately wanting to hit the man, but the police officers stepped into her path, blocking her. "Hit you?" Alex asked, laughing. "Why should I bother hitting a dead man?" "What do you mean?" the driver asked. His heartbeat sped up as he wondered what Alex was talking about. He didn't understand, but he realized things wouldn't go well for him. The officers put handcuffs on the driver and took him to a nearby hospital for treatment. After all, he had been injured in the crash. When they reached the hospital, the officers got him out of the car, but before they got any further, he heard the screech of tires, and then a car shot toward him. Seconds later, the car hit him and sent him flying through the air. It all happened so quickly that he hadn't been able to dodge it. He landed hard, his neck hitting the curb with a loud crack. He didn't get back up. The police officers rushed toward him as the car swerved and sped away. Inside the car, Jeffrey pulled down his mask and drove his car smoothly into the traffic, fleeing the scene. Alex checked on Celeste, and then he looked at the message Will had sent. After arranging for Will to protect Celeste, Alex got into a car and drove off. He headed for Nirvana, a high-end club with luxurious decor. It comprised several floors, with the VIP section on the highest level. Well-trained security guards were visible everywhere, hired to protect the important guests. When Alex arrived, business was booming. A line of luxury cars dropped people off at the door, and inside, the club was crowded with well-dressed men and women. Alex didn't have time to admire his surroundings. As soon as he stepped inside, he took the elevator to the top floor. According to Will's intelligence, Michael was holding a birthday party here tonight. Alex had known for a long time that Michael's family was powerful and had a lot of connections. In particular, Michael's father, Jeremiah, controlled the pharmaceutical industry, making him an extremely important person. In recent years, there had been several healthcare corporations setting up new hospitals and clinics around the country, but they hadn't been able to establish themselves in Baltimore. 5 or 6 powerful companies had attempted it, but they had all closed down within months, each the victim of mysterious complaints or accidents that had damaged their reputations and cost them a lot of money. Alex had known the Murdaugh family was behind it all, but he hadn't wanted to deal with the consequences. Instead, he had taken the money they had given him, and at the urging of Sawyer, he had let the matter drop. But now, it appeared the Murdaugh family was still moving against him, and he was determined to make Michael pay. He stepped out of the elevator and spotted 2 guards standing outside the door. When they saw Alex, the guards walked forward to intercept him. "This is a private function," one of them said. "You can't go in." Episode 608, A Blast from the Past. "Get out of here," one of the guards said, frowning. Alex didn't waste time arguing. He simply struck out at the guards, sending them crashing to the floor, unconscious. Then he stepped over their prone bodies and strode forward. "Stop!" another guard called, appearing from another room. Several other men followed him, all eyes locked on Alex. These guards looked even more impressive than the last. Alex dashed past them, hitting out and knocking them into walls. One after another, they slid to the ground, no longer challenging him. Soon, the news spread that there was an intruder, and more elite guards rushed to stop him. These men were armed with knives and guns, and when they saw Alex, they took aim at him. But they were too slow, and before they could attack, Alex dealt with them swiftly, neutralizing the threat. He hadn't even used his inner power, not seeing the need. Within moments, the hallway was quiet, and nobody was moving. Alex strode forward and kicked open the door, quickly stepping to one side. A gunshot sounded as the bullet passed by the place Alex had been standing and lodged into the wall. The gunshot was followed by several crossbow bolts, but Alex was safely out of their path, having expected such a move. He sprang into action, sweeping the room and dropping 3 people within seconds. 2 men raised their crossbows, but Alex was too fast. He ran at them, bringing his hand down hard on their wrists, forcing them to drop their weapons. A cracking noise suggested he had broken at least one man's wrist. Both men clutched their arms, not daring to attack again. Ignoring them, Alex kicked away a privacy screen to reveal a large, round table where several men and women were sitting. Several bodyguards stood nearby, their guns clearly visible. Michael's smile was cold as he stared at Alex. "What the hell are you doing here?" he demanded. Then he turned to look at his guards. "And why didn't none of you manage to shoot him?" He looked Alex over, unable to see any sign of injury, and he swallowed hard. The silence in the room was deafening. "Alex?" Michael asked. Then he shook his head and laughed. "You're a lucky man. It's just a pity you won't live long." "What do you mean?" Alex asked, tilting his head. Michael chuckled. "The people who threaten me tend to live short lives," he said. "And I think you're at the end of yours." As he spoke, 3 bodyguards took out their guns and pointed them at Alex. Several women watched, their eyes growing wide as they giggled nervously. Alex might have succeeded in breaking in, but he was alone, and now he had 3 guns pointed at him. No one thought this would end well for him. "You broke our truce when you came after my clinic," Alex said, his expression fierce. "So, now it's time for a reckoning." "Is it now?" Michael asked, raising an eyebrow. "That's not how I see it. Do you think the Murdochs are soft?" He frowned and stretched out his hands, revealing 2 obvious scars. Then he picked up his cigar and took a puff. "There are 3 men pointing guns at you, so I really don't think you're in control here, are you?" He stood up. "Guards, deal with this gatecrasher." But before the guards could respond, Alex attacked, hitting the men's pressure points and sending pain shooting along the nerves in their arms, causing the guns to tumble from their unresponsive hands. The guards looked around, but Alex seemed to have disappeared. Several of them realized something was wrong and moved toward Michael to protect him. But Alex shoved them out of the way, reaching Michael first. Startled, Michael turned to leave, but then he felt a hand wrap around his neck. The pressure grew until he felt his breathing being restricted, and he started to panic. His guests gaped in horror, some of them crying out. "What's going on?" "Michael! Stop it, you'll kill him!" Some of the guests fled, and several of the injured guards tried to intervene, but Alex kicked them away, never losing his grip on Michael. The guards were all repelled, and they sat on the floor, nursing an assortment of injuries. Few of them had the strength or courage to keep fighting. Michael's eyes grew wide, unable to believe Alex had prevailed against 3 armed men. "I'd hoped you would have learned a lesson about coming after me," Alex said, flexing his hand. "But apparently I was too lenient and you learned nothing. Now you've left me no choice. You must be destroyed." He thought about how badly injured Celeste had been, and his eyes burned with fury. Michael couldn't be allowed to get away with what he had done. Not this time. "What do you want?" Michael choked out. "To kill me?" He smiled. "If I die, my father will take revenge by crushing everyone you have ever cared about. You won't risk that." He didn't believe Alex would dare to kill him. Alex threw Michael away from him, sending him crashing into a window. The impact cracked the glass, and little fissures spread out, snaking their way across the window pane. Just as the window collapsed, Alex lunged forward and grabbed Michael, preventing his fall and holding him there. Michael flailed, panicking as he looked at the street so far below him. "Help me!" he screamed, his eyes wide with terror. "Someone do something!" Alex shook him a little, but he didn't relax his grip. A few of the women were screaming as they looked on in horror. Alex leaned closer to Michael and whispered, "Are you enjoying the fresh air? Maybe you'd like to try flying." He knew if he let go, Michael would die. They were too high up for him to survive hitting the ground from here. "Do you have any last words?" Alex asked casually. Michael panted with fear. "Alex, you can't kill me," he said. "There are too many witnesses, and you'll never get away with it." "You think not?" Alex asked, seemingly unconcerned. "Stop it," a voice called from the door. "Don't hurt him." A dozen people swarmed in, including a beautiful woman in a red dress. "Help!" Michael cried out. "This madman's trying to kill me. Do something. Call the police. Please, Miss Marvel." Miss Marvel? Alex thought, turning to look at the woman. At the same time, the woman looked at him, and her mouth dropped open in shock. "Alex?" she asked. Lindsay Marvel hadn't seen Alex since he'd helped the Drake family with their financial issues. But like the rest of her family back in Washington, D.C., she had missed him very much. She had been tired of living in her father's shadow, and inspired by Alex, she had wanted to make something of herself. So, she had moved to Baltimore and opened a club, which had turned into a thriving business that attracted many of the important people in the city. She knew Alex's relationship with Debbie was unshakable, but she was still thrilled to see him, and she was excited to see where this chapter of her life would lead. Episode 609, Don't Do Anything Rash. Alex hadn't expected to bump into Charles Marvel's daughter in Baltimore, so he was a little shocked. As he stared at Lindsay, he loosened his grip on Michael, and he thought back to the last time he had seen her. She had asked for his help to save the Drake family, and he had rushed back to Washington, D.C. Now, Lindsay gazed back at him, her eyes shining with tears as she smiled. Alex's heart softened for a moment, and then he tightened his grip on Michael and looked at Lindsay with indifference. Lindsay must own this place, he thought. Why else would she be here? And why else would she have rushed in to stop me? "I'm sure this must be some kind of misunderstanding," Lindsay said, biting her lip. "Please don't do anything rash." Lindsay had heard there was something wrong on the VIP floor, so she had rushed over here to sort it out. But when she had arrived, she had seen all the guards lying on the floor and the crossbow bolts sticking out of the wall. Then she had run into the room, only to see Alex dangling Michael out of a window. She knew the situation was serious. If Michael fell, he would never survive the drop from this height, so she had to stop Alex. She adored Alex, but she couldn't let him murder someone, especially not in front of so many people. Why on earth would he do such a thing, she wondered. What's happened between him and Michael? "Alex, please pull him back inside," she pleaded, stepping forward. "Then we can sit down and discuss it. Whatever it is, we can sort it out. There's no need for this." "You want us to talk?" Alex asked, his eyebrows shooting up. He glanced at Michael. "You really think he'll say anything worth listening to?" "Miss Marvel, help!" Michael called. "Stop this maniac! I was just holding a party here, and he barged in and started attacking everyone. Now he's threatening to kill me. Get him off me!" He twisted around a little, trying to see her. "I came here to support you," he said. beginning to sound desperate. "If anything happens to me, it'll destroy your business, and my father will hold you and your family responsible. Call the police." Everyone looked at him with pity. It was obvious Alex had terrified him, and they all called out, pleading with Alex to let Michael live. "Alex, please," Lindsay begged him. "I can see that you're angry, but there are other ways to handle this. Why not let the police deal with it? If you kill him, you'll be arrested. I don't want that." "Yes, Alex," Michael said. "If you kill me, you'll do time for it. No matter how powerful you are, you won't get away with something like this." "Shut up," Alex said, shaking Michael as if he intended to drop him. Michael screamed. "Please, Alex," Lindsay said, tears streaming down her face. "Let's just talk." She stepped closer, her hand outstretched. No one was certain if she was more worried about Alex or Michael. "He's not worth it," she said. "Don't get into trouble because of him. Try to calm down and think this through. If you do this, it will ruin your future." "My future?" Alex repeated. "He won't affect my future at all. He's the one to blame for what's happening now. He started this." "I didn't do anything," Michael cried. "You're the one who's been causing trouble. If you think I've done something wrong, then show me the evidence." "If he's committed some crime, then he'll be punished for it," Lindsay said. "You don't have to be the one to do it. Let the authorities handle it." She felt a little sad. After moving to Baltimore, she had finally found Alex, and already he was trying to kill someone. She knew if he killed Michael, it would destroy his life. After all, Alex hadn't been here for long, while the Murdoch family was well established. It wouldn't be a fair fight. "I can't let him get away with this," Alex said firmly. "I can't take the risk that he'll weasel his way out of everything." "Do you really hate him that much?" Lindsay asked anxiously. "Enough to risk everything to take him down personally?" She met his gaze. "Alex, please let Michael go. The police have already been called and are on their way. You're already in a lot of trouble. Please don't make it any worse." Alex looked at her. "Are you worried about me? Or are you worried about the damage to your club's reputation?" Lindsay began, but she trailed off, not knowing what to say. "Alex, even if you burned the club down, I wouldn't blame you," she thought. "But if you kill him, you'll never get away with it." Alex's eyes were on her, but she knew she couldn't encourage him to kill anyone, particularly not in front of witnesses. Still, she was no longer telling him not to do it. While Alex was distracted, Michael bent his knees slightly, and then he pushed himself up, launching himself out the window. Alex's grip hadn't been tight enough, and he was forced to let go, letting Michael fall. Michael plummeted from the top floor, hitting the ground and dying instantly. Everyone in the room stared at Alex, unable to believe what had happened. Their view of Michael's actions had been obstructed by Alex's position, so none of them realized Michael had killed himself. Instead, they all believed Alex had thrown him out the window. "Alex!" Lindsay cried, rushing past him to look outside. In the street below, people swarmed around Michael's body, some of them looking up the building and seeing where he had fallen from. Already sirens sounded in the distance, and it wouldn't be long before the police arrived. Lindsay lifted her hand to cover her mouth, feeling a little sick. The others in the room were stunned. They hadn't thought Alex was brave or reckless enough to kill Michael in public. It was simply unthinkable. But although they were angry, they were also afraid. If Alex could do that, then what else was he capable of? Alex knew he wasn't responsible for Michael's death and that the man had deliberately killed himself, but he didn't understand why. After all, Michael was rich and powerful, and he had had everything to live for. He frowned, suspecting he was missing something. Lindsay began to sob, and she couldn't stop trembling as she looked down at the scene below. Then the door burst open, and police officers swarmed inside. Sophie and Kendall pulled up outside the police station at 7:30 in the morning. Then they jumped out of the car and rushed inside. They had come as soon as they had heard about Alex being arrested, determined to help him. Lindsay was sitting inside, waiting for the news, but Sophie and Kendall didn't know her, so they walked past, ignoring her. "Alex is a maniac," David Drake said, glancing at Lindsay. "He'll be going to prison for this. He can't just go around killing people like that." Lindsay frowned as she wiped away a tear. "He wouldn't do that," Kendall insisted, unable to listen to them for a moment longer. "I think Michael is responsible for hurting people, and Alex went to confront him. But Alex wouldn't murder anyone. Not in front of witnesses." Episode 610. Maybe he just fell. Kendall was an experienced assassin, so she kept a sharp mind, and she knew Alex wouldn't kill anyone so openly. If he had intended to kill Michael, he would have had a careful plan to avoid being caught. Sophie nodded her agreement. "Exactly. Alex can't be guilty." "Shut up," David snapped, glaring at the two women. "The facts are clear. Everyone saw him do it, so why are you trying to defend him?" "No, you shut up," Sophie retorted, clenching her fists in anger. It took every ounce of her self-control not to attack the man. Kendall's hands instinctively went to her waist, where she had kept her daggers when she had been an assassin. Luckily, she was unarmed, which spared David's life, but she was still furious at him. Lindsay looked at them all and said, "Please don't fight." "Alex can't be guilty," Kendall insisted. "He's not that stupid." "He did it in public," David said, snorting. "Dozens of people saw him, including Lindsay." He turned to Lindsay. "You saw him? He threw Michael out of the window right in front of you. Are you really going to defend him?" Lindsay's pale face carried a trace of pain as she bit her lip and looked away. She would give anything to turn back time and not walk into that room. The police wanted her to give a statement, so not only could she not help Alex, but she might be used as an eyewitness against him. Kendall looked at Lindsay. "You look like a reasonable person," she said. "I'm sure you'll think carefully before you speak. That way, you won't get into any trouble." The threat was clear. Kendall had buried the hatchet with Alex in recent days, and she was grateful to him for giving her another chance. She had also witnessed his kindness to patients and staff members, and she knew he was a good man. In fact, Alex was the most loyal man she knew. She also knew he had reached a level of martial arts that was beyond the reach of ordinary people. As such, he could kill people silently and easily. So why would he have killed Michael so publicly? No. If he had wanted Michael dead, he could have arranged it without bringing trouble on himself. "These people are idiots," she thought, shaking her head. "If Alex wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't need to toss them out of a window." "Did you just threaten Lindsay?" David asked, scowling at Kendall. His family supported Lindsay, and David had been engaged to her at one point, so he rushed to defend her. Lindsay sat quietly, lost in thought. She understood Kendall was trying to protect Alex, so she didn't take the threat personally. Alex had denied dropping Michael, and she believed him. But she couldn't understand why Michael had been suicidal. Her head hurt as she tried to puzzle it out. She knew Michael, and she was aware of how powerful his family was in Baltimore. So it made no sense for him to kill himself. And yet that was what Alex had claimed. "Lindsay? Are you all right?" a man called, walking into the station with several other men following him. Riley Naismith stood in front of Lindsay and sighed. "I heard about what happened and I've come to check you're okay." He shook his head. "This is all my fault. I should never have introduced Michael to your club. I thought I was helping, but it's only caused you trouble." David turned away from Kendall, dismissing her as a threat, and turned to Riley. "No, it's Alex's fault," he said. "He's the one who threw someone out a window. No one made him do it. Alex is the one who damaged Lindsay's business." "Shut up," Lindsay yelled, tired of listening to his complaints about Alex. She looked at Riley. "This has nothing to do with you." "I told Michael about your club, knowing he would spend a lot of money," Riley said. "If it wasn't for me, he would never have been there, and then none of this would have happened. I take full responsibility." He paused. "So, I intend to sort it out for you." "What?" Lindsay asked, frowning. "Michael is dead, but there's no need for Alex to take the blame," Riley said. "After all, I heard you're fond of him." Lindsay lowered her head and blushed, embarrassed that her feelings were common knowledge. She knew Riley was even more powerful around Baltimore than Michael had been, and he had always been eager to help her. For some reason, he felt indebted to her father, Charles, but she didn't understand why. David stared at her, uncomfortable at hearing about her feelings for Alex. "Don't worry," Riley said. "I can straighten out all the witnesses, including Michael's bodyguards. They'll change their statements and stop accusing Alex of killing Michael." He shrugged. "Apparently Michael was clumsy and accidentally fell out the window. Very careless." He tutted, shaking his head. "You're the only one yet to give a statement, Lindsay. Simply tell them you're in shock and can't remember what happened." Lindsay gaped at him. "Without witnesses, there's no evidence Alex murdered anyone," Riley continued, spreading his hands. "Who's to say that Michael didn't fall accidentally? It would be difficult to prove it was deliberate. Even if the worst happened and Alex was found guilty, the worst case scenario would be negligent manslaughter. He'd serve less than 5 years. Everyone stared at him in silence, not knowing how to react. No one had expected him to get involved in such a way. Riley was powerful, but he had known Michael, and they hadn't been enemies. It didn't make sense for him to help Alex like this. Besides, it probably wasn't that simple. The Murdochs were extremely powerful, and it seemed unlikely that Jeremiah wouldn't try to avenge the death of his son. If Alex spent any time in prison, Jeremiah would arrange for him to die there. Alex wouldn't live long enough to get parole. Not even Lindsay had seen this coming, so she was surprised by Riley's assistance. "Thank you, Riley," she said, beaming at him. "I really appreciate your support." "Don't mention it," Riley said, waving away her gratitude. "It's nothing." Then he looked affectionately at Lindsay and said, "Just say the word and I'll take care of it." Kendall had no idea what was going on, but she was thankful nonetheless. "I care about Alex too," she said, "so please help him." Episode 611, The Interrogation. Lindsay didn't speak for a moment, lost in thought as she tried to decide whether to trust Riley. She hesitated because she didn't understand his motives. If I agree to it, he might use it against me later, she thought. Her mind started racing, but there wasn't any time to think about it. She had to make her decision quickly. Yes, please help Alex, she said, nodding. An indecipherable expression flashed across Riley's face. Meanwhile, Alex was sitting in a cell. After he had been brought there the previous night, he had been left by himself while the police had continued to investigate the crime scene and gather witnesses. Alex didn't know whether it was a psychological tactic to make him confess, or if they were busy consolidating evidence. Whatever the case, no one paid any attention to him all night. If he wanted to escape, he could do it easily. But he decided to stay in his cell so that he could prove his innocence. Besides, if he escaped from prison and went into hiding, there were many things he wouldn't be able to do, such as practice at the clinic. He eventually managed to get some sleep. Then, when he woke up, he began thinking about the whole incident. When he recalled how Michael had deliberately let go and fallen to his death, he knew Michael had done so to frame him for murder. Alex frowned as he thought about the events of the previous weeks. He realized his troubles had begun from the moment he had taken over the Woodside Clinic. Ever since then, someone had been setting a trap for him. Michael had repeatedly tried to cause trouble for Alex at the Woodside Clinic, and it was clear he wanted to settle a score with him. He wanted to provoke Alex, get him into a fight, and then kill him. Alex concluded that Michael must have been suffering from a terminal illness and had taken the opportunity to kill himself and blame Alex for his death. Otherwise, Michael wouldn't have taken such drastic action. Alex had always thought the Murdaugh family was very strange, and he had never understood them. Instead of fighting it out properly, they did things awkwardly. For example, when Melanie had tried to shoot Alex, but had almost ended up killing Michael instead. From that moment on, they had started to plan more carefully. From the old man committing suicide by drinking poison, to the dismissal of the doctors at the clinic, and finally to the driver ramming his car into the clinic and injuring Celeste. There had already been bad blood between Alex and Michael, but each of those incidents had infuriated Alex even further. Then, finally, Michael had killed himself, and the police had arrested Alex for his murder. Knowing that Michael's death was inevitable, the Murdaugh family must have planned his suicide, thought Alex. It seemed the Murdaughs understood a lot about Alex. They knew him well enough to know he wasn't a fool, and that they had underestimated him, so they had set out to make him suffer. They also knew that Alex's response would be brutal, so this time, they'd been careful to cover their tracks. As Alex was lost in thought, someone knocked at the door of his cell. Moments later, he was led into the interrogation room, where he waited for a few minutes. Then the door opened, and 2 male officers and a female officer walked in. "You're young to be in such serious trouble," remarked the woman sitting opposite him. "My name's Tamara Knox," she said. "I'm also Lindsay Marvel's former classmate. Just before I came in, Lindsay asked me to go easy on you." She shook her head. "You've brought her great trouble, and yet she still wants to help you. I wonder what kind of relationship the two of you have." She frowned. "Lindsay's club just opened a month ago, and now, because of your actions last night, it's been temporarily shut down. So if you have any conscience, you should be honest with us and confess to your crime." Alex looked at Tamara and gave her a faint smile, Well, I will be honest. I didn't kill Michael. He committed suicide. Tamara was stunned by his response. We have several witnesses who saw you push Michael out the window, she said incredulously. Are you telling me that they're all lying? Not lying, Alex said, shrugging. Just that they didn't have a good view, so they didn't see what happened. You're still protesting your innocence? Asked Tamara, exasperated. You can choose to believe me or not, Alex said indifferently. I have a clear conscience. A clear conscience, repeated Tamara, her eyebrows shooting up. All the witness testimonies are the same. They all say you pushed Michael out of that window. Lindsay also witnessed the conflict, so you're wasting your time denying it. She started getting impatient. Alex, you're guilty of a terrible crime. If you don't take this opportunity to own up, you'll regret it. Alex was frustrated. The police knew Alex and Michael were from different backgrounds, and they were holding it against him. They would never believe Michael and his family would go to so much trouble to frame someone like Alex. He didn't bother trying to convince Tamara. I want to make a phone call, he said. Tamara looked down her nose at him. You're being interrogated and you want to make a phone call? I've already told you, Michael jumped out of the window voluntarily, Alex insisted. I didn't push him. I'm telling you the truth, and it's up to you whether you believe it. Tamara shook her head. I have the right to make a phone call, said Alex, crossing his arms. You can't deny me that right. If you refuse, I'll make a formal complaint against you. Tamara smiled. So, you know the law, but you think it's okay to break it whenever it suits you? She shook her head. No matter how well informed you are about your rights, Alex, you can't get out of this. Lindsay has asked me to protect you, but let me make this clear. I won't defend you. In fact, I'll make sure you're severely punished unless you take full responsibility for your actions. She wanted to ensure Alex gave up on the idea of her helping him to walk out of there as a free man. I'll ask again, Alex said. Can I please make a phone call? Tamara snickered. I'd like to see who you think can get you out of this mess. She put her phone in front of Alex, thinking, how ridiculous that a person about to be convicted is acting tough in front of me. Episode 612, The Familiar Stranger. Alex picked up the cell phone, only to find that the battery was dead. He threw it back across the table. Detective Knox, you're being unreasonable, he said. Do you think I'm a fool, Alex? Replied Tamara. Do you think I would give you a working phone so that you can call your accomplices and try to distort the evidence? Meanwhile, at one of the offices in the police station, Timothy, a detective sergeant, had just arrived. He walked in to find the phone ringing incessantly, so he picked it up and answered. The caller spoke a few words. Who? Timothy asked as he sat down. What happened? He paused to listen. Okay, I'll be there right away. Back inside the interrogation room, Alex stared at the phone, annoyed that Tamara was refusing to give him any opportunity to call for help. This isn't the time to call your friends for a chat, Tamara said, rolling her eyes. You're in trouble and you need to start cooperating. One of the other officers snorted in amusement. Alex smiled faintly. I have a strong feeling you'll regret this. Are you trying to intimidate me? You must think I'm a fool, said Tamara. What's next? Threats? Bribery? She scowled at him. I really can't think why Lindsay wants to help someone like you. If I were in her place, I wouldn't let you get away with it. Tamara and the other officers looked at one another and shook their heads, as if they thought he were crazy. But Alex simply smiled, not worried at all. He knew he could get out of there at any time, which gave him confidence. "Well, if you want to play games, we have plenty of time," Tamara said, standing up. "We're going for breakfast. When we get back, we'll get some answers from you. While we're gone, perhaps you can reflect on your situation. Or you can wait for someone to come and get you out of this mess." She believed Alex would eventually break down and confess to the murder if he was left by himself for a while. But Alex ignored her. He casually rested his head on his arms and closed his eyes. Tamara looked at him with disdain. "You really don't know how much trouble you're in, do you?" She shook her head and left with the other officers. As soon as they left the room, they saw a familiar figure approaching, carrying 2 cups of coffee. Tamara and the other officers straightened their posture. "Good morning, Detective Sergeant," they said. "Have you arrested a man named Alex Ambrose?" asked Timothy in a no-nonsense, straightforward manner. "Where is he? I want to see him at once." Timothy walked toward the interrogation room, and Tamara and the other officers looked at one another, remembering Alex's warning. They hadn't expected Timothy to arrive, and now they wondered if they were in trouble. The door of the interrogation room opened, and Timothy stepped in looking concerned. "Good morning, Alex," he said. "I'm Timothy, and I've come to help you." Alex looked at him in surprise. "So it seems you've been a little impulsive," Timothy continued as he took a seat. "But I understand you were provoked, and I know it's not easy to be patient when one is provoked." He placed one of the coffees on the table and slid it toward Alex. Alex sat up and started paying attention. He reached for his coffee, taking a sip and savoring the taste. "Do you know me?" he asked. "I don't think we've met before, and yet you want to help me? You seem very understanding." "We might have not met, but I know you," Timothy said, drinking his own coffee. Alex didn't ask any more questions. His intuition told him that Timothy was a good person, and he seemed like a friend he hadn't seen for a long time. "If I told you I didn't kill Michael and that he pushed himself out the window, would you believe me?" asked Alex. "He pushed himself out of the window?" repeated Timothy, raising an eyebrow. Alex nodded. "Yes. He set me up by taking his own life." He shrugged. "Okay, so I did threaten him, but he took his own life. I didn't push him, so I can't admit to something I hadn't done." He felt like he could trust Timothy, and he hoped the other man could help him. Timothy was a smart man, and he quickly understood the situation. "So, he set up a game with his own life, did he?" "Michael was no ordinary person," Alex said. "He would commit suicide just to get back at me." "Well, I know the Murdaugh family," said Timothy, "but I believe you." Alex noticed Timothy didn't seem to be concerned about how powerful the Murdaugh family was. "Anyway, I've already got a general understanding of the situation," Timothy continued. "Do you know Riley Naismith or anyone else from the Naismith family?" "Riley? No, I've never heard of him before," replied Alex. "He's very well known in Baltimore," Timothy explained. "And I heard he's seeking to exonerate you. He's trying to persuade the witnesses to change their testimonies and say they saw Michael jump out of the window himself. That way you'd be able to get away with a manslaughter charge." "Why would he do that?" Alex asked, surprised. "I've never even met the man." "He's also got Lindsay on board," Timothy added. "She agreed to it because she wants to help you." Alex thought for a moment. Sure, there was something odd about the whole thing. "This Riley is using me," he said. I suspect he's doing this to gain Lindsay's favor. He wants to use this to keep her indebted to him. Episode 613. Alex comes up with a plan. Alex looked at Timothy seriously. Riley wanted Lindsay to agree so he could control her. By agreeing to his plan, she would be committing perjury and putting herself at risk. He scowled. As long as Lindsay remains unaware of what's going on, Riley will manipulate her. If he can bribe witnesses, then he can also threaten those who are involved in this, especially Lindsay. He paused. If they charge me with manslaughter, and then later it's revealed that several witnesses lied to exonerate me, can you imagine how that would look for me? What'll people say about me then? Timothy sat up straight. You'll be crushed, he replied. You'll be known as a criminal. I always thought of Riley as a gentleman. He can be quite intimidating at times, but I never expected him to be so cunning. I'll have to watch out for him in the future. Yes, Alex agreed. The false testimonies will not only be unable to exonerate me, but they'll make me even look more guilty. He shook his head. Even if Riley doesn't destroy me straight away, he'll be able to use it against me in the future. He met Timothy's gaze. You must ensure the witnesses don't change their testimonies. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on the case, Timothy assured him. But I have to tell you, Alex, the evidence is not favorable to you. In addition to the fact that no one actually saw Michael throw himself out the window, the on-site inspection showed no evidence of a suicide attempt. Michael's footprints were found on the windowsill, but that doesn't prove that he voluntarily got up there. He sighed. I'm afraid it's not looking too good for you. It'll be difficult for you to get out of this. Timothy knew Alex had a lot to deal with. The evidence against him was compelling, and he had to face the possibility of being charged with murder. Even if he escaped being charged, he would spend the rest of his life being called a murderer. Alex's expression was grave as he thought it over. The evidence won't help me, he conceded eventually. But perhaps Michael can fix this. Timothy was confused. Michael? But Michael's dead. Alex nodded and gestured for Timothy to come closer. Then he whispered something in his ear. Timothy's eyes began to light up. Michael created the difficult situation, so he'll resolve it, he said, feeling confident. Yes, this will be your breakthrough. I'll get someone to arrange it. He got up and was just about to leave when the door opened and a few officers walked in. Among them was Tamara, who was followed by a middle-aged man with a serious expression. Oddly, the man looked a lot like Timothy. There was an awkward atmosphere in the room, and Tamara remained silent. Timothy was surprised at first, and then he asked, Brian, what are you doing here? He turned to Alex and said, Alex, this is my brother, Brian. Surprised to see me? Asked Brian. He looked at Timothy sternly. Do you think it's appropriate for you to come here? Do you think you can bend the law for your personal interests? Brian, I think you've misunderstood, Timothy said, attempting to explain. You thought you would come here and offer your own advice, right? Asked Brian. He walked up to Alex with his hands behind his back. So you're Alex, he said, his face devoid of expression. What's the matter? You've gotten yourself in trouble, and now you want my brother to get you out of it? Well, let me tell you, you'll have to solve your problems by yourself. Don't get other people into your mess. Alex laughed. What do you know? Who are you anyway? I'm a forensic medical examiner, replied Brian. Since you're a doctor, I think I should advise you and also advise my brother. I don't need your advice, thank you, replied Alex. You're a doctor involved in a murder case, Brian pointed out, his lip curling with contempt. And now you're trying to pull Timothy into your mess? I wouldn't allow it. You've misunderstood me, Alex said, spreading his hands. I didn't get Timothy involved. You're still arguing? Asked Brian, frowning at Alex. He couldn't believe Alex had had the audacity to ask Timothy for help. If Timothy hadn't been involved, Brian would have asked the police to investigate Alex for any previous offenses. I'm not arguing, Alex said. I simply asked Timothy to make sure the witnesses don't get bribed to change their testimonies. Brian scoffed at him and didn't ask for details, believing Alex was simply making up excuses. Aside from Timothy, who else will believe you? Don't ask my brother to get involved. Brian, Alex didn't ask me to help him, Timothy said. It's my duty to find out the truth and not let an innocent man be wrongly charged. Brian ignored him, keeping his eyes on Alex. Do you expect him to sort out your mess and then get into trouble? You're good at committing crimes, so I don't think you can claim ignorance of the law. You can't use that excuse with me. I'll do everything in my power to make sure Timothy doesn't get involved in your case. I'll write to all relevant departments if necessary. Tamara and the other officers smiled. Brian had influence over his brother, so if he could stop Timothy from getting involved in the case, Alex would be under great pressure. Although Brian wasn't involved in this matter, no one underestimated his power to put someone in their place. Episode 614, Riley's Trap. Timothy felt a little embarrassed by his brother showing up. He obviously didn't agree with him, but to keep the peace, he told Brian he would stay away from Alex. Alex didn't really care. It didn't matter to him whether the two brothers helped him or not. If he wanted to get out of prison, he could. But he wanted to stay and discover his enemies' plots and lure them out of their hiding place. After Brian and Timothy had left, Tamara brought Alex some breakfast. She resumed the interview, but this time her tone was polite. Regardless of Timothy's support, it was clear Alex had plenty of important contacts. They didn't dare offend him, lest someone with more authority than Timothy showed up to help. Alex didn't argue with them. He simply told them yet again that Michael had committed suicide in order to frame him for murder. Although Tamara and the other officers thought it was ridiculous, they wrote it all down in detail. That afternoon, Riley and Louisa were riding horses at the equestrian center. Louisa had regained her health and was as beautiful as ever. So, Brian's a friend of your father? Asked Riley. Yes, replied Louisa. When Brian found out that Timothy had visited Alex and wanted to help him, he went there to stop him. I just received news that Timothy was sent away and wasn't allowed to get involved in Alex's case. And without Timothy's support, it'll be difficult for Alex to get away with it. You shouldn't let Brian get involved either, Riley said. Louisa was stunned. What do you mean? If he doesn't get involved, then Timothy will step in and help Alex. And he has the power and authority to protect him. I want to ruin Timothy too, Riley said simply. It doesn't bother me that Timothy might bend the law to help Alex. If he does that, I'll be able to drag him into it too. Anyone who gets involved in this case will be ruined. But now that Timothy's been told not to get involved, that's less likely to happen. Louisa thought about it for a moment and then nodded. Perhaps we've been a little rash. Not only that, said Riley as he stared into the distance, Brian is well respected in Baltimore. With his background and ability, he has a lot of influence on the public. He's not just a puppet working for your family. He's also an iron-fisted man with authority. If you let him get involved in the case, he may go against your family's wishes whenever he sees fit. He frowned. He's restrained Timothy from helping Alex and doing anything wrong. But at the same time, he's stopped us from making any moves. Timothy is keeping an eye on Alex, so he'll probably do everything in accordance with the regulations now. And that means we can't change the existing witness testimonies. Louisa thought it over and then gave him a wry smile. Brian was the only person in authority working with the police who was loyal to her father. She knew a lot of people respected him, and many people even regarded him as someone who could help keep Jeremiah in balance. Brian also respected Jeremiah's opinions. Louisa wasn't particularly surprised by Michael's death, because she knew about his secret problem, but she was still extremely sad. Not only was her brother dead, but she had now lost any chance of getting close to Alex. She'd always thought Alex was special, and she'd been attracted to him. But now they were enemies. "So what's next?" asked Louisa. "Do you have any other plans?" "You mean for Alex?" asked Riley. Louisa nodded. "Yes. I want this all over. I don't want him to be able to cause any more trouble." Riley remained silent. "I see Lindsay accepted your offer," Louisa said, feeling a pang of jealousy. "It seems that she really wants to help Alex." "That woman's really strange," replied Riley, his expression cold. "It's obvious she has feelings for Alex. At my suggestion of committing perjury, she accepted it, almost without any hesitation." "What a silly little girl," remarked Louisa, shaking her head. "She's very naive." "Well, I've set a trap for her," said Riley, "and it's a very good one. She'll walk right into it before she has any idea something's wrong." Louisa frowned. "Well, I hope she dies a miserable death." "Now, this is Charles Marvel's daughter we're talking about," Riley reminded her. "She's a smart woman." He shrugged. "But she can also let her feelings get in the way. Especially when it comes to Alex, she's more likely to lose her mind. It's hard to believe just how much she's willing to risk for him." Riley had done his homework on Lindsay, and he had known exactly how to manipulate her. "She's even willing to break the law in order to save him," he said, smirking. "But we can't underestimate her intelligence. She's just desperate right now, and she can't see clearly enough to guard against me." Louisa sighed and then remarked, "She really is an interesting woman." Riley's eyes twinkled. "She's like a rabbit. In your field of vision, within your reach, there's no barrier between you both. But as soon as you reach out, it jumps away. I can see her, but I can't catch her." There was a hint of pain in his voice. "But I'm sure she'll run into my arms in the end." Louisa smiled. She had long thought that Riley had pursued Lindsay to use her as a chess piece to get at Alex. But now she realized Riley's interest in Lindsay was more than just using her as a pawn. He seemed to have deep feelings for her. Episode 615, The Protest. Louisa changed the subject. "So, you don't think it's a good idea for Brian to be involved in the case?" she said. "What'll we do then?" Riley didn't say anything. "Riley, don't you think we're being a little too cautious?" she asked. "Although Brian is a person of authority and is impartial, he's also very loyal to my father." "I think it's better not to do anything for the time being," replied Riley. "Both Brian and Timothy are watching the situation closely. It wouldn't be wise to carry out my plan now. but that doesn't mean we should just sit idly by. It was cold and wet the next morning, and the shops opened slightly later than usual, but Kendall still opened the clinic on time. Alex had sent a message that she should open the clinic no matter what happened to him, and she was determined to carry out his wishes. The doctors had arrived early and were getting ready to see patients. There was quite a lot of damage done to the clinic from the truck incident, but Kendall and Sophie worked hard to get it up and running again. They had replenished all the medicine that had been destroyed, and they were ready to get started. Just as the doctors began to see their patients, they heard a commotion outside. When they opened the door to look, they saw a large group of people gathered outside. They all wore bandages around their heads and were walking toward the clinic. A moment later, they started unrolling banners and holding them up. Each banner was more than 5 meters long, and the words "Justice for Michael" were written in red ink. The protesters stood in front of the clinic and started chanting, "Justice for Michael! Close down the Woodside Clinic!" There were also a few people crying as they held up posters of Michael. Louisa stood in the middle of the crowd with her head wrapped in a bandage, and she was weeping. It was clear she had arranged the protest. Kendall grabbed a kitchen knife in case there was any trouble. Before long, passerby gathered around and reporters and photographers arrived. Reporting the incident in the media would not only result in calls for the Woodside Clinic to be shut down, but it would also vilify Alex. "Close down the Woodside Clinic," chanted the protesters. Furious, Kendall started brandishing the knife at them. "Get away from the clinic," she yelled. "I will kill anyone who comes close." She was so angry that many of the protesters retreated. "Kendall, don't be so impulsive. Put the knife away," pleaded Sophie, holding her back. "Otherwise we'll get even more negative press." "Reasoning with them is useless," Kendall said. "The only way to get rid of them is to threaten them." "We shouldn't resort to violence, lest it causes more trouble for Alex," said Sophie. Seeing Kendall retreating, the protesters walked forward and called out, "The owner of the clinic kills people and yet you still support him. You're all corrupt." "Can a doctor be a murderer?" "The doctors in this clinic must be killing their patients." "Close down the clinic." "Alex is a murderer. Justice for Michael." Sophie and the other doctors looked at one another and started forming a human chain in front of the clinic. "Alex is not a murderer," Sophie shouted. "He was wrongly accused. Get away from the clinic." Patients who had come to see the doctors at the clinic were blocked by the protesters and couldn't get in. Annoyed, they started remonstrating with the protesters. Many of them had heard what had happened to Alex through Kendall, and they believed her. Michael had not only continuously sought to cause trouble at the clinic, he had also arranged for someone to ram into the clinic the other day, resulting in Celeste being badly hurt. They understood why Alex had been upset and had gone to hold Michael accountable for it. They decided they had to protect the clinic. After all, if it closed, they wouldn't be able to get treatment. The group of patients rushed toward the protesters to stop them from entering the clinic. At first, they thought the crowd consisted of members of the Murdoch family, but apart from Louisa, they didn't recognize any of them. The protesters reacted quickly and yelled that they would demolish the clinic to avenge Michael and his family. The two sides started blustering and pushing one another back and forth. Photographers took pictures and reporters broadcast the disturbance. After hearing about it on social media, many more patients rushed to the clinic to help. Within an hour, hundreds of people had gathered outside the Woodside Clinic. Louisa sneered as she watched this situation. "We need to make things as chaotic as possible," she thought. "Eventually they'll have to close the clinic." "Avenge Michael Murdoch and close down the clinic," shouted one protester. "Death to Alex!" shouted another. As soon as Louisa gave the signal, the protesters rushed toward the clinic. As a result, a fight broke out and several patients were pushed to the ground. The atmosphere became tense, and the situation quickly got out of control. Patrol officers were called to the scene to deal with the dispute, and they tried to separate the two groups, but were unsuccessful. Suddenly, the group of protesters started picking up stones and hurling them toward the clinic. Episode 616, Fires and Evidence. A series of stones and other projectiles smashed the windows of the clinic. Out of nowhere, flames sprang up, and black smoke started to billow out of the windows as fire hissed and burned. Waves of heat poured out of the building. Soon, panicked voices cried out, "It's on fire! Help! It's going to burn! Run! It's illegal to set fires in public!" The scene was chaotic. Kendall worked to put out the fire as onlookers yelled around her, shouting at people to flee. Louisa and her supporters slipped back and disappeared into the crowd of onlookers. No one knew who called the police, but suddenly they arrived, calling for order and arresting people. No one was allowed to leave until they had been questioned. The police felt the need to interfere because, while peaceful protests and demonstrations were acceptable, fighting and arson were different matters entirely. Those were serious crimes. Almost at the same time, a luxury car slowly drove up the gate of the Murdoch mansion. The house had an air of mourning about it. Black wreaths and ribbons were hung on the doors and windows, and the grounds were quiet, except for faint cries coming from within the home itself. As the car pulled up to the gate, a security guard stepped out, arm wrapped in a black cloth, and waved at the car to stop. He said, "No visitors are allowed today. The family's in mourning." The window of the car rolled down, revealing Lindsay Marvel's delicate face. "Inform Mr. Murdoch that I'm Charlie Marvel's daughter, Lindsay. I've come to make a deal with him." Michael's death had aroused a strong backlash in the Murdoch family. After all, the death of an heir always encouraged others to vie for new positions of power. But Michael's father, Jeremiah, had not publicized the matter, and he had not personally presided over Michael's daily affairs. It was strange that Stephen had taken charge and insisted the family members keep up their appearances. Some people said it was because Michael had an incurable disease. The Murdoch family had known Michael wouldn't live much longer, so his loss had not exactly been unexpected. Some people had said Michael's reputation in Baltimore was so bad that Jeremiah avoided even visiting his son. 10 minutes later, Lindsay walked into the Murdoch mansion. The house was subdued and the atmosphere was oppressive. She left her bodyguard in the entry hall and then walked into the parlor, where a feeling of grief and anxiety was in the very air. She walked up to Jeremiah, whose face was wrinkled and pale. He had a glint of sadness in his eye, and his expression was one of stoic pain. She had met him before and remembered he had had a kind-looking smile. But now that smile was gone and his face was grim. What Lindsay didn't know was that in addition to grieving for his son, Jeremiah had just received a phone call from one of his subordinates. The people he had sent to make trouble at the clinic had escalated the situation and had grown violent, even starting a fire. As a result, they had all been arrested by the police. In his mind, he scolded the group of idiots for not being able to get a simple job done. He had hoped to garner support and sympathy for his family, not hostility or undesirable public opinion. After all, this kind of thing was too sensitive to bungle. When he saw his unexpected guest approach, he cleared his thoughts and turned to Lindsay. Originally, although Lindsay was a young lady from a prominent local family, he had not thought to involve her in his family's matters. But Lindsay was an important person, and Jeremiah had prompted Stephen to invite her to meet him secretly. Lindsay greeted him and offered her condolences. "Mr. Murdoch, I'm sorry for your loss. Michael was a well-known and influential person. I hope you keep him in your memories." "Thank you for your concern. What can I do for you?" Jeremiah had obviously investigated Lindsay, but he gave no indication of having done so. "I want to clear Alex's name," she said, both calmly and respectfully. "I hope Alex and the Murdochs can become friends." Jeremiah laughed and said, "Miss Marvel? That's ridiculous. You know how Michael died. Now, how Mr. Ambrose dies is beyond my control. You only need to obey the law. You're not powerful enough to make any sort of deal with me. How can you be so naive?" "Yes, sir," Lindsay said, staring boldly at him. "I know I may seem very abrupt and naive, but I'm afraid there is a serious choice you must make. As long as you don't secretly put pressure on the police station, Alex could be found innocent and freed, correct?" "You're a fool," he said. "Do you even know what you're talking about? Alex killed my son, and yet you want me to not press charges? Are you crazy or are you playing with me?" Jeremiah scoffed and shook his head. "What's more, I haven't blamed you for that dinner party fiasco. Do you think I'm weak and can just be deceived so easily?" "I have not called you weak, and I'm not trying to deceive you," Lindsay said, her expression remaining calm. She ignored Jeremiah's anger as she went on. "I simply have proof that you're powerful. Too powerful, in fact." While she talked, she pulled out a stack of materials from her purse and threw them onto the desk beside him. Her eyes were drawn to the papers as they spread out before him, and his eyelid twitched as he pursed his lips. The materials included written documents and photographs. He knew what they were and what they could mean. The materials contained evidence of the Murdoch family's dark business dealings and history. If they were handed over to the law, the whole family would suffer dire consequences. Jeremiah breathed heavily, and then he finally turned to look at Lindsay with both anger and grudging respect. However, he maintained his air of angry dominance as he asked, "What do you mean by showing me these papers? Do you think you can frighten me with old documents and photographs?" Lindsay remained silent. He squirmed. "What do you want? Money?" She shook her head. He was impressed by her ability to find out so much about his family. There was information there that had been so carefully covered up that even he didn't know where she could have gotten it from. "Where did you get all this?" he asked. "I have friends in high places," Lindsay smiled. In fact, when she had woken up that day, she had found the papers waiting for her. They had arrived via express delivery. She didn't know who had sent them or who was trying to help Alex, but she didn't care. She knew she had the power and support from others to help him. She was not alone in this fight. Episode 617, The Truth Will Be Revealed. "I think, Mr. Murdoch, you should know the significance of these materials to your entire family," Lindsay said, smiling at him. "There's an old saying that keeping the peace is the most important thing. If Alex's life was not in danger, then the people behind this would not have made such a bold move against you." Jeremiah raised his eyebrow. "How do you intend to use these documents against us?" Lindsay ignored the question and said, "All this information has revealed some interesting things about you. For example, I heard that a person who didn't give you support mysteriously died in a car accident. His 2 sons gave you a lot of trouble, but couldn't get enough evidence, so you thought it was over. Well, I happened to find the driver who caused the accident, and I also happened to discover the whereabouts of the deceased man's sons." Lindsay paused for effect and then went on. "I don't know if you want to meet with them or not. I can set up a dinner party and let everyone sit down and have a good chat." She glanced down at the papers and said, "Oh, and here's another thing. I have some evidence here that you really like one of your office assistants. Someone has sent me some photos of the 2 of you in a rather, shall I say, personal encounter. I believe the office assistant is the daughter-in-law of Director Abbott. I'm afraid that if the director found out about what had happened between you and his daughter-in-law, he probably wouldn't think very highly of you in the future, would he? Would you rather I tell him, or will you?" Lindsay kept her voice calm, and even throughout her revelations, but she was happy to see Jeremiah was sweating. He hadn't expected Lindsay to dig so deeply and ruthlessly into his secrets, and he felt like he had been completely exposed. If any of the information she had presented to him got out to the public, he and his family would be finished. "Miss Marvel, I must say that I'm impressed by what you've presented here today," Jeremiah said, trying to sound calm. "Alex would be impressed by you." Lindsay's tone was of indifference. "Alex and I have no relationship. I'm simply pursuing the truth about your son's death." "Do you mean that Alex did not kill my son?" Jeremiah asked. "You believe the rumor that Michael sought his own death?" "Yes," said Lindsay. Jeremiah's eyes were cold, and his hands clenched tightly as he stared at her. "What do you think you can accomplish by speaking ill of the dead?" "As I said, I only seek the truth." She took out another folder of papers and placed it in front of him as she said, "I managed to get my hands on Michael's medical file. He had terminal cancer and was approaching the final stage of his illness. He didn't have much time left. I was wondering why Michael was prepared to die just to frame Alex. When I saw this report, I had the answer. He had a grudge against Alex, and it's not surprising that, in his last moments in life, he took the opportunity to attempt to destroy him." Lindsay paused to study Jeremiah for a moment. "I can see by the look on your face that you're upset and feeling conflicted," she said quietly. "I just want to know the truth so that an innocent man can go free. So far, you've stayed quiet, and I can only assume that what you've said here is the truth. You knew your son was going to die, so why deny it?" "So you think Alex has been wronged, and you believe this medical report is enough to clear his name of all wrongdoing?" Jeremiah said. Lindsay shook her head. "This report's not hard evidence. It can't be used to clear Alex." Jeremiah sneered. "Then why even show it to me? If you have no evidence, then what are you looking for?" She looked at him bluntly. "But you do have the evidence." "What do you mean?" he asked suspiciously. "My son is dead, and you think I have evidence of how he died?" "Yes," Lindsay said calmly. "Michael may have been a player, but he was not a fool. Being the pleasure-seeking man he was, he cherished life more than most people did. Under normal circumstances, he would likely have tried to hang on to life as long as possible. After all, he had set up an insurance policy that promised huge benefits." "He can't enjoy the benefits as a dead man," Jeremiah pointed out. Lindsay's expression was very serious. "Maybe he can't enjoy them, but his beneficiaries, the Murdoch family, can." "You're making a fool of yourself by speculating," Jeremiah said fiercely. Besides, even if Michael had set up a policy with his family's beneficiaries, why wouldn't he have told me, his own father? If I had known, I would have stopped him. I would have liked to have more time with him. Lindsay stayed calm in the face of Jeremiah's anger. To you, the most critical reason to stay quiet is that you don't want to admit he could have jumped, she said. There's no way Michael wouldn't have taken advantage of that situation with Alex. He had his policy, and whether Alex pushed him or not, he would look guilty. It was a clever plan. Michael had hated Alex deeply, so his suicide had needed to look like an act of murder. However, the people behind it all must have been promised rich rewards. Otherwise, Michael would not have committed suicide, even if he had only a short time left to live. I think it must have been Stephen who persuaded Michael to frame Alex for murder, Lindsay said. These words hit Jeremiah like a ton of bricks. He froze for a moment before bursting out laughing. He gave Lindsay a thumbs up. You have a fine imagination, I'll give you that. But an imagination's all you have. You have no evidence. I hope you aren't too disappointed. He stopped laughing and sat back. Those things you've just accused me and my family of doing could hurt my reputation, but they can't destroy me. But know this, I would risk far, far more to take Alex down. It'd be worth it. Everyone knows you sent people to demonstrate at the entrance of the wellness center today, Lindsay said. The crowd rioted, the clinic was set on fire, and several people were injured. You're being investigated. Jeremiah suddenly raised his head and looked at her calmly. I told you we didn't want any of this, but Alex pressed us. I don't really care if the authorities are watching me. I abide by the law and don't make trouble. If I tell them what I know... Lindsay trailed off meaningfully. Then she said, 30 years ago, your father had to contend with accusations of murder. I wonder if he could survive that now if those accusations came back into the light. There's nothing left to prove about anything, including about Michael, Jeremiah said, shrugging. He was cremated last night. I have plenty of evidence, or at least enough information that is suspicious, Lindsay said. So I'll go to the police and tell them everything. I'll tell them about Michael's disease. I'll tell them about an email that contains his personal confession and a recording, which shows that 3 days before the conflict between Michael and Alex, he had secret talks with others about his plans to retaliate against Alex. The police will investigate and determine that his fall from the building was suicide. Alex will go free. On the second day after Lindsay had visited the Murdoch mansion, she began reporting the information one piece at a time to her mysterious superior. Episode 618, Horsing Around. Lindsay stood in the front of the French windows on the 13th floor of the high-rise, and she looked out over the prosperous city of 20 million people. After all that had happened, she felt like she had matured. Of course, she knew she hadn't acted alone. The mysterious power behind her actions had guided her every step. The mysterious agent was so powerful, he had driven Jeremiah out of the country. She knew people were talking about her. She had heard all the gossip. Lindsay surprised me. She uncovered Jeremiah's darkest secrets and used them as evidence to free Alex. I underestimated her. I always thought she was this helpless and weak person. Now I know better. It's a pity Jeremiah and his wife ran away. People heard the talk and repeated it. Riley Naismith heard it too, and it made him worried. He hadn't thought Lindsay was stupid, but he still admitted he had been careless in his assessment of her. Riley stood behind Lindsay as she stared out the window. After a time, She turned to him and asked, "By the way, did Ferdinand Thornton catch any of the flack from all this?"
"As far as I know, he and Jeremiah are the only pawns behind other powerful forces," Riley said.
Although the Thorntons were also a well-known family in Baltimore, Alex had hurt them badly. However, Lindsay still didn't think that they had the prudence, strength, or courage to continue their fight with Alex.
"No, Ferdinand seems to have gotten the message and he's lying low for the first time," Riley said. "Some say he left for the seaside. Some say he went into the mountains."
"Son of a bitch, he sure fled quickly," Lindsay said. "Hopefully people will pay more attention to his movements. In any case, he's already a fugitive. Once he reappears, he'll be caught immediately." Riley nodded his agreement. "All right," Lindsay changed the topic. "How's Alex doing? Has he been released yet?"
"No," he said. "The clinic has asked for him to be released on bail, but Brian made sure it didn't happen. He said that if they had found Alex innocent of murder, he had still hurt a lot of other people. Alex won't be released until the case is settled."
Lindsay narrowed her eyes slightly as she continued to look out the window of the building. "When the dust of this case settles, Alex may not be able to go back to the Woodside Clinic." She paused and then shook her head. "Brian is not a member of the legal system, but he has great influence and meddles in everyone else's business. In fact, he's not a bad man, but he's somewhat pedantic. He's good at everything and he knows it. He'll be harder on his own family and his own people than on others." Riley nodded again.
"If Alex had nothing to do with Timothy, then his bail would have been approved."
"I agree," Lindsay said. "I don't think we can say anything about how we helped Brian take Jeremiah down this time. I don't think he would appreciate it." She took a sip of her coffee before going on. "Clearing Alex of his guilt was a test to see how he reacted. Now it's a waste of time." Lindsay sat on the couch and became lost in thought. Riley studied her. He had listened to all she had to say and he was concerned.
"I didn't realize she was so smart and committed," he thought. "Why, only a few days ago she was like an innocent bird, ready to leave the nest for the first time. What changed?"
He continued to watch her. She's still the same person, but she's acting like someone else. That must be it. She's putting on a brave face. Later that same day, Brian held several meetings, and once they were finished, he headed back to his office. He needed a drink. As he was pouring a glass of sherry, his door opened and he looked up to see his brother walk in. "What are you doing here?" he asked.
"I've come to talk with you about Alex," Timothy said.
"No way." Brian didn't want to speak to Timothy about the matter. "This doesn't concern you. I may be your brother, but I'm also your boss. Don't think you can just walk in here and try to tell me what I should do." He pointed to the door. "Get out." Timothy showed no signs of leaving. "The problem is that there's already evidence to prove Alex is innocent, and the injured bodyguards also voluntarily withdrew their lawsuit," he said. He saw his older brother's sour expression and continued. "Besides, the Murdoch bodyguards had weapons they used to attack Alex, and Alex's counterattack was just self-defense." Brian remained silent. "I'm only here because Alex and I are friends," Timothy said. "Are you simply worried about your reputation? You shouldn't be. Your nobility is based on the sacrifice of other people's legitimate rights. So, why do you—" "Timothy, what's with this attitude?" Brian interrupted grumpily. "You have no right to talk to me like this. I'm your big brother, and yet you're still challenging me in support of some outsider." Brian studied his younger brother coldly. Finally, he patted the desk and said, "I say again, this matter is settled. Alex will stay in custody." Before Timothy could respond, the office door burst open. A young man ran in and cried, "Sir, there's been an accident. Your daughter Haley was out riding her horse.
The horse got spooked and Haley took a fall." The young man swallowed nervously. "She was seriously injured and is in critical condition." Brian jumped up and ran out of the office, closely followed by Timothy and the young man. On the way, he asked what had happened. Earlier that afternoon, Haley had seen that the weather was fine, so she and some friends had gone to the Baltimore riding stables to relax and improve their riding skills. They had spent much of the afternoon racing each other. When they had been heading back to the stable, Haley's thoroughbred had suddenly spooked and started rearing and bucking. Haley had tried to hang on, but after a few moments, she had lost her balance and had been thrown to the ground. Then the horse had stumbled and fallen on top of her. After listening to the disturbing report, Brian didn't speak, but his eyes betrayed his worry. Timothy was also concerned. A fall from a horse was often bad, but to have the horse fall on the girl, that could only be a disaster. Half an hour later, they arrived at Baltimore General Hospital, where Haley had been admitted into the intensive care unit. Brian and Timothy stood outside the hospital room, looking in through the window. Haley lay in the hospital bed, covered in wires and tubes. She had been intubated and was on a breathing machine, and her face was pale and lifeless. Episode 619, Touch and Go. Although Haley's eyes were closed, her expression was less than composed. She looked uncomfortable. Brian was struggling. Timothy tried to offer support, but there was little he could do. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 doctors and other medical staff approached the two brothers. Leading the group was an arrogant-looking woman with a somber expression on her face. She was tall, beautiful, and wore gold-framed glasses. In any other circumstances, the brothers would have found her attractive. She introduced herself as Susan Ware, the administrator of the hospital. She was only in her 30s, but as she was already head of the hospital, it showed she was a capable leader. Baltimore General Hospital was one of the best hospitals in the city. Brian had always taken his family there whenever they had needed treatment, so he knew his daughter was in good hands. Susan held out her hand to Brian. "I'm glad you're here." She quickly introduced her colleagues, and then Brian got down to business. "Dr. Ware, how's my daughter? Is she going to be okay?" Timothy couldn't stay quiet either. "Please tell us the truth. Don't sugarcoat it." Susan's pretty face was dignified, but she couldn't hide her concern. "We've stopped the internal bleeding, but she's still in critical condition. The next 48 hours will be difficult. It could go either way." Susan didn't want to make any promises. Even though the hospital staff would do all they could for the girl, if something bad did happen, she didn't want to give the family false hope. "What?" Brian asked as his face paled. "Is it really so serious? Isn't this the best hospital in the city?" Brian's emotions got the better of him and he started to yell. "Are you trying to tell me you can't do anything else? I don't believe it. I'm one of the hospital's biggest donors. Don't tell me all we can do is wait and see." He shook his head. "She fell from a horse, damn it. That should be easy to fix." Anyone could see he was simply a father who was worried about his daughter. Susan was not at all insulted by his reaction. "I understand that you're worried," she said calmly. "We're doing everything we can, but her fall was bad, and the horse rolled over her. She has internal injuries, fractures, and a severe concussion. Right now, we're most worried about her ribs. She broke several of them, and one punctured her lung and is dangerously close to her main pulmonary artery. We need to get her stabilized before we can attempt surgery. If that rib shifts and hits the artery..." She trailed off. She took a deep breath and patted Brian's shoulder. She continued, "I've called in several pulmonary surgeons and experts to take care of her. Rest assured she will have the best care imaginable." One of the doctors in the group also spoke up. "We'll know more this evening at the very latest." "Don't give me that nonsense," Brian snapped. "Results. Give me results. No matter what happens, Haley must live. If anything happens to her, you'll all pay." He looked through the window again at his daughter. How hard can it be for such a large hospital with so many experts to save one young girl? Everyone stood quietly. Brian was a man of power, and when he was angry, it was best to stay silent. No one doubted his words. If his daughter died, he would make the hospital suffer. "Brian, I know you're angry and worried. We want to see her recover too," Susan said quietly. "But please understand, her injuries are severe. She is in the best hands. Please just give us some time." Brian wasn't moved. "Stop talking and do your job. I'm not one of the hospital's biggest donors for nothing. You wouldn't mind me to pull my funding, would you?" Susan and the others looked embarrassed, but they stayed quiet. Timothy grabbed Brian's shoulder. "Brother, listen to Dr. Ware. They'll do their best. That's all they can do, and it's all you can expect them to do. Why don't we go to the waiting room and sit for a while? They'll come to us when we know more." Brian took a long breath and looked back at his pale daughter once more. Then he nodded and followed his brother to the waiting room. Sitting down in the lounge, Brian raised his head and asked, "Where's my wife? Has anyone told her what happened yet?" "She went to Bethesda for an auction," Timothy responded. "I've already called her and she's coming back. It'll take her some time to get here, though." "Why did she go to an auction in Bethesda?" Brian wondered. He and his wife Hillary had a grudging respect for one another. They tended to live separate lives, but when it came to raising their daughter, they banded together. Timothy poured a glass of water for his brother and said, "Don't worry, she'll be here when she can. What matters now is that we figure out a way to help Haley." He poured himself a glass of water before going on. "According to the administrator, Haley's situation is very serious and complicated. Otherwise, she would have told us everything was fine. But the doctors don't seem very optimistic." He looked closely at his brother and said carefully, "The doctors here are great, but they may not be able to help her. Even if the experts they've called in may not be able to do much." "What on earth are you trying to say?" Brian asked impatiently. "What I'm saying is, why not let Alex come and have a look?" Before Brian could object, Timothy went on, "As far as I know, he is a medical and martial arts master, and he's well respected at that clinic of his. He has helped many people. I heard he helped that critically ill girl from Philadelphia, and he was entered in the top doctor competition. The man has some skills, and he might take a different approach than the doctors here would." Compared with his older brother, Timothy was full of confidence in Alex's skills and hoped that his brother would give Alex a chance. "You're only saying this so I'll let Alex go," Brian said, scowling. "To what extent have you been brainwashed by him? There is no way I would let that man treat my daughter." Brian looked at his younger brother's face and said with finality, "I tell you, no way! He's a quack! I'll place all my hopes on the doctors here at the hospital. If they can't help Haley, then I'll find other experts." "I wish you would just listen to me, brother," Timothy pleaded. "Just give Alex a chance. You don't have to release him. Just have him brought here to look at Haley." Brian shook his head obstinately. "No, Alex may have some medical skills, but I believe in the doctors here. They will save Haley. I'll never ask for help from Alex."
Episode 620, Expert Advice. Timothy sighed. He realized there was no way he could convince Brian to see what Alex could offer. Brian was the head of his department. He obviously felt he knew what was better for his daughter, which was understandable, if somewhat frustrating. Brian sat in the waiting room and waited for news about his daughter. Hours passed, and then, eventually, Susan Ware came into the room. Brian had been dozing, but when she came in, he sat up quickly and asked, "Dr. Ware, what news do you have?" "We can't wait any longer for Haley's condition to stabilize," she said. "She's started bleeding internally again, and her ribs have shifted closer to her pulmonary artery. We need to operate." Brian stared at her but didn't say a word. Susan continued, "If we don't do anything, she likely won't make it through the night. After consulting with dozens of experts, they all agree we need to open her chest tonight." She straightened her spine and said, "I'll do the surgery myself." "You're doing a thoracotomy?" Timothy asked, frowning in concern. "Isn't she too weak? Do you think you'll be successful?" Susan nodded. "I'm not saying it isn't a risky procedure, but at this point we have to do something." Brian stared at her as he asked, "What's the success rate of the operation?" Susan frowned, but answered honestly, "It's low. Her chances of making it through this surgery are less than 10%. Susan was worried about the procedure. She had performed it before, but only on patients who were in less critical condition than Haley was. But they had no choice. There were experts elsewhere who might have more experience with the procedure, but they were too far away. Besides, she felt the need to take charge of this particular patient. She didn't want to entrust the care of Brian's daughter to anyone else. "Her chances are really that low?" Brian asked, his hands shaking. He balled them into fists. "After all this time, after talking to so many experts, you can only say she has less than a 10% chance of surviving the operation?" Susan stood her ground. "I understand your concern, Brian. We've talked this over, and this is our best plan. I know you're dissatisfied, and that's understandable. However, threatening us with ruining the hospital is not going to help your daughter." Brian remained quiet for once, so she pressed her advantage and continued. "The complexity of Haley's injuries makes the risk of surgery much higher than that of other patients. Moreover, she also has congenital heart disease, making her at risk of sudden death due to cardiac failure. Her heart disease undoubtedly increases the difficulty of the operation. I'll be honest, even if she survives the surgery, she has a higher risk of post-operative complications." She sighed. "Look," she said with a note of frustration, "in the end it's up to you to decide whether to do this operation, but you must decide quickly." "This is ridiculous!" Brian shouted furiously, throwing his cup of water to the floor. He was tired of hearing Susan speak of his daughter's low chances for survival. Susan simply stared at him silently. "You're all useless," he grumbled as he ran his hands through his hair. His mouth felt dry, and he could feel his heart pounding in his chest while he gasped heavily. He stared back at Susan, an expression of indecision etched across his face. Until that moment, he had not accepted the seriousness of Haley's condition. Finally, he asked, "If you don't do the surgery tonight, what are her chances of making it until tomorrow?" "Nothing's a guarantee," Susan said cautiously. "She could make it through the night, but, Brian, Then continue to stabilize her condition for me," Brian interrupted. "I'm going to send for a miracle doctor." Susan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "In the meantime," Brian continued,
If there's any change in her condition, let me know." She nodded. The decision was his. Even though she had told him she had consulted with dozens of experts from around the country, if he wanted to ask for a second opinion, she couldn't stop him. She doubted that the other experts would say anything different, but she had to respect his wishes. "Very well," she said. "We'll do what we can to stabilize her. However, I suggest you ask your expert to hurry." Timothy, who had just returned from the bathroom, frowned when he heard the conversation. Then, when his brother turned to stare pointedly at him, he got the message. He turned and rushed from the hospital. Timothy sped to the police station. When he arrived, he hurried inside to the holding area. He had expected to have to ask the officers there to let Alex out of his cell. Instead, when he arrived, Alex was sitting in the middle of the room, surrounded by dozens of police officers. One by one, Alex was giving them exams and diagnosing their various ailments. Timothy stopped and stared at the scene. All the police officers were in awe of Alex. He had diagnosed cases of heart disease, liver disease, stomach disease, and conditions of the back and legs. The officers had all been too busy to visit their doctors, but now with a few simple needling techniques, Alex made them feel a lot better. Some only needed to take a few simple medicines. Others simply needed repeated acupuncture to be cured. Detective Knox was among those being treated by Alex. She had interrogated Alex when he had first come in, but now she trusted him with her life. Before Alex could start looking at his next patient, Timothy ran in and interrupted. "Alex, please," he begged. "I need your help." Alex smiled at Timothy as he said, "Why do you need my help? You're in perfect health." Timothy shook his head. "Not for me. It's for Haley. I need you to come to Baltimore General Hospital and help my niece." "I can't," Alex said. "I haven't made bail yet." Detective Knox and the other officers agreed. "Yes, Alex can't go anywhere." Timothy called out to Detective Knox, "I guarantee I won't let him out of my sight. If he escapes me, you can put me in jail instead." Before anyone could react, he grabbed Alex and took him to his car. Then they accelerated quickly away from the station. On the way, Timothy told Alex of the situation with Haley, the horse, and her injuries. Alex wasn't curious about Haley. When Timothy mentioned the riding stable, Alex immediately thought of Lindsay, who would also like to ride horses. He mused on how much she had grown up lately. "Hey, Alex, are you listening?" Timothy asked, breaking into his thoughts. Alex looked at him. He didn't care much about Brian. The guy was a jerk, but he did like Timothy. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the hospital. Timothy didn't take Alex to see Brian. Instead, he took him to the intensive care unit. He then told him about the injury and gave him the medical records and x-rays to examine. Finally, Timothy looked at the other man and said, "Alex, I know my brother's been hard on you and has made you suffer a lot of grievances. I'm sorry for that, even if he isn't. Please, don't let that stop you from helping Haley. She's a sweet girl. Please save her." Alex continued to study the records for a few moments longer and then looked at Timothy. "I like you, but your brother's a jerk. I don't want to see or talk with him." "You don't have to right now. Please look at the patient first." Timothy indicated the hospital room. "Do you think you can help her?" After scanning the photos, Alex walked in and touched Haley's head, and then he took her pulse. Finally, he nodded and said, "Sure." Episode 621, The Only One. Timothy cheered up. "How sure?" he asked. 100%, Alex replied quietly. The door behind them opened, and Brian and Susan came into the room. "You've got a lot of nerve, Timothy," Brian said. "How dare you go against my orders and vouch for the suspect?" "Alex has already met his bail conditions," Timothy said. "According to the proper procedure, he should have been out a long time ago. You've been too harsh on him. Besides, the most important thing is that he can save Haley." Susan looked at Alex. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Absolutely," Alex said, nodding. "That's a pretty bold assessment," Susan said. "We have 20 medical experts working on the best possible treatment plan, and we give her no greater than a 40% chance. Yet you, a complete unknown, claim to have abilities beyond those of our greatest medical experts." Although she would have liked someone else to take over the responsibility of Haley's case, she felt Alex was deliberately mocking her and her team. "If you were that good," she said, "wouldn't I have heard of you?" Alex sighed and said, "No, I keep a low profile." Susan laughed dismissively. "Tell me then," she said, "what kind of operation will you perform? Will you go for an ordinary suture or mattress suture?" "I don't need to open her up," Alex said. "I can use acupuncture." "That's ridiculous," Susan said. "How could acupuncture treat an injury like this?" "If you don't understand," Alex said, "then don't pretend you have all the answers." Susan folded her arms across her chest. "I don't know how you managed to talk your way in here," she said, "but we are medical professionals and your tricks won't work on us." She turned to Timothy and Brian and said, "This boy is a liar. He can't cure Haley at all. Don't let him mess you around." Susan's experts echoed her sentiments. In addition to Alex being too young, Haley's injuries were complex, and even the most experienced doctors were struggling with them. What could Alex possibly do? Timothy said, "Listen, Brian, Alex is—" "Shut up," Brian said, rudely interrupting his younger brother. "I won't let Alex get involved without Susan's approval. I don't have faith in his medical skills, and I don't believe a criminal suspect would go around saving people out of the goodness of their heart." Of course, there was another reason. He was afraid he would be criticized for releasing Alex just to save his daughter, and he didn't want the two events linked. He looked at Alex and said, "Timothy has tried to save you. Today I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and release you from custody. But mark my words, if there's any trouble from you before the case is over, you'll go straight back behind bars. You're not invincible just because you have some basic medical skills. Remember, there's always someone better than you." He turned impatiently to Timothy and said, "Get him out of here. The doctor I called will be here any minute." "Can't you listen to me for once?" Timothy demanded. "We can trust Alex." "Out!" Brian barked. Susan stared at Alex. "You need to leave," she said. "Brothers shouldn't be fighting because of you." "I didn't even want to come here," Alex explained, "because I don't like you very much." He motioned to Timothy not to fight for him anymore. Then he looked at Brian calmly and said, "You are far too arrogant. I came to save Haley for Timothy's sake. Now you want to drive me away? So of course I won't stay." He looked at Timothy and shrugged. "We tried our best," he said. Timothy whispered, "Alex, don't go yet." Then, seeing Alex's resigned expression, he added, "I know you've done your best for Haley. It's not that you don't want to treat her, it's that they won't let you." Brian said, "You don't have to worry about who's to blame for anything, just get out." Susan looked at Alex with contempt. She thought his performance was laughable. "This is your last chance," Alex said calmly. "I can save Haley and heal her injuries. I may be the only one in the country who can. But I'm leaving now. I hope you won't regret it, Brian." "Regret?" Brian asked. "I regret nothing. Do you really think you're the only one who can save her? That you're a medical genius? Now who's being arrogant? In addition to Susan and her colleagues, I've invited other doctors to see Haley, and I'm sure they're far superior to you. Brian couldn't bear to listen to any more of Alex's boasting. The real experts were cautious and realistic about Haley's injuries, but Alex seemed to be behaving as if he could cure her purely with his belief in himself. A nurse ran in with a look of excitement. "The miracle doctor is coming," she said. Brian was ecstatic. Sure, now his daughter would be saved. He had pulled out all the stops to arrange for the best doctor in the country to come and treat her. "Are you still here?" Susan asked Alex. "Why are you so determined to make a fool out of yourself?" Timothy was about to lose his temper, but Alex pulled him to the door before he could react. They went out with Brian to meet the approaching group. A bald old man and his assistant came around the corner and walked toward them. When he saw Alex, he was clearly taken aback. He shouted joyfully, "Greetings, Doctor! What a pleasure it is to see you here!" Brian and Susan were stunned and had no idea how to react. How did the world-renowned medical expert Dr. Liam Fox know who Alex was? Alex was also confused. He didn't know the old man, so why was he so pleased to see him? Episode 622, Freedom. Alex was about to ask who the man was when another old man arrived with a young assistant. When he saw Alex, the older man's eyes lit up and he said respectfully, "Ah, Dr. Ambrose, what a pleasure it is to meet you." Brian and Susan were shocked once again. What was going on? How did Dr. Nick Simmons, another of the country's leading medical experts, know who Alex was? Before they could recover, they were approached by the equally respected Dr. Eli Short, who was even more excited to see Alex than the others had been. He trotted over and said, "Dr. Ambrose, why am I even here if you're already on the scene? I'm barely qualified to hand you your needles." Susan and Brian gaped in amazement. Alex had no idea how these people knew him, but he didn't greet them. He just nodded in greeting and walked into the elevator. Dr. Fox called out, "Take care, Dr. Ambrose." Brian and Susan finally pulled themselves together. "How on earth do you know Alex Ambrose?" they asked. Dr. Fox explained, "The miracle doctor of the Ambrose family is famous in medical circles." The doors of the elevator were about to close when Alex pressed the button to open them again. Then he stepped halfway into the corridor again and asked Dr. Fox, "Why are you treating me with such deference? What do you know about me?" "I'm a student of Dr. Cook's," Dr. Fox explained, his eyes full of admiration. "Of course I look up to you. I'm really lucky to see you." "Oh, I see," Alex said. "Dr. Cook was keen for me to mentor him, but I didn't officially accept him." Then he let the doors close, and the elevator started to descend. Dr. Fox and Dr. Cook were among the few true medical experts in the world, so Brian and Susan didn't know what to think. Brian wouldn't have dared to ask Dr. Cook to come and see his daughter. Of course, Susan knew how important Dr. Cook was in the medical field. Even taking a picture with him was an honor. That such an expert would want to learn from Alex didn't make any sense. What kind of extraordinary medical skills did Alex have? While Brian and Susan were still reeling, Alex walked out of the front doors of the hospital. No sooner had he stepped out into the sunshine than a luxury car roared up. The car window wound down to reveal the beautiful face of Lindsay Marvel. She was wearing a smart blue suit with her long hair tied up in a ponytail. Can I give you a ride? She asked, smiling at him. How did you know I was here? He asked, getting in the car. I've had people watching the police station since they arrested you, Lindsay explained. When Timothy brought you to Baltimore General Hospital, I thought of Haley's accident, and I guessed he was bringing you here to save her. So I came to check it out. How's the girl? As she turned the steering wheel and pulled away, she added, Presumably she's stable or Brian wouldn't have let you go. Unfortunately not, Alex said, relaxing into his seat. Timothy wanted me to save her, but Brian refused to let me do it and drove me out of the room. He's invited 3 famous doctors and feels they'll be enough to save her. He shrugged. But he also gave me my freedom. He chased you out? Lindsay asked with a laugh. With your medical skills, you're the best there is. That Brian is really something. He would rather let those 3 doctors treat Haley rather than allow you, the miracle doctor, to do it. Do you think those 3 doctors can really save her? Alex asked. Lindsay sighed and glanced at him. If they can't, then don't be surprised if Brian wants to take it out on you. I think I'm the only one who can save her, Alex said. But if Dr. Fox and the others work together, although they won't be able to heal her completely, they should be able to keep her alive for a week. If they ask me for help, I'll do what I can. But if Brian can't get over his misplaced pride, then there's not much I can do. Lindsay looked apologetic. Alex, I'm sorry, she said. He almost had you locked up for good. It's not your fault, Alex said. It's his arrogance that's the real problem. I'll contact him eventually. After all, he is the director of medicine. He changed the subject. By the way, I heard that you're the one who saved Haley. Lindsay smiled. Yes, I went to the race course to meet a big client this afternoon. When I came out, I noticed the track was dangerous and the rider was in danger, but I couldn't prevent the accident. Afterwards, I managed to get the horse off her and out of the way. I didn't know the girl was Brian's daughter. After all, she was wearing a helmet, so it could have been anyone. She shook her head, but it was nothing. I certainly didn't do it for Brian. I just did what needed to be done. She was incredibly casual about the whole thing. It was as if an earth-shaking rescue mission was nothing to her. You've changed, Lindsay, Alex said. You're no longer the young woman waiting for others to protect you. I know things have been tough on you recently. You don't need to praise me, you know, Lindsay said. It's just that everything you've done recently seems so out of character for you, he said. Who's guiding you? Where are you getting the power to mobilize Timothy and Brian, overthrow the Murdoch family, and work the case for me? Lindsay looked at the road in front of her and smiled. You're right. There has been someone helping me. I don't know who, but they were confident they could help you. I've done exactly what they said step by step, and I'm happy I've been able to do something for you. Why don't I know about this? Alex was confused. You don't know? Lindsay was surprised. He said you knew each other. Have you seen him? Alex asked, lost in thought. Who is he? How old is he? Episode 623, Top Doctor. I've never met him, Lindsay said, shrugging. He only ever contacted me by phone. How can you trust him if you've never met him in person? Alex asked. He sent all the information about Jeremiah by mail, Lindsay explained. In order to save you, I took a gamble and trusted he was a friend. Now it seems I was right to do so. Jeremiah is gone and you're free. Alex struggled to work out who might have been secretly helping him. Who had the power to do so much? He had many enemies and many friends, so he couldn't imagine who it might have been. Lindsay smiled and said, "Without the information I was given, I don't think we would have been able to clear things up with the police so easily. It really did change everything." "If I ever get the chance," Alex said, "I'll make sure to thank my mysterious friend." He looked at the dashboard and frowned when he saw a small whistle. "What's that?" he asked. Lindsay glanced at it. "Oh, they were giving those out at the race course. Apparently it can signal a horse to stop running. You can have it if you like." "I don't ride," Alex said, "so it's not much use to me." He stared at the whistle. What kind of race course gives away horse whistles, he wondered. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the Woodside Clinic. Alex got out of the car and was immediately surrounded by Kendall and the others. They hugged him and yelled with joy, and then they went for dinner to celebrate his safe return. "Kendall, thank you for all your hard work recently," Alex said over dinner. He already knew what had been going on at the clinic while he had been away. In his absence, Kendall had become the backbone of the new wellness suite, rallying people and maintaining general operations. Alex was grateful, but he also realized that sometimes suffering was the best teacher of all. Kendall, the cold-blooded killer, had become a loyal manager. It was not what he had expected to happen. "You've done an amazing job," he told her, "and I don't want you to worry. I'll help you and make you just as healthy as before." Kendall smiled and said, "It's okay. I'm happy just to stay here and help you. I've done some terrible things in the past, but I've changed thanks to you. You spared my life and you took me in. I'll be forever grateful for that, so don't worry about me. All I ask is that you treat Celeste when you have the time." She looked at Alex anxiously and added, "She's in the prime of her life, and I can't bear the thought of her being left with long-term injuries." Alex waved his hand. "You don't have to worry about that," he said. "I'll take good care of Celeste, but I'll also treat you." He frowned. Celeste was seriously injured, and her treatment is going to be expensive. I'm just not sure how we're going to pay for it all. Lindsay tapped her temple with a finger and said, "I know how we can get some money." Alex's eyes brightened. "How?" he asked. "By winning the Top Doctor competition," she replied. She held up her phone so Alex could clearly see the competition homepage and the words, "First prize, $1 million." Alex hadn't been interested in the competition at all when he had learned Dr. Isaiah Albrook had signed him up, but now he decided it might be worth taking part after all. It was a lot of money, which meant he would be able to take care of Kendall and Celeste. The competition was due to start in 3 days, so after Alex had gotten some sleep, he started to read up on all the details. The process was very simple. All the major districts and counties in the state carried out theoretical written tests and selected 100 people to participate in the state competition. The winner of the state competition would then be selected to participate in the national competition. The winner of the national competition received not only the honor of being the country's top doctor, but also the cash prize. It had countless people rubbing their hands in anticipation. Alex flipped through the pages and discovered that nearly 1,000 people were taking part in every city in the country. No matter how many people actually got as far as the examination room, there was clearly a huge amount of enthusiasm for the contest. Knowing he was going to have a theoretical examination, Alex began to study hard. He wanted to make sure he had as broad an understanding of traditional and alternative medicine as possible. As for whether Brian would ask for help or not, and who the mysterious friend was, Alex put it all out of his mind for the time being. Kendall and the others didn't disturb him. They even kept the hospital in order, so Alex could concentrate on his preparations. Debbie had been very busy. and Alex had managed to conceal all the recent twists and turns from her. She had her studies and business matters to deal with, though they were less than before. But when she heard Alex was going to take part in the competition, she put aside all her work to help him. She came to cook for Alex, providing him with 3 nutritious meals a day so he would have all the energy he needed to study. On the 3rd day, Alex got up early, had breakfast, and prepared to leave for the exam. As soon as he got into the car, his phone started to buzz. He put on his headset and heard Timothy's voice saying, "Hi, Alex. I just wanted to wish you good luck for today." "Thanks," Alex said. It certainly wasn't a secret, but he was curious about how Timothy had found out he was taking part. "I'm sure you'll ace the state competition," Timothy said. "You could do it with one hand tied behind your back. The national level will be different, though. But as long as you don't underestimate your competition, the prize will be yours." He appreciated the vote of confidence. "Thank you for your encouragement," he said. Then he changed the subject. "By the way, how's Haley?" Timothy's tone changed. It was obviously hard for him to talk about his niece. "The doctors have worked together and her condition is improved," he explained. "She's out of immediate danger, but she still hasn't woken up. I tried to convince Brian that you should come and treat her, but he just can't bring himself to ask you." He sighed heavily and continued, "Dr. Fox will keep using a mixture of acupuncture and medication, and will leave the operation until her condition has improved a bit. They're experienced men and they're taking it step by step, but I think your treatment would be better." In the past 2 days, he had tried to talk to Brian several times. Unfortunately, his older brother would not be swayed. He didn't want anything to do with Alex. Episode 624, The Healing Powder. "Try not to worry too much," Alex said. "They should be able to stabilize her condition. Then when she's a little stronger, the surgery she needs won't be so risky. If you need to, you could always ask Dr. Cook to help. The team he leads is first class." "Brian has contacted Dr. Cook," Timothy said sadly. "But he's unavailable. He's been in the limelight so much recently and has achieved great things, but that means he's really busy." He then forced a smile and teased, "You're going to have to do your very best, Alex. Your apprentice's reputation is far better than yours." Alex laughed and said, "Don't worry, I'll soon be the top doctor." "Okay, I won't keep you any longer," Timothy said. "I have to deal with the Naismith family. A large pharmaceutical factory they own has developed a healing powder called Naismith Healing Powder. It's taken 70% of the high-end market in less than a month." He paused. "Riley Naismith is a black-hearted son of a bitch," he explained. "Every batch of his goods is auctioned off to the highest bidder at the gates of the factory. He's making a lot of money, but he cares nothing about the people who have to fight for supplies. People have been hurt. If I don't do something about it now, I might not be able to do anything later. Take care, Alex." After hanging up the phone, Alex didn't start the car immediately. He sat and thought about what he had just heard. Naismith healing powder? Riley seemed to know quite a lot about medicine. A crazy idea flashed through Alex's mind, and he sent a message to Lindsay, asking her to help to collect information about Naismith healing powder. Alex was sure Riley had something to do with what had happened to Michael, so he naturally wanted to take his revenge. After sending the text, Alex stepped on the gas and drove to the exam building. It was still before 8:30 in the morning, but the parking lot was almost full. There were people everywhere, many of whom were there to compete. Alex glanced around and estimated that at least 1,000 people were participating in the competition at that location alone. It was obvious the Top Doctor competition was a big deal. He was walking up to the entrance when he heard a surprised voice, soon followed by a waft of perfume. "Alex?" He turned to look back and saw several pretty women approaching him with playful smiles on their faces. The woman at the front was especially good-looking. She was wearing a white shirt with a long black skirt, and she was the source of the fragrance. He thought she looked familiar, but he couldn't place her. "What? Don't you recognize me?" she asked with a surprised smile. "It's Melissa." "Melissa?" he asked with uncertainty. Then he smiled, stretched out his hand and said, "You've changed. Long time no see." It's true that Melissa had once poisoned him, but he was happy to let bygones be bygones. After all, she had been tricked by others. She seemed to know she had been in the wrong and had always been ashamed whenever she had seen him and Debbie. "You recognized me, didn't you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Stop pretending. I don't believe you're here by chance. But why come to find me after all this time?" Alex stared at her in confusion. "What are you talking about?" he asked. "I'm here for an exam." She flipped her hair over her shoulder and stared at him. "Come on, you've always liked me, didn't you?" she asked. "I didn't believe it at the time, but I now know it was true. I've been avoiding you, but it seems you've been keeping tabs on me." Under the surprised gazes of her friends, she persevered. "Alex, I'll say it again, and for the last time, nothing can ever happen between us. You should give up. Don't waste any more time on me." Her friends felt sorry for her having to put up with all the unwanted attention from the ordinary-looking and unimpressive Alex. Melissa stepped forward and blinked up at Alex. "We're just friends, okay?" she said. "Melissa, you're seeing things that aren't there," Alex replied. "I'm here to apply for the Top Doctor competition. It has nothing to do with you, and I didn't even know you were here." He held up his application form and said, "And again, I don't have feelings for you, and I never have." For a moment, Melissa thought there must be something wrong with him. How could he stand there and lie so openly? But seeing the application form, Melissa and her friends had to accept that Alex had come for something other than her. Melissa quickly hid her embarrassment and shrugged. "You've never liked me?" she asked. "I don't believe it. I'm better than Debbie, aren't I? Apparently, you not only knew I was going to be here to take part in the competition, but you also insisted on sitting the exam with me. You know nothing about medicine, and yet you've come all the way to Baltimore to take a medical exam? That's not normal, Alex. You must be here for me." She smiled as if she had seen right through him. Alex was still puzzled. Melissa had studied singing and dancing, and yet she was now taking part in a medical competition. That was odd. If anything, he thought it more likely Melissa had deliberately signed up to see him. "I'm a doctor now," he explained. "As far as I know, you have no medical background. We're from two different worlds." "Let's go, girls," Melissa said with a wave of her hand. Then she led her friends off toward the exam hall. Alex was stunned. He knew the standards of the medical profession, and for Melissa, an art student, to suddenly become a doctor, there would have to have been some kind of miracle. It was all very strange. Episode 625, The Exam. Alex tried to put Melissa out of his mind as he made his way into the exam building. It was a large auditorium that could hold 2,000 or 3,000 people. There were more than 1,000 sets of desks and chairs in the auditorium,
already prepared with exam papers and dozens of cameras to monitor the participants. Alex looked around and realized he was one of more than 1,000 people looking for their seats. He turned and quickly found his place, seat number 700. To his surprise, Melissa and her friends were right in front of him. Melissa shook her head again, still convinced that Alex was after her. "Alex, are you still trying to say you're not here for me?" she joked. "Look at how close your seat is to mine. You must have spent a lot of money and used all your connections to arrange this." "I'm just here for the exam," he said calmly. "Take the exam then," Melissa said, smirking. "Do you know anything about medicine? In this test, there are 100 questions and 150 points. If you manage to get 50 points, I'll consider giving you a second chance. Otherwise, you'll need to leave me alone. Do we have a deal?" Alex frowned and said, "No deal, I'm not interested." A middle-aged man appeared on the stage. He picked up the microphone and signaled for the audience to be quiet. "Please be quiet," he said. "Turn off your phones, hand in your books, and get ready for the exam. You'll have 3 hours, after which the scores will be ranked from high to low. The top 100 candidates will progress to the next round." He took a deep breath and continued to deliver his prepared remarks. "Don't whisper or cheat in the examination, or you'll be disqualified and banned from taking the exam again for 5 years. Invigilation and examination of papers are all carried out by the State Medical Board. Medical examiners are responsible for invigilating, reviewing, distributing, and publishing the exam papers. Wayne Shannon will serve as the inspector responsible for reinspection, notarization, and complaints." As he spoke, more than a dozen men and women appeared behind him on the stage to greet the candidates. Wayne Shannon, the chairman of the Baltimore State Medical Board, was the most important figure among them. More than 1,000 people sat in silence, waiting for the exam to start. Melissa didn't bother with Alex anymore. She leaned forward in her chair and began to fill in her details. Alex calmed himself and picked up his pencil. Wayne and his colleagues soon left the examination room, but 5 or 6 people stayed behind. They looked around with their hands behind their backs, and they were clearly the examiners in charge. Alex felt a pair of eyes on him, and he looked up to meet their gaze. It was Dr. Troy Wilkinson. Alex hadn't expected to run into him here. Troy had almost killed Marianne with his incompetence at the Hellworld amusement park. After Melvin told him to leave, Alex had assumed he would never see Troy again. But here he was in charge of the exam. Alex quietly cursed how small the world could be sometimes. He caught the resentment on Troy's face and the cunning look in his eyes. However, he tried not to pay too much attention to him. Troy couldn't cause him any trouble in such a crowded room under such controlled conditions. "You may begin," Troy said. The candidates opened their papers to be faced with 100 questions on diagnosis, types of medicine, prescriptions, and many other medical categories. The questions were densely packed on each page. Out of the 1,000 people present, only 100 would make it through. It seemed like a lot, but it was still a 10-to-1 chance, and the questions were challenging. Melissa and her friends frowned when they opened their papers and skimmed through the questions. Alex took up his pen and began to write. For those who had studied properly, all the medical knowledge was within their grasp. It was just a matter of applying it. The examiners were very relaxed, as there were cameras all over the auditorium. The paper was a hard one, and the nature of the questions meant cheating would have been almost impossible. So after walking around for a while, they also picked up pencils to see how many points they could get. Alex finished the 3-hour paper in less than an hour. After that, he checked it and handed it in. Everyone was surprised. Alex was the first person to hand in their paper. Melissa and her friends had only made it about halfway through. Alex left the room, looking very relaxed, while they watched him with disdainful looks on their faces. They assumed Alex hadn't been able to answer any of the questions, so he had handed in his paper early. And by handing in the paper in advance, he knew he would attract Melissa's attention. Melissa was very disappointed. How childish of him, she thought, and what a waste of the entrance fee. Troy also watched Alex, believing he had handed in his paper early because he knew he would be unable to pass the exam. He swept it up off the desk and prepared to throw it into the marking pile. At the same time, he took a good look at it for the first time and he was stunned. It wasn't a blank paper. It was all done. What shocked him the most was that the answers he saw were all right. The only mistakes he could find were the ones Alex had corrected when he had checked his own paper at the end. How is this possible? Troy thought. The preparations for the exam had been extremely efficient. Not only had they arranged for enough staff to supervise, but they had also arranged for many doctors to participate in the marking process. Therefore, after the exam in the morning, the results would be ready for release later the same day. At 5 in the afternoon, Troy and the other invigilators were back on the stage of the auditorium, handing out the papers and revealing each candidate's score. Compared with the tension Melissa and the others were feeling, Alex was incredibly calm. The first 200 people had only scored between 70 and 80 points and had been ranked in the hundreds. Without any suspense, they were eliminated. The atmosphere became more oppressive. Luke Pym, 107 points, ranked 97th, the announcer said. There was a murmur from the crowd. Although the score wasn't the greatest, the rest of the candidates now knew the score they had to beat. Luke cheered. Bill Winan, 113 points, ranked 78. Lucy Richards, 108 points, ranked 93rd. As the students with good grades were read out, there were more cries of joy, which made the atmosphere a bit more celebratory. Melissa Kennedy, 130 points, ranked first. When her score was read out, the audience was shocked and they stared at her. She swaggered up to the stage to get her test paper as she glanced at Alex with unspeakable contempt. It took an hour for the test papers to be distributed. Finally, everyone had their results back except for Alex, who was left empty-handed. He stood up and said, "Excuse me, I haven't been given my paper. What was my score?" All of the eyes on the room were on him. Melissa sneered and said, "Your score was probably too low. Maybe the examiner is too embarrassed to give it to you. It's probably better if they don't announce it to the room. You'll only make more of a fool of yourself." A few of her friends and some of the nearby candidates laughed. Troy seemed to have been expecting Alex to speak up. His expression turned cold and he asked, "Alex, do you really not have any idea why your paper hasn't been returned to you?" Alex replied, "I have no idea. I just know that I took the exam, handed in my paper, and now I don't have a score." "You haven't had your paper back," Troy explained, "because the exam team suspects you were cheating." Episode 626, The 3 Questions. "Actually, it's more serious than that," Troy said, frowning. "It's not just cheating. I believe it's theft, which means it's against the law." Everyone looked at Alex in surprise. "I don't understand," Alex said calmly. "What do you mean?" "I'm not sure how you cheated," Troy said, "but this is a serious competition. And it's been designed to showcase the skills of medical professionals. If you stole the exam papers, that's a crime. He shook his head. The Top Doctor competition is extremely important, and if you're found to have cheated, the consequences will be severe. He turned to Wayne. Mr. Shannon, they're waiting for you in the conference room. Wayne nodded and left. Troy glanced back at Alex. Are you ready to confess? If you admit your guilt, then maybe we can let this matter go. Otherwise, I'll be forced to call in the authorities. He met Alex's gaze. So, did you cheat? Do you have any evidence that I've done anything wrong? Alex asked. How could you have achieved 100% if you didn't cheat? Troy asked, raising an eyebrow. You got full marks in every section, and the tests were exceptionally difficult. Even Mr. Shannon dropped some points. Of all this year's candidates, Melissa came first, and her score wasn't anywhere near as high as yours. And yet you claim there was no trickery? He curled his lips with contempt. You are a disgrace, and the medical board will not look kindly on this kind of behavior. Full marks? Melissa's jaw dropped open. Then she burst out laughing. That's not possible. Apparently, Alex isn't even bred enough to cheat properly. All he had to do was keep his score low enough to be believable. What an idiot. Alex had his doubts about Melissa's honesty. After all, her progress had been surprisingly rapid, so she had some nerve accusing Alex of anything. I got full marks because I knew the answers, he said simply. Alex, don't make things worse for yourself, Melissa said. Own up to what you've done. We both know you don't really understand medicine. Didn't you hear me? Alex asked. I didn't cheat. Besides, where do you think I got the answers from? I couldn't have stolen the papers in advance because the questions came from different examiners. No one had access to all the questions. He spread his hands. So even if I had stolen the papers from one person, how could I have gotten full marks on every section? It was the truth. None of the examiners knew the contents of the entire test in advance, and some of the questions had come from the state medical board. Troy was stunned, and so were all the other competitors. Alex was right. The accusations didn't make sense. If he had taken the exam papers, then surely the examiner would have reported it at the time. And if he had stolen from all the examiners, which he would have had to do to achieve full marks, then it was highly unlikely none of them would have noticed. That's what I want to know, Troy said, scowling at Alex. How did you steal all the answers without being discovered? Dr. Wilkinson, you're being ridiculous, Alex said, rolling his eyes. Why not just ask me a random question and see if I know the answer? If I don't, I'll say so. If I do, you'll have to admit my innocence. He glared at Troy. But do not publicly accuse me without evidence, or I'll make a complaint against you. Do you really want to take the risk? Melissa asked, feeling a little uncomfortable because she had cheated to win first place. You're just setting yourself up to be humiliated. Fine, Troy said, sneering at Alex. I'll give you a chance. I'll test you right here and now. He pulled out a piece of paper with 3 complicated questions written on it. They had been intended for the exam, but he had changed his mind and hadn't used them. Troy placed the paper on his desk at the front of the hall. Work here where no one can help you, he said smugly. You have 15 minutes to answer these 3 questions. If you succeed, then I'll accept your innocence. Alex didn't bother arguing. He simply sat at the desk, pulled out his pen, and started to write. Several examiners stood nearby, watching him to make sure he didn't look up the answers. Melissa smirked as she looked on, believing Alex would fail. Less than 5 minutes later, Alex stopped writing and said, I'm finished. In only 5 minutes? Troy asked skeptically. He must be some kind of genius. Then he glanced at the exam, and beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead. Alex hadn't even stopped to think it over, so Troy had assumed he had just been scribbling nonsense. and now he was shocked to realize Alex had succinctly answered each question. In fact, Alex had answered the patient's condition quickly and had described his reasoning in a clearer way than Troy had. It was incredible. The 3 questions had been about tropical diseases, and many experienced doctors had made mistakes in their diagnosis in these cases. Even those who had been correct had spent more than an hour working on it, and yet Alex had done so in 5 minutes. How did he do it? Troy wondered, staring at Alex in a daze. Is he really a medical genius? Oh, hell, I promised to admit his innocence, but how can I? I already told Mr. Shannon that Alex cheated. If I take it back now, I'll look like an idiot. No, I can't do it. Troy simply couldn't accept that Alex was gifted. So he grabbed the paper, scrunched it into a ball, and tossed it out the window. I knew he would fail, Melissa said, laughing. What a waste of everyone's time. Yeah, get out of here, someone called. He's a cheat, yelled someone else. To everyone watching, it appeared Troy had asked his questions, and Alex had failed to answer them correctly. Alex was stunned. How could Dr. Wilkinson do that, he wondered. It's absolutely shameless. Furious, he clenched his fists as he opened his mouth to challenge Troy. What's going on? Wayne asked, striding into the hall, followed by several members of the state medical board and some security guards. Be quiet, he called, looking round at the crowd. Now someone explain. Troy nodded to him and pointed at Alex. Mr. Shannon, Alex was unable to answer my questions. Alex, please come with me, Wayne said. Let's not disturb everyone else. We need to have a chat. If you refuse, we'll have to call the police, and then you can explain the matter to them down at the station. If news spread that Alex had stolen exam papers and had then failed Dr. Wilkinson's test, he would become a laughingstock and his clinic would suffer. The members of the medical board looked down their noses at him, clearly unimpressed with his conduct. Alex, enough is enough, Melissa said. This is serious, and you don't want to go to prison, do you? She shook her head. You went too far, and denying it now just makes everything worse. Your behavior is disgusting. Episode 627, Did I Cheat? Melissa hoped that by attempting to reason with Alex, she might make a good impression on Wayne and the others. Alex ignored Melissa and looked straight at Wayne. Mr. Shannon, I didn't steal the exam papers and I didn't cheat, so I won't leave. He frowned. Ask me a question right now and I'll answer it in front of everyone. If I can't answer, then you will have been proven right. But if I give the right answer, then I expect you to admit it in public and investigate those who have accused me. Melissa gaped at him, thinking he must have gone insane. He had already failed once, and yet he was volunteering to try again. Mr. Shannon, I just gave him 3 questions to attempt, but he didn't answer any of them correctly, Troy said quickly. His attitude is awful, and I don't see why we should waste any more time on him. Yes, Mr. Shannon, Melissa said. Angry Alex hadn't listened to her advice, given in. Alex used to be a student at Preston University in New York, but he wasn't studying medicine. He came here just to get close to me, so there's no need to test him again. She shook her head. Alex, I didn't want to tell on you, but it's gone too far, and I can't really protect you now. If you don't admit the truth, then the consequences will be really serious. Everyone stared at Alex, unable to believe he had gone to all this trouble just to chase after a woman. Troy laughed. Alex, are you prepared to give up this farce? Alex just looked at Wayne. I'm telling the truth. You'll know that as soon as I answer your questions. Wayne hesitated, unsure what to do. "Mr. Shannon, I think we can test him," Troy said thoughtfully. "The examiners have some spare questions that weren't used in the exam. Why not use those? Then once he fails, we can put an end to this. We can have him punished, and then he won't trouble us again." He grinned. "And if Alex loses in public, then he won't be bold enough to cheat again." "Then let's do it," Wayne said, nodding. He turned to Alex. "If you failed, then I expect you to admit your wrongdoing and name the person who gave you the answers. If you win, I'll accept your innocence, apologize to you in public, and look into those who accused you." Alex took a deep breath. "Okay," he said. "I accept your terms." Troy tried to speak, but Wayne stopped him. "Don't say anything, Dr. Wilkinson. If you do, it'll only end in another argument, and then we'll be here all day. So let's get started. Don't write on the paper. Write on the whiteboard so everyone can see." He gestured to someone and had a movable whiteboard pulled in. Troy gritted his teeth and nodded, and then he took a marker pen and started writing on the board. Patient 1, female, 3 years old. Initial symptoms included fever, sweating, and loss of appetite. Parents diagnosed her with a cold and treated her with over-the-counter medication. In the afternoon, the fever increased, and the child's temperature reached 100 degrees. Patient developed a cough, shortness of breath, and a headache. A crackling sound could be heard in both lungs, and the child became listless. What is the diagnosis? What is the appropriate treatment? Melissa and the other candidates were all stunned when they read what Troy had written. This question went beyond the ones they had answered. It was incredibly difficult. Several members of the medical board frowned. Although they believed Alex had stolen the answer, Troy's question was unfair, and they were starting to think he was a bully. But Alex didn't care. He simply walked onto the stage, picked up the pen, and wrote out his answer. Diagnosis: respiratory infection resulting in pneumonia. Tests required: laboratory test to determine if the pneumonia is bacterial, viral, or fungal. Treatment: depending on the cause, antibiotics, antivirals, or antifungal medication may be prescribed. In all cases, over-the-counter medications can be used to relieve pain and lower fever. In less than a minute, Alex had written his answer. Troy was stunned. "He's right," he thought. "How did he know that?" Wayne and the members of the medical board were also astounded. Melissa gasped. From her own studies, she knew about medicine, and she knew Alex had probably given the correct answer. Besides, Troy had remained quiet, and she was certain he would have been quick to ridicule Alex if his answer had been wrong. Wayne nodded, indicating Alex's analysis was correct. The auditorium buzzed with excitement. "He's right! That was so fast! I barely had time to think about it, and he answered straight away! It's crazy! How long has he been a doctor? He must be very experienced." "You're right. How else would he have known the answer?" Troy scowled. "Mr. Shannon, why don't you ask the next question?" Everyone looked at Alex. "Go ahead," Alex said. "I'm ready." Wayne walked forward and wrote his question on the whiteboard. Melissa and the others gaped at it, amazed at how difficult it was. Alex took exactly 1 minute to solve it. Another examiner rolled up his sleeves and wrote out another question. Everyone glanced at each other, unable to work it out. Again, Alex wrote the answer within a minute. One by one, the examiners wrote out their complicated questions, trying to defeat Alex. The other examinees gradually lost their confidence when they realized they had no idea how to answer the questions. But no matter how difficult the problems were, Alex solved each of them in under a minute. Wayne couldn't believe what he was seeing. Alex was clearly a medical genius. They had all written out their hardest questions regarding a variety of subjects, and Alex had answered each of them correctly. What's more, there were 3 problems where even the examiners were unsure about the answers, and Alex solved them just as easily as the others. Wayne was annoyed with himself for almost failing to notice this talented young man. Finally, it was all over, and there was complete silence. Alex looked at Wayne and asked, "So, Mr. Shannon, did I cheat?" Wayne waved his hand and smiled. "No, of course not." "Did I steal the answers from anyone?" Alex asked, raising an eyebrow. "No," Wayne said. "I'm satisfied you did not." "Am I a waste of everyone's time?" Alex asked. Wayne shook his head. "Apparently not. Clearly, you are the best the medical field has to offer." Alex smirked. "Does my score of 150 count?" "Naturally," Wayne said. "I'm going to post the results for the entire district." He put his arm around Alex's shoulder. "You're an outstanding doctor," he said, grinning at him. "From now on, if you need anything at all, come to me. If I can help you with anything, I'll be glad to do so." The other members of the state medical board crowded around, promising to assist Alex with anything he needed. Episode 628, Playing with Knives. Everyone knew how beneficial it would be to know the champion of the top doctor competition. "But," Troy said, breaking off when he realized he didn't know what to say. He felt humiliated by Alex's success. Melissa's face turned red, and she just couldn't believe it. She was still convinced Alex was infatuated with her and had only come here to be close to her. And yet he appeared to be well versed in medical matters. An examiner stepped forward and handed Wayne a crumpled piece of paper. "Mr. Shannon, this is the test Dr. Wilkinson gave to Alex. After Alex had finished, Dr. Wilkinson threw it out the window and refused to discuss it." Wayne looked at the paper and recognized the questions as relating to his own work on tropical diseases, so he knew Alex's answer was correct. He looked up, glaring at Troy. "You lied about an examinee. You knew Alex had passed your test and you sought to cover it up. Dr. Wilkinson, you are clearly lacking in ethics. You will be removed from the state medical board and your license will be revoked. Go home and reflect on your behavior. If you decide you still want to practice medicine, then you'll have to retake the exam." He knew if he hadn't arrived when he had, Alex's reputation would have been destroyed, so he was furious with Troy. Troy's face flushed scarlet, and even his ears turned red. His cheeks felt like they were on fire, and he had never been so humiliated in his life. He couldn't stay there for a moment longer, so he fled, trying to ignore the whispers that followed him from the room. "Congratulations," Melissa said, walking up to Alex. "Perhaps you're not so useless after all. Who knows? Maybe one day you might actually be good enough to be my boyfriend." "Get lost," Alex said, feeling no need to be polite to her. She wasn't worth his time, and he had had enough of her for one day. Alex left his contact information with Wayne, and then he went back to the clinic. He told Debbie and the others that he had passed the exams, and everyone was happy for him. They all wanted to take him out to celebrate, and Alex agreed. Sophie went to make a phone call, and Alex checked his email, finding one from Lindsay. After reading it, he went to the pharmacy and spent an hour preparing medication. When Alex came back out, Sophie and the others were ready for dinner. When they saw what he was holding, they were curious. "What's that?" Sophie asked, staring at the small container. "Some new formulation of healing cream?" Everyone gathered around Alex, staring at him with admiration. They'd each tried several of Alex's products, and every time, they had found them to be better than anything else available. Alex didn't respond. He simply glanced at Kendall and asked, "Are you afraid of pain?" Kendall snorted, "Not even a little." "Good," Alex grinned at her. Then he took a knife and moved closer. "Give me your hand." Kendall hesitated, but then she finally reached out her hand. Before Alex could respond, someone pounded on the door to the clinic and a woman screamed, "Help! I need a doctor! Please save my child!" Although the clinic had closed for the day, none of them would turn away from an emergency, and the woman's cries made it obvious this wasn't a minor problem. Sophie ran to the door and opened it. A woman rushed in, carrying a 5-year-old child, followed by several men and women. They were all stained with blood. "Doctor, please, my son," the woman begged, tears running down her face. "He accidentally cut himself with a knife. There was blood everywhere, and we can't get it to stop." Sophie quickly took the child and put him on an examination table. She and Alex examined the boy and saw a deep cut running down his chest to his abdomen. He was still bleeding, but he was unconscious, so he wasn't crying. Sophie looked up at the woman and scowled. "How did this happen?" she demanded. "How did he get this wound?" "He'd been watching a TV show about hospitals," the woman said, sobbing so hard they could barely understand her. "And he likes to pretend to be a doctor. Normally he plays with a toy scalpel, but this time he took a knife from the kitchen. It was an accident. Please help him. Nothing we tried even slowed the bleeding." Sophie cut off the child's clothes to get a better look. "This wound is too deep and he's losing too much blood," she said. "We'll do what we can to stabilize him, but you'll need to take him to a hospital after that. There's a limit to what we can do here." The boy was clearly very weak, and he would need a blood transfusion, so he needed to go somewhere with more resources than their clinic. "We wanted to take him to the hospital," the woman cried, wiping the tears from her face. "But he was bleeding so badly and we were worried we wouldn't make it there on time." "Well, let's stop the bleeding first," Sophie said, "and then we'll get him to the hospital." Ready to begin, she looked down at the wound, but then she realized she had no idea where to start. The wound was long, and several parts of it were incredibly deep. She knew she had to move quickly to stem the blood loss, but she was paralyzed with indecision. Alex had been watching, and now he stepped up beside her. "Let me," he said. Relieved, Sophie stepped back, indicating Alex should take over. "The patient's injury is too serious for more conventional treatment," Alex said, bringing out the container he had shown everyone. "We'll try this new prescription I've made up." "Doctor, we tried using a healing ointment, but the cut's just too deep," the woman said. "The blood just washes the ointment out before it has a chance to do any good." "Just do whatever you can to stop the bleeding long enough for us to get him out to the hospital," one of the men called out. Several family members shook their heads, certain Alex's powder would be useless. The woman wrung her hands in anguish. "Is there nothing else you can do?" she asked. Kendall and Sophie looked doubtfully at Alex, not sure his powder could help with such a serious wound. "Don't worry, the child will be okay," Alex reassured them, opening the container. They all watched him, waiting to see what he would do, but not expecting much. Alex lifted the container and poured the white powder along the laceration, causing the bleeding to stop immediately. Right in front of their eyes, the skin began to knit together as the wound grew narrow. Before long, it had completely closed, leaving a raised red line. The boy was breathing more easily, and it seemed the crisis had passed. "This powder can stop bleeding in 3 seconds, relieve the pain in 10 seconds, and cause a wound to scab over within a minute," Alex said, placing the lid back in the container. "Within 24 hours, the wound will be completely healed." Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at him. How could this powder be so effective? Episode 629, You Don't Want to Get Involved. No one could believe it, but the proof was right there. Alex's powder had stopped the bleeding. Before they could recover from the shock, Alex checked the time and said, "It's been a minute." He nodded to Kendall, who took a towel and gently cleaned a section of the wound. As she wiped away the powder, everyone could see a dark red scab on the boy's chest. Although it looked a little fragile, it withstood Kendall running the towel over it. Once again, everyone was stunned. "It really has scabbed over," Sophie thought, staring at it. She forced herself to look away and check the clock. It's been only 1 minute since Alex used the powder on it. The doctors knew how significant this was. As soon as the public became aware of this new medicine, the whole medical industry would be turned upside down. "What kind of medicine is that?" Kendall asked, her eyes wide. "The trauma medicine I just created," Alex said, shrugging. "I've decided to call it Golden Health." He finished treating the little boy and sent him home with his family, giving them some advice on what to do. Then, once they had closed the clinic, they all went out to celebrate Alex's earlier success at the Top Doctor competition. They went to Jack's bar, where they ate, drank, and played pool, and everyone had a great time in the VIP room. Halfway through the night, Alex got up and went to the bathroom. On his way along the corridor, he saw several men supporting a woman as she stumbled forward. They pushed the door open and took her outside. Curious, Alex followed. "Hurry up," said one man who had a scar on his face. "We don't have all night." "She's really pretty," another man said. "No wonder Gabriel has taken a fancy to her." A third man snorted with laughter. The woman staggered, almost bouncing off a wall. She was clearly inebriated. The light was dim and her head was bent forward, so her hair covered her face. Alex hesitated, not liking the situation but unsure if he should intervene. It was possible the woman knew the men, and that they were simply helping her. But as he passed them, Alex could tell the woman was struggling, and he didn't feel he could ignore her. He believed the men were controlling her movements, and he was worried they were up to no good. As he watched, the woman tripped again, and her head came up sharply, her hair falling away from her face. Alex frowned as he recognized Mary Ann, and now he was really worried. He hadn't expected to see her here, and he definitely hadn't expected to see her so drunk and being led away by a group of men. But he didn't have time to think about it. He turned around and grabbed one of the men. "Hey, wait a minute," he said. All the men stopped and looked at Alex. "Idiot," said Micah Fairburn, the man Alex had grabbed. He looked down at Alex's hand. "If you haven't removed that by the time I count to 3, I'll remove it for you." "This woman's my friend," Alex said firmly. "You're not taking her anywhere." On closer examination, Alex realized Mary Ann was not simply drunk, but had also been drugged. Micah narrowed his eyes. "Gabriel Ramsden has chosen this woman," he said. "So, no matter who she is, she's coming with us. Now get out of here. You don't want to get involved in this." Several of the other men stepped forward to glare at Alex. Declan, the man with the scar, scowled. "Mind your own business," he said, looking at Alex up and down. "You're out of your depth here, so don't get involved. If you do, it won't end well for you. Don't say you haven't been warned." He paused for a moment and then continued. "But before you go, apologize to Micah, or you won't get out of this place in one piece." Alex looked at him and frowned. Don't you have a conscience? How can you just stand by while they abduct innocent women like this? Not only are you doing nothing to stop them, but you're actually helping them. Mika grinned. Declan knows where his loyalties lie. Besides, women like me. I just need to sit at a bar and they flock to me. He shrugged. No abduction necessary. And how could I possibly resist a beautiful woman? It's not my fault you're too weak to understand what that's like. Alex glared at him. Let her go, he demanded. You're still not listening, Declan said. I told you to apologize to Mika and walk away. This doesn't concern you. Alex clenched his fists. So you refuse to let her go? Gabriel wants to see her, Mika said, and I'm not going to disappoint him. I don't care if she's your mother or your sister. I'm taking her to him. So get out of my way. One way or another, we're leaving, and I suggest you don't try to stop us. He didn't consider Alex any kind of threat, so he didn't take him seriously. After all, Alex looked like an ordinary young man, so it should be easy to deal with him. Alex took a step forward. You're not taking her anywhere. Mika grabbed Marianne's arm and pushed her behind him. And how exactly do you plan to stop me? Alex didn't waste any more time talking. He strode forward, determined to get Marianne back. Mika sneered and took a step backward. Give it up, he said. You're only going to get yourself hurt, and it won't change anything. He turned away to leave, dragging Marianne with him. Alex began to walk faster. Stop him, Declan ordered. Several men dashed forward to confront Alex, some of them pulling out blades. Alex showed them no mercy. He easily avoided their strikes and dodged their knives as he hit out, easily dealing with each of them. One by one, they dropped to the ground out of action. Declan scowled as he watched them fail, and then he pulled his own knife and rushed at Alex. But just before he made contact, Alex reached out and grabbed his throat, preventing him from moving. Declan's initial surprise faded and was replaced by anger. You're not as weak as I thought, he conceded. But you're still going to lose. Even if you defeat me, others will come for you. You've made a grave mistake tonight. He had a lot of power behind him, and he wasn't afraid of Alex at all. Alex walked Declan backward, shoving him against the wall and knocking the air from his lungs. Declan grunted. Alex had pinned him and unable to move, so he had no idea how to get out of this position. His struggles were getting him nowhere, and he was at Alex's mercy. You just don't know when to quit, do you? Mika complained, letting go of Marianne to confront Alex. Marianne immediately lost her balance and sank to the ground, too dizzy to get back up. Sensing the imminent attack, Alex punched Declan and let him slide down the wall. As he turned back, he saw Mika hurling 2 daggers at him. Alex moved quickly, evading the blades, and they sailed harmlessly past him to strike the wall. Mika was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed. So, you have a little skill in martial arts, he said, grinning at him, but you're still very young, and you have a lot to learn. I've destroyed much more experienced men than you. I could kill you without even breaking a sweat. Episode 630. What happened? But I'm not going to kill you right now, Mika said. I need to deliver your friend to Gabriel, so I'll deal with you some other time. He turned away and bent to lift Marianne from the ground. Alex dashed forward, lifted his leg and kicked Mika right in the backside, propelling him forward to land on his face. Mika hadn't seen it coming, so he had been unable to defend himself. His nose gave a sickening crunch as it hit the ground, and he was a little dazed for a moment before he managed to sit up and glare at Alex. I've changed my mind, Mika said, his tone hard. Now I am going to kill you. Before he could get to his feet, Alex stepped forward and punched him, knocking him out cold. Who are those men? Alex demanded, looking at Declan, who was still lying next to the wall. Who do they work for? You only have one chance to tell me. When Declan didn't answer, Alex deliberately stepped on his fingers. Answer me, Alex demanded, or I'll press harder and see how many fingers I can break. He increased the pressure slightly, demonstrating his point. Declan gulped, realizing Alex meant it. You're finished, he said, breathing hard. Our boss has connections with the ghosts. I'm finished, Alex repeated. Tell your boss I'll be waiting in the VIP room of Jack's bar. If he wants to take a shot at me, then that's where he'll find me. He picked up Marianne and carried her back inside the bar to the VIP room, stopping along the way to grab Mika's shirt and drag his unconscious body behind him. He explained to the others about what had happened and asked them all to leave, telling Kendall to make sure Debbie got home safely. Although he had considered leaving with Marianne, he had decided to stay and meet this mysterious ghost. Debbie refused to leave. She was worried about him, despite knowing how skilled he was at martial arts, but Alex insisted, so she was forced to give in. Kendall also demanded to stay. As a former assassin, she wanted to remain to help Alex, but he knew it was a bad idea. Kendall had no idea Alex was expecting one of the ghosts to show up, and Alex wasn't sure how she might react when she found out. After all, she had once been a ghost until Alex had ended her career. Alex didn't bother to explain. He simply got Kendall to tie up Mika before she left, and then he turned to help Marianne. He realized she hadn't had much to drink, and her current condition was due to having been drugged. Working quickly, he used his acupuncture needles combined with his inner power, and before long, Marianne gradually improved. Her complexion looked healthier, and she started to come around. He poured water into a cup and held it to her lips, encouraging her to drink. She coughed a little, and her eyes fluttered open. Still not fully awake, she realized a man was looming over, and she began to struggle. "Who are you?" she cried. "Get away from me! Don't touch me!" She pushed Alex away and lunged for the knife sitting on the table next to her. Alex gently grabbed her hand and said, "It's okay, I'm Alex. I'm not going to hurt you." "Alex? Is it really you?" she asked, blinking up at him as her mind grew clearer. "It is you." Marianne launched herself at him, laughing and crying as she hugged him. "Alex, when did you get here? Did you save me?" She frowned as she tried to remember what had happened. But due to the drugs in her system, everything was hazy, and it was difficult to make sense of anything. "I was out with friends when I saw you," Alex said, smiling at her. "I could tell something wasn't right. So I got you away from those men and brought you here." He tilted his head as he looked at her. "What happened? How did you come to be with those men?" He knew Marianne wasn't normally the type to be careless, so it would have been difficult for anyone to drug her. "I used the formula you gave me to brew the first batch of Eden's apple," she explained. "Everyone who tasted it really enjoyed it, so I contacted Holly Lambert. When she tried it, she offered us a contract worth a lot of money. She sent someone over with the contract and a large deposit. Alex, it's enough money to solve the company's cash flow problem and get us out of trouble." Alex smiled and gestured for her to continue. "I was so happy, so I sent my bodyguard home early and came to the bar," she said. "I wanted to celebrate with my friends, but before they arrived, a man came over to speak to me." She frowned. "He wanted me to go with him, but I said no. He left, and I thought that was the end of it. But a short time later, Mika showed up with those other men and insisted I accompany them to see Gabriel. I told him to leave me alone, and I asked the security guards to get rid of them, but Declan sent the guards away. By then I was getting uncomfortable, so I decided to just go home. But when I stood up, I felt really dizzy. and it was like I had no control over my own body. I think Mika must have slipped something into my drink when I was talking to the security guard. She picked up the glass of water and sipped at it. And then they were leading me out of here, and I was too weak to stop them. I couldn't even summon the energy to speak. Her eyes sparkled with anger, and she clenched her fists, almost as if she were imagining strangling Mika. If it hadn't been for Alex stumbling across her, she would be in a lot of trouble. They won't get away with this, Alex said, narrowing his eyes. Declan wasn't one of them, but he seemed to be helping them. Do you have any idea why? Not really, Marianne said, sighing. This is a high-class bar, which is why it has such tough security, but somehow Declan had the power to send them all away. Who does he work for? Alex asked, drumming his fingers on the table. The Thornton family, Marianne said thoughtfully. I don't think it's Ferdinand, but it could be some of his subordinates. She lifted her head and glared at Alex. I want justice for what they did. Alex smiled and pointed to where Mika lay in the corner. He'll be in a lot of pain when he wakes up, he said. I also intend to deal with the rest of them, so I told them exactly where to find me. The damned Thornton family again, Alex thought. It's time I dealt with them once and for all. I give them about 5 minutes before Mika's companions rush in here, Alex said. If you want to leave, you should go now. He picked up a bottle of beer, opened it, and took a mouthful as he waited for Marianne's answer. If you're not going, then neither am I, she said firmly, crossing her arms. I'm not afraid of them. Although she didn't like causing trouble, she was prepared to do so when necessary. She took out her phone and sent a text message. Don't worry, Alex said. You'll be okay with me. Declan and the others returned to report on the situation. Declan moved slowly and stiffly as he walked past everyone to stand in front of a sofa where a couple were sitting watching him. The young man looked quite ordinary, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes, which hinted at trouble. The woman sitting beside him was beautiful. She ignored Declan as she raised her wine glass to her lips. Episode 631, Maria Sends a Wolf. Maria Thornton noticed how badly injured the men were, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she remained calm, sipping at her wine, her expression giving nothing away. Declan was the first to speak. We were attacked by another bastard. He injured us and stopped us from taking the woman. Then he told us where you could find him. Declan gave a brief account of the incident, heavily editing his account to save face in front of Maria. Even pretended Alex had launched a sneak attack, and the others nodded in agreement. He knocked out Mika and dragged him away, he said. He seemed quite badly hurt. Our attacker was extremely arrogant, and he needs to be taught a lesson. The guards standing around the room were all shocked. They couldn't imagine who would dare to attack the Thornton family like this, or who would be able to disable Mika, a well-respected ghost. Gabriel narrowed his eyes. Did you make it clear who we are? Yes, Declan nodded. I mentioned the ghosts, but he didn't seem to be at all intimidated. Maria was furious. After all, Mika was a guest of her family, and they should have protected him. Worse than that, the Thornton name would suffer when word got out that they'd been so easily defeated. There was a flash of anger in Gabriel's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He was eager to rush off and take revenge on Alex, but he knew he didn't have to do it by himself. Instead, he just chuckled. It's interesting, but it's nothing to stress about. The ghosts and the Thorntons have suffered some setbacks recently, and they're despised by many people, but we shouldn't let it get to us. We'll be back on top soon. Everyone in the room realized Gabriel's words were designed to provoke Maria into action. Maria glanced at Gabriel, aware of what he was thinking, but she didn't betray her anger by so much as a twitch of her wine glass.
She sipped the red wine thoughtfully, and then she looked at Declan and said, "The Thorntons and the Ghosts have such a large network between us, and we have so much insider information. How can a single man still dare to challenge us?" Her smile grew sweet. "I guess he must have a death wish." Declan thought about Alex's obvious disdain for the Ghosts and the Thornton family, and he reminded her, "Maria, I think the other party has some history with..." "History?" Maria asked, crossing her legs. "What do you mean, history? Who is this man? How tough is he? Tougher than our entire family?" Maria was confident she could defeat Alex. Although the Thornton family had been down on its luck recently and had suffered a lot of setbacks, Alex was only one man. In addition, she had recently allied herself with the Ghosts. They were a worldwide organization, and she felt certain the revival of her family's fortunes was just around the corner. She made a beckoning gesture with her left hand, and a bald man stepped forward, stretching out his arm, and presented her with the palm of his right hand. Maria took out a lipstick and wrote her name on his palm. When she had finished, she threw away her lipstick and said, "Off you go. Find this man, beat him up, and then bring back the woman Gabriel likes so much. Make it clear that if he doesn't release the woman, he will die." The bald man went by the name of Wolf, and he was an excellent shooter who never missed. Although he had once had the opportunity to join the U.S. shooting team, he stayed with Maria instead out of loyalty. She had made good use of his talent, and he had served her faithfully, winning himself a place in the Thornton family. Years of success and favor had not only raised Wolf's status, but had also made him feel invincible. As soon as Maria had given him the instructions, he had already started thinking ahead to the moment when he could be the one to bring Alex down. He picked up a pair of sunglasses, ran his hand through his hair, and then led a dozen men out of the room. In no time at all, Wolf and his team were striding into Jack's bar. Anyone who happened to be unlucky enough to get in the way was knocked over as they barged their way in. Wolf soon came to the door of the VIP room. He raised his left foot and kicked the door, which splintered open with a huge bang. Maria's men rushed inside, and Wolf strolled in behind him, grinning. He looked around the room and spotted his target, who was sitting on the sofa on the other side of the room, casually drinking. Mika was lying unconscious on the ground. "Boy, you have made a big mistake," Wolf said to Alex. Alex raised his head, looked back at him and said, "Let me guess. You're here from the Thornton family, right? Your bosses are upset with me. They want their little lapdog back, and they've sent you to exact revenge. Well, that's not going to happen." Wolf laughed and said, "You're a cool customer, I'll give you that. But don't think you can frighten me." "I can't respect the Thornton family," Alex said, shrugging. "They've lost their position in society, and nowadays they're really just servants of the Ghosts." Wolf took a step forward. "I won't let you slander the Thorntons." His expression was cold. "Try that again, and I'll make sure you regret it." He couldn't bear to hear anyone be rude or dismissive about Maria. Alex looked unconcerned. "Stop talking nonsense. Just tell me, what exactly do you want?" Wolf raised his hand, angling his palm toward Alex. "This is Miss Thornton's writing. I'm going to take the woman with me and give her to Gabriel. But first, I'm going to teach you a lesson." He grinned. "You can't do anything to stop me. If you try anything stupid, you and your family will all die." The other men were tense, waiting for Alex's response and ready to fight. They knew Maria had a lot of power in Baltimore, so they assumed Alex would be frightened. To their surprise, Alex did nothing. He just leaned back against the sofa and said, "I can't read that name you're showing me. I need to take a closer look."
Wolf was taken aback. That wasn't at all what he had expected Alex to say. Take a closer look? Do you think I'm going to walk right up to you and give you my hand? Who the hell do you think you are? Alex smiled. Oh, I'm sure you'll change your mind and bring it over here. Wolf narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Episode 632. Alex uses his power. Alex's body pulsed with energy, and he clasped his hands tightly together. Wolf began to feel uneasy. He wanted to reach for his gun, but when he tried, he found he couldn't feel his hand. His wrist felt ice cold, and a sharp pain rushed up his arm. He staggered back 3 or 4 steps and looked down at his hand. It was tingling with pins and needles, and the pain was becoming excruciating. He clenched his teeth, trying to stop himself from screaming. Alex watched him, his face cold and expressionless. Then he lifted his arm and gestured for Wolf to come closer. Wolf staggered forward, and the other men gaped at him, unable to believe Alex had been able to force Wolf to bend to his will. Wolf reluctantly held out his hand, and Alex leaned forward and read the name on his palm. Maria Thornton. Alex looked up at Wolf. The name was a little smudged, so I needed a closer look. Now go back and tell Maria not to mess with me again. Wolf narrowed his eyes, and Alex punched him in the nose, sending him stumbling backward. Wolf snorted, covered his nose, and moved further back. He was humiliated and in pain, but he still cried out, Who do you think you are to disrespect the Thornton family like this? Me? Alex said calmly. I'm just a doctor, but unlike you, I'm also a brave man. You son of a bitch! I don't care who you think you are, Wolf said, snarling at him. I'll kill you for embarrassing me. Unable to hold back any longer, he turned to the other men and roared, Go on, kill him for me. At his command, the men took out their weapons and rushed at Alex. Alex held his hands together for a moment and then opened them, calling on his inner power. He met the attack, and before long, Maria's men were all rolling on the floor, nursing an assortment of injuries. None of them could continue the fight. Wolf lost his temper and went for his gun. Alex struck quickly, and Wolf cried out, clutching at his clearly dislocated shoulder. He wanted to fight back, but the pain made him too afraid to move. He could only stare at Alex and shout, Are you insane? I'm Maria Thornton's man. Don't you know what you've started here? Alex leaned closer into Wolf. I don't care. You're not the first thing I've had to deal with, and I've tangled with the Thorntons before, but none of them have managed to defeat me. Wolf ground his teeth and said, You should kill me now, or you'll be looking over your shoulder for the rest of your life. Alex smirked as he insultingly patted Wolf's cheek. Don't be silly. Now, call Maria and tell her that I want to speak to her. If she wants you and Mika back, then she can come and collect you. He picked up a phone and threw it to Wolf before returning to his place on the sofa and picking up his bottle of beer. Wolf wanted to be tough, but he knew he had no choice. He was too injured to fight, and he knew Alex could do much worse to him. He didn't dare disobey, so he called Maria. The phone was connected quickly, and Maria's voice said, Well, Wolf, why haven't you brought the woman back yet? Things haven't gone exactly to plan here, he said carefully.
The other end of the phone was silent at first, and then she said, "I see." Moments later, many men appeared outside the VIP room of Jack's bar, fanning out and holding their positions, eyeing the wooden door. The sound of high-heeled shoes echoed along the corridor. Alex picked up Wolf's sunglasses and put them on, and then he watched as the door was eased open. A waft of expensive perfume preceded Maria into the room, and she was closely followed by Gabriel. Maria strode confidently into the room, holding a glass of wine, and she was accompanied by many ghosts and members of the Thornton family. The new arrivals glanced first at the injured people lying on the ground, and then they looked at Wolf slumped on the floor, cradling his shoulder. Then they finally locked eyes with Alex, who was still sitting on the sofa drinking casually. When they saw the state Wolf was in, the members of the Thornton family were furious. They wanted to take out their weapons and deal with Alex right then and there. Maria signaled for them to stop, and then she moved forward and looked at Alex with a smile. "You got my message?" Her smile was charming, but everyone could feel the deadly intent below the surface. "Yes," replied Alex, gesturing at Wolf. He showed me his palm. I couldn't see it clearly, but he refused to come any closer. He shrugged. He saw it my way, eventually. Alex's arrogance infuriated the Thorntons. Wolf was Maria's right-hand man, and Alex should have treated him with respect. Gabriel also looked at Alex, trying to read the expression in his eyes, but the latter was now wearing Wolf's sunglasses, so Gabriel couldn't see anything. Maria's lip curled. How interesting. "And are you now going to fight me?" Her fierce reputation was important to her, so she wanted Alex to be afraid of her. Alex shook his head. "No, I'm not. You're not worth it." Maria laughed. "Wow, I've never met such an arrogant man. You're fascinating. But you really should think clearly about whether you can afford the consequences of your actions." She paused for a moment before continuing. "You should know that I've had the whole bar cleared. I have more than 100 people inside and outside, including many expert fighters." She tilted her head and looked at Alex. "I really want to see how you're going to get out of this bar." "I haven't given it any thought." Alex pushed the sunglasses onto the top of his head. "I'm sure I'll come up with something, though." Maria kept her false smile in place as she looked down at Alex. "By the way, where's the woman?" "Call her out. Once I'm finished with you, Gabriel wants to play with her." At the mention of Marianne, Gabriel's breathing quickened, and his eyes flicked around the room. Then he took out a small bottle and popped a pill into his mouth. Alex looked at the bottle and narrowed his eyes. "You won't let the woman go, will you?" Maria asked. "Why don't you give Gabriel some toys to play with rather than giving him a human being?" Alex asked. "Well, all of this looks pretty ugly," Marianne said from the doorway. She walked into the room, followed by Melvin Strang and numerous bodyguards. One by one, they all turned to face Maria. Gabriel's eyes brightened when he saw Marianne. "Baby, you're here." "Beast!" Marianne spat, punching him in the face before he had time to react. He shook his head to shake away the pain, but he didn't fight back. Instead, he simply touched his cheek and his smile grew broader. "Marianne?" Maria asked, scowling at her. "That's right," Marianne said. "I'm the woman Mika drugged so he could abduct me for Gabriel." She walked slowly to the front of the room to stand beside Alex. Then she looked at Maria and said, "So, it seems the Thornton family has declared war on the Robinson family." Episode 633, A New Arrival. Melvin was very unhappy. Miss Thornton, the Robinson family won't stand for you bullying Marianne. So, she's a member of the Robinson family, so what? Maria was unimpressed. Oh, the Robinson family? Well, well. Gabriel didn't show any fear at all. If anything, he looked even more excited. Marianne, I'm very interested in you. And Melvin, I'll warn you now, don't get in my way. Before anyone else could speak, Maria said, Mika took his orders too far. He drank too much and got carried away, and for this we'll punish him. Gabriel will apologize to you on his behalf. In addition, we'll compensate you with $2 million. What do you say? Maria spoke politely, believing she had shown Marianne the greatest courtesy. We all know the score and what we're involved in, she said. Let's forget this incident. No one should bear any grudges. Maria had given the matter careful consideration. After all, the Thornton family and the Ghosts were facing great challenges now. They needed to move forward and be united. So the last thing they needed was to acquire any unnecessary enemies. Marianne's family was powerful, so the Thorntons had to tread carefully. Although Maria meant what she said, Gabriel felt differently. He was still very interested in Marianne, and he did not want to let her go. While this was going on, Alex was watching and listening carefully to everything, but the chill in his eyes did not dissipate. He noticed an old man standing behind Gabriel with a face like stone. He gave no hint of a smile, and his eyes were bright as he stared at everyone. He seemed to be ready to move at any time. Marianne was still very angry. She was a strong woman, and the arrival of Alex and Melvin had made her feel more confident. Maria, don't think you can just dismiss this, she said. As you were all well aware, if Alex hadn't intervened, your men would have achieved their goal, and I could have died. I don't want your lousy $2 million. I don't accept your terms. If you want my forgiveness and an end to this matter, there is only one price I'll accept. Everyone was listening intently now. What would Marianne demand? You must force Gabriel to apologize, she said. I want him punished, and I want your word that he will never come near me again, or I'll never let this go. Marianne had been made to look weak and helpless in front of Alex, and she felt humiliated and angry. She was also a Robinson, and she couldn't allow the insult to her family to go unpunished. As she spoke, Marianne looked at Alex to see his reaction. Alex's eyes narrowed, and he was clearly pleased with her assertiveness. She didn't want Alex to look down on her, so was trying her best to appear strong. Maria's expression turned cold, and she obviously found Marianne's demand unacceptable. Marianne, you ask too much, she said. After all, you're not hurt. We've apologized to you, but we're not afraid of you. We just want to calm things down. You must give this up or I won't be responsible for what comes next. Don't talk nonsense, Marianne said. You will do as I ask. You have 30 seconds. If my conditions are not met before the time runs out, then you will be responsible for the consequences. She turned to Melvin. Melvin, let's have a drink while they get ready. Maria was angry, and her laugh was forced and unnatural. Marianne, listen to me. Gabriel is an elder master of the Ghosts. Do you think you can force him to do anything? Miss Thornton, Melvin said, his expression blank. There are now 20 seconds left. 19, 18. Be quiet. One of the ghosts stood up, glaring at Melvin. Gabriel is an expert in martial arts. Who are you? This is an insult to the Ghosts. You can't continue with this ultimatum. Marianne said loudly, 10, 9, 8. Shut up. The ghost felt Gabriel was being belittled, and they wanted the countdown to stop. But Melvin was already moving. He stepped forward and grabbed the ghost who had been shouting. He threw him across the room onto the table, knocking over all the bottles and glasses with a loud splintering of glass. The ghost's landing broke the table, and he fell to the ground, covered with glass and crying in pain. Everyone was shocked at Melvin's unexpected show of strength and violence. Alex smiled as he looked on, observing rather than participating in the scene. He saw Gabriel suddenly touch his chest as if he felt some pain. As Melvin attacked the ghost, Maria seethed with anger. "Marianne, you shouldn't have started this," she said. "Don't blame me now for my ruthlessness. You need to stop and get out of here." Marianne ignored her. "Melvin, would you please deal with Gabriel?" Melvin nodded and signaled with his hand. The Robinson bodyguards lined up, glaring menacingly at their opponents. At that moment, the door burst open, and a number of people in black rushed in, followed by Riley Naismith. "Stop now, all of you!" cried one of the men. When no one responded, another subordinate raised his gun and fired a single shot into the air. Instantly, the room fell silent. Then, surrounded by his people, Riley's eyes flashed as if he was ready to fight at any second. His reputation was stronger than that of the feuding families in the room, and he was supremely confident in his power. Riley's appearance made Alex particularly unhappy, although he wasn't sure why he distrusted the man so much. "Riley!" Marianne smiled broadly. Riley turned to her, and Marianne stepped forward, grinning as she held out her hand. She was clearly delighted to see him. The Robinson and Naismith families were close friends, and Marianne and Riley had played together when they were children. Although they hadn't been in touch for many years, she assumed Riley would be on her side and would help her solve her problem. Episode 634, Alex Intervenes. Riley had his own men in Baltimore, and they all carried guns. With his arrival, the whole situation quieted down. The others backed down and retreated to opposite sides of the room, where they glared at each other. They were ready to start fighting again at any time, but they were waiting to see what Riley would do. Melvin and Riley were also acquainted with each other. Melvin walked over to Riley, blocking Riley's view of Alex. Riley didn't say a word, but everyone felt his presence. He stood with his hands by his sides, and his cold eyes swept over the faces of everyone in the room. Several people shivered and lowered their heads slightly, not daring to make a sound. Even Maria turned her head slightly, not daring to meet Riley's sharp gaze. Marianne was also uneasy, and she looked over at Alex, who continued to sit quietly, observing everything from his position on the sofa. Maria was used to being the most important woman in the Thornton family, especially when Ferdinand had been in charge. But Ash's defeat had weakened the family, so compared with Riley, Maria knew her position was weak. "You really don't know what's going on these days, do you?" Riley asked. "The situation in Baltimore is different from how it was in the past. Your families think they're still important, but you're all so arrogant and full of yourselves that you can't see what's happening under your noses." He frowned. "Even you, Marianne. You run your wine business and you dabble in medicine, but you don't know what's happening with Brian. His daughter had an accident, and he's still lying in the hospital, so he's in a really bad mood. If you cross him, he won't let it go. You and Maria have fought in broad daylight, and Brian has noticed. He will never allow such a thing to continue, so this needs to end now." He looked around the room. "I'm fairly sure Brian has already made a plan to bring down the overpowerful families who think they run Baltimore. His sense of justice is particularly strong, and you can't pull the wool over his eyes. If he thinks something is wrong, he'll never let it go. Think about it. Do you want to mess with him? There are a lot of people who support him, so I advise you to be more restrained. He shook his head. Maria, you think the Thornton family's the best, and you, Marianne, think the Robinson family's the greatest, right? It's bullshit. Your families are has-beens. You've had your time, and now someone else is taking over.
Marianne lowered her head and said, I hear what you're saying, Riley. It's not that I don't respect the Thornton family, but I can't tolerate their recent behavior. They're relying on the power of the ghosts, and they drugged me and tried to kidnap me. Do you expect me to just accept that?
Before Riley could answer, Maria spoke up. No, she's wrong. We didn't know she was a member of the Robinson family. We only discovered that when we showed up here. After we found out, we apologized and offered her compensation. But she refused to accept our offer, and instead insisted Gabriel must be punished. How could we do that? She backed us into a corner, and we had to fight.
She tried to sound reasonable as she explained their side of the situation.
All right, Riley said, holding up his hand. He had heard enough. Nobody say anything else. I'll solve this problem, but you must all listen to me.
Everyone looked at him. They couldn't guess what decision he was going to make, and his expression wasn't giving anything away. Without warning, Gabriel clutched at his stomach and fell to the ground, his face screwed up with pain. Something was very wrong, and it was making it hard for him to breathe.
Gabriel, what's wrong? Someone called.
Several ghosts rushed over, while one of them, Sam Young, was frozen in shock. He felt terrible that he had not protected his master, but he hadn't even seen an attack coming. Maria was also extremely shocked, and she had no idea who was responsible for hurting Gabriel. Before the ghosts could act, Sam pushed past them. He took a medicine bottle from his jacket, pulled Gabriel into his arms, and then poured the liquid into Gabriel's mouth, helping him to swallow. Sam was the most powerful martial artist in Gabriel's family, and when he was younger, he had taught Gabriel everything he knew. He was loyal and trustworthy, so the family had assigned him to protect Gabriel. He was also a skilled doctor, so the Ramsden family knew he was the best man to protect Gabriel. But Sam hadn't seen how Gabriel had been injured, so he wasn't sure how to help. The most urgent matter was to treat Gabriel, and the medicine was a special concoction he had used for many years. It was a rich purple liquid, and it was very easy for the body to absorb. But after the liquid had gone down Gabriel's throat, there was no response, and his face became even paler. Sam's confidence took a heavy blow, and he looked at Gabriel with concern. Sam's expression showed his concern. He took 2 silver acupuncture needles from his pocket and quietly pressed them into Gabriel's body. Sam's technique was very skillful, but no matter how exquisite his medicinal skills were, Gabriel didn't show any signs of improvement.
Forget it, you can't do anything to help him. Alex took Sam's arm and pulled him back. Your efforts are in vain, old man. He's beyond help.
What?
Maria was aghast.
What are you saying? What have you done to Gabriel?
All eyes were on Alex. Most of them didn't know who Alex was, and they didn't know how he could have done such a thing.
Episode 635, Alex shows his full power. No one had been taking any notice of Alex. Now they gaped at him, wondering how he could have done anything to Gabriel without anyone seeing anything. Riley hadn't even noticed Alex was in the room, and he now looked like he had seen a ghost.
He tried not to reveal how shocked he was, but he felt things were rapidly slipping out of his control. How could I have missed him? He wondered. What's going on? What has happened to Gabriel? Maria's voice was like ice. Nobody understood who Alex was. What was he? Was he a bodyguard? Who did he work for? If he was a bodyguard, then he had no right to speak, let alone attack anyone on his own initiative. Maria stared at him, worried she had seriously misread him. Alex raised his eyebrows and said, "Marianne is my friend. Whoever lays a finger on her must answer to me. He refused to make amends, so I've punished him. He's probably regretting his stubbornness now." Marianne was moved by his explanation. Alex had always kept her at a distance, and now he was talking about standing up for her in front of all these people. She had resisted the urge to cry. Melvin kept quiet. After all, he hadn't dared attack Gabriel, and now Alex seemed to have defeated Marianne's enemy with one move. Melvin felt ashamed by his lack of action, and he hoped Marianne wouldn't hold it against him. Riley didn't know who Alex was, but he quickly grasped that Alex obviously didn't care about Riley's status. He hadn't been afraid to act while Riley was talking, and had ignored everything Riley had said. Realizing this, Riley scowled in annoyance. He was smart enough to know Alex was not simply a bodyguard, but he would be a tough opponent. "I'll kill you for this," Maria snarled at Alex. "Try if you like," Alex said indifferently. "But if you fail, then I'll kill you and all your bodyguards." He gave the impression that, to him, killing a person was just like squashing a bug. Alex knew that if he wanted to kill everyone in the room, he could do so easily. As an expert in martial arts, there was little he couldn't do to someone who offended him. Alex's powers and abilities had taken him far out of reach of normal people. Most of the time, he hid the true extent of his abilities, but sometimes he needed to remind people what he was capable of. Maria lost her temper. "What? You dare to threaten me? You think you could kill me and all of my men before anyone got to you?" She seethed with rage. Things had gotten seriously out of hand, and now the one trying to call the shots was some bodyguard who clearly didn't know who he was dealing with. Her expression grew fierce. If Riley hadn't been there, she would have already given her men an order to tear Alex apart. But looking around, she could see that nobody else wanted to fight, especially not Sam. Although his face showed how close his emotions were to the surface whenever he looked at Alex, he didn't order the ghost to attack, but instead focused on trying to keep Gabriel alive. Sam was thinking furiously. Gabriel was still unconscious, and Sam didn't know why. If he couldn't save Gabriel, then Alex might be the only one who could do so. That meant he needed Alex alive. Looking down at the man in his arms, Sam's face blanched. Gabriel's condition was getting worse, even with the application of the acupuncture needles. His pulse was weakening, and his skin was getting paler by the second, and Sam knew Gabriel was dying. Maria rushed forward, looking haggard and panicked, but Sam nodded to Alex. "Let him provide the cure," he said. Maria called to Alex. "You! Come here and cure Gabriel, or you will never leave here alive." Alex gave her a long look. "Anyone else would have beaten you for speaking to them like that," he said. "Luckily for you, I really can't be bothered. The Thornton family talk a lot, but none of you really understand how the world works. Gabriel can no longer be saved." Riley was staring intently at Alex. "Look at his hands," he called out. Everyone looked at Alex's hands and saw he was making a strange gesture. If he had caused Gabriel's condition, then it must be this gesture that was causing it. Riley had been secretly observing Alex's every move. At first, he had doubted Alex was responsible for what had happened to Gabriel. But the more he watched, the more convinced he became that it must be Alex's doing. His movements were very strange, so Riley kept watching Alex to see what he was doing. As he stared, he thought he could even see a glimmer on the tip of Alex's finger. What's that? He wondered. He realized that the more Alex shook his hand, the more Gabriel's face contorted, and it was clear there was a strong connection between those two things. His thoughts were interrupted by Marianne's angry voice. "Oh, so you're on her side now." To her mind, Riley had clearly taken Gabriel's side and was finally showing his true colors. Hadn't he just said it was better for both families that there was no conflict? "Shut up," Riley glared at Marianne. "What's wrong with you? Can't you see what's going on here? I'll speak with you later." Marianne flushed with anger, believing Riley no longer valued their childhood friendship. While they argued, Sam finally realized that the crux of the matter was not whether Gabriel could be cured, but whether Alex would save him. Alex was destroying Gabriel minute by minute, and Sam couldn't stand it any longer. He rushed at Alex, using his greatest strength. The whole room felt a strong, ice-cold wind, and Sam's hands curved into the shape of sharp claws. His intention was to kill Alex with one blow. Alex gave a cold smile. His right hand slightly lifted, and his middle finger flicked slightly. A glimmer of light flashed out, hitting Sam's chest like an arrow. Sam fell, clutching his chest and twitching several times as he lay on the ground. He didn't get back up, but simply lay there, unmoving. Everyone was stunned. No one had guessed Alex was so powerful. What kind of martial art was this? How could he kill a man as strong as Sam without even standing up? Episode 636, The Itch That Killed. Maria couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at Sam lying on the floor. She had known him to be a skilled fighter and wondered how Alex could have killed him without even touching him. Everyone knew that Alex was a martial arts expert, but they hadn't expected that. He had sounded so indifferent, as though Sam's death was nothing to him. Riley and Marianne were particularly shocked. They knew Alex was very skilled, but they hadn't known just how much he was capable of. Mika, however, still underestimated Alex. He looked at Gabriel, who was injured, and then he looked at Sam, who was lying on the floor, and he became furious. He screamed and rushed at Alex, but Alex grabbed him and flung him to the floor. As Mika was getting back up, his face suddenly started feeling extremely itchy, and he started scratching it vigorously. But the more he scratched his face, the itchier it became. He scratched and scratched until his face turned red and swollen. "Help me!" he cried in agony. Some members of the Ghosts rushed to try to help him, but Mika continued to scratch his face. The Ghosts grabbed his wrists, pulling his hands away from his face, preventing him from doing any more damage. Unable to control himself any longer, Mika started to scream hysterically, and then he fell backward onto the floor. Everyone looked at him in horror. Mika's face was covered with angry red marks, but he was still thrashing around, trying to lift his hands to his face. The ghosts kneeled beside him, keeping their firm grip on his wrists, refusing to let him do any more damage. No one could look away from the scene. Mika continued to howl for another minute, and then his eyes rolled back into his head, and he stopped fighting and lay very still. Riley frowned. Alex only threw Mika onto the floor, he thought. So how did his face end up so itchy that it was driving him insane? One of the Thornton family's bodyguards examined Mika and found that he was still breathing. Maria heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that Mika had just fainted, which was probably a mercy. At least now he had gotten some relief from whatever had been happening to him. Marianne was shocked, but she knew Alex had done that to Mika to punish him for trying to kidnap her and take her to Gabriel. The method Alex had chosen to punish Mika meant that the police wouldn't be able to arrest him because there was no evidence that he had done anything wrong. Meanwhile, Maria started to panic. Things hadn't gone as she had planned, and she knew more trouble would come pretty soon. But Alex was indifferent to the situation. To him, it was just a small incident. He strode forward, casually stepping over Sam's body as he looked around the room. A chill shot down the spines of several onlookers, and they wished they were somewhere else. A whimper came from Mika as he tried to lift his head. His face contorted with pain, and he mumbled something indecipherable. Alex went over and looked down at him, but Mika closed his eyes and died without making another sound. Everyone was terrified. The calmer Alex seemed, the more afraid they became of him. They had all underestimated him, and they hadn't realized that he could be so ruthless. After what they had just witnessed, they considered him to be the most powerful man in Baltimore. Riley was also stunned. The more he understood Alex, the more dismayed he became. However, it only increased his determination to get rid of him. By making an enemy of Alex, Riley had put himself in a difficult situation, and there was no going back now. He understood that if he let Alex go now, he wouldn't get another opportunity, and Alex would only become more powerful. The room fell silent, and no one dared to make a sound. The atmosphere grew uncomfortable, and Maria felt obliged to say something. She knew the power of the ghosts. If she didn't make a statement now, she knew they would question her later, and that would be unpleasant. Alex, you're forcing my family and me to become enemies with you, she said. You should know better than to mess with us. You'll regret it. Everyone was surprised by her confidence. Maria was angry that Alex was targeting her family and the ghosts. She was aware that her plan to work with the ghosts could be ruined. She still didn't know how Alex had defeated so many people and had killed Sam and Mika. Alex was nothing compared to the Thornton family. So where did he get the nerve to take them on? Her bodyguards had been hesitant to fight Alex, and he had single-handedly killed them. She shook her head, not knowing whether she was more angry or frightened. But she decided she would take the risk and use all her means to get rid of Alex. Riley signaled to his men, and they immediately pulled out their guns, training them on Alex. Riley winked at Maria, who looked at the gunman. With Riley's support, Maria felt confident that they could get rid of Alex. Nobody dared to challenge Alex alone. But if they attacked together, they might be able to overwhelm him. Episode 637, The Glass Bottle. Maria looked at the gunman, ready to order the shooting. But Alex was quick to react. He grabbed a glass bottle from a nearby table and threw it toward the gunman. The bottle smashed onto the floor and shattered into countless pieces. The shards of glass scattered everywhere like bullets, hitting the men and causing them to shriek with shock and pain as they dropped their guns. Blood dripped from numerous shallow cuts all over their bodies, and they gaped at Alex, unsure what to do. They had never encountered anything like this, and they were terrified of what he might do next. Riley's face turned pale, and he regretted acting rashly. They had missed their chance to deal with Alex quickly, and now they had lost the ability to attack. Riley knew he was facing someone very powerful, and he had miscalculated badly. Maria decided to sneak away while everyone's attention was elsewhere. But as she turned around, a voice came from behind her. "Where do you think you're going?" asked Alex, tapping her shoulder. Maria froze. She was a strong woman and didn't usually let things go without a fight, but she knew she couldn't win against Alex. Her best option was to give up and not fight him anymore. "If you hurt me, there will be grave consequences," she said, her face flustered. "Do you think my family will let you get away with attacking me?" Maria felt that Alex was too immature to realize what he had done. While he was a martial arts expert, he clearly didn't understand the consequences of offending someone from the Thornton family. He had also committed a heinous crime by injuring the ghosts and Riley's men, and he would certainly regret it in the future. But Maria felt uneasy about challenging such an impulsive individual after what he had already done. Just then, a dozen men from the Thornton family rushed into the room. They were all powerful men and expert fighters, and they all stared at Alex. They all felt a chill as Alex turned and glared fiercely at them. The Thorntons sensed a strange atmosphere in the room, and they were frightened by Alex's inner power. They lost their fighting spirit and started trembling. As martial artists, they were particularly sensitive to the vibes Alex was giving out, and they realized they were facing a terrifying opponent. They felt powerless in front of him and retreated to the back of the room, eyes locked on him like deer frozen in the headlights. Alex had managed to subdue the enemy without fighting. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at them sternly. Even Maria was in awe of him. Her mouth hung open and she tried to move, but she discovered she could no longer control her body. Then Alex turned his gaze away from the men, and they felt relieved. "I won't bother beating you," he said, shrugging. "You're not worth the effort. But in the future, choose your enemies wisely." He looked at Maria. "But you," he said, "you're just not following orders. So, you're not getting off so lightly." He raised his hand in front of Maria's face and looked at her straight in the eyes. Suddenly, something came over Maria, and she felt captivated by him. She forgot all about trying to break free and simply sank into the emotions sweeping through her. Her cheeks grew rosy, and she was surprised to find a warm feeling sweeping over her. Everyone was surprised to realize that she seemed to be gazing at Alex lovingly. Alex had used his inner power to hypnotize Maria as a punishment for trying to kidnap Marianne. For a moment, everyone just stared at Maria, unable to understand what had happened. They wondered if she had been hiding her feelings for Alex, and now Alex had brought those emotions to the surface. When Marianne noticed this, her jealousy took over, and she forgot about the traumatic events of the day. She wanted to go over and slap Maria for gazing at Alex like that. How can she not realize he's punishing her, she wondered. Maria felt ashamed and annoyed at herself. She was from a powerful family, and Alex was her enemy. So why did she feel so much affection for him? She didn't know what was wrong with her. She couldn't seem to resist Alex, and she felt no desire to retaliate against him. Humiliated, she just wanted the ground to open up and swallow her. "Let's go," said a member of the Thornton family. Several others stepped forward and sought to appease Alex. "You're a martial arts expert, and I really admire you, but you need to have mercy." "Do you really plan on killing us all?" "This is going too far, just let her go." Then, an old lady's voice came from the corridor. "Young man, stop what you're doing now. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Episode 638, Help Arrives. The sound of a walking stick striking the floor sounded from outside the room. The woman spoke again, her voice getting louder as she approached. "Ever since we met you, we've suffered. But we're not an ordinary family, and you can't humiliate us like this." Everyone waited in anticipation to see who the woman was. They all looked at one another and started to feel calmer. Alex was surprised the woman seemed to know who he was. And despite that, she still had the confidence to confront him. Maria was still in a daze and didn't seem to notice the woman. But Alex had stopped paying attention to her, leaving her disappointed and missing his attention. When she realized that, a feeling of shame and anger came over her, and she tore her gaze away from Alex. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her. She was confused and felt torn between love and hate. Maria was naturally drawn to dominant men, so Alex was her ideal partner, and she was so fascinated with him that she kept forgetting he was the enemy. The woman's voice drew Maria out of her daze and helped to clear up her confusion. Within moments, she was able to recognize that Alex was an enemy and not the hero she had been captivated by. She remembered the dangerous situation she was in and reminded herself that if she made the wrong move, he might kill her. At first, Maria didn't recognize the old woman, although she seemed familiar. But upon a closer look, she waved her hands at the woman and cried, "Grace, help me!" Maria knew the woman as Grace Thornton. She hadn't seen Grace in many years, because Grace normally lived in seclusion and hadn't appeared in public for many decades. Only a select few knew that her martial arts skills were superior to those of Ferdinand and Ash. Grace didn't usually get involved in the family's conflicts, and nor did she ask for news of their affairs. However, everyone respected her as an older member of the family. Grace hadn't appeared when Ash had broken his leg, nor when there had been injuries and deaths in the family. So Maria was flattered that she had appeared at her moment of need. Maria thought it must be because Grace had raised her as a child. The sound of Grace's walking stick hitting the ground was rhythmic and orderly. As she walked into the middle of the room, people moved away, making space for her. "Grace, you must deal with this man for me," shouted Maria, pointing at Alex. "He has humiliated me." Grace looked at Maria and shook her head. "Maria, can you still not protect yourself?" she asked. "Do you still need to rely on me?" She walked toward Alex. "Grace," called a member of the Thornton family, looking concerned. "Be careful." Everyone had their eyes fixed on her,
waiting to see what she would do. Melvin, Riley, and some of the others were excited to see Grace. They had heard a lot about her, and now they were finally seeing her in person. The Thornton family had gone through difficult times, dealing with all kinds of enemies, and Grace had never shown up to help. But she had turned up now, so everybody knew that Alex must be a great danger to them. It also showed how much importance the Thorntons attached to Maria. They all remembered the stories of when the Thornton family had been besieged by 5 different sects and had suffered heavy losses. In the end, Grace had fought the 5 sects single-handedly, and she had emerged victorious. The heads of the 5 sects had been forced to surrender, but Grace had never forgiven them. She had vowed not to rest until all the Thorntons' enemies were dead. Since that day, everyone had been careful to treat her with respect. Alex had an indifferent expression on his face and didn't seem to take any of his opponents seriously. But he recognized that Grace was more powerful than Sam had been. Grace looked at Alex and asked, "So you still refuse to let her go?" Her voice was not loud or angry, but she spoke with authority. "Growing up, I witnessed a lot of bloodshed," she said, watching Alex. "Now, I don't want you to see it anymore. You're a talented young man, and I don't want to hurt you, but I have to defend my family. If you save Gabriel, I will let bygones be bygones. No one else needs to die here." The sound of her walking stick hitting the floor comforted the other members of the Thornton family. They were convinced that she would deal with Alex. Alex saw how much reverence the other Thorntons had for her. It was clear that Grace had been around for a long time and had a lot of wisdom. Her hair was still dark, and she seemed much younger than she was, but her eyes gave her away. She gave Alex a sharp look. "Your expression shows that you don't respect me," she said. Alex frowned. "If you don't agree to my request, then I'll make you pay for it," she continued. Grace continued to casually walk toward Alex. Everyone was surprised by her calmness. But as she passed by, they noticed that cracks appeared on the floor tiles where she struck them with her stick. The Thorntons felt reassured. Grace was a martial arts expert, and if she could crack the floor with her walking stick, then she could defeat anyone, and nobody would be able to stop her. Although Grace was old, she had excellent fighting skills. Normally, she had a good temperament and a warm, friendly face. But now she looked at Alex with a cold expression. "Do as I say," she ordered, her voice full of confidence. "I'll give you one more chance." Alex looked at her scornfully and thought, "What a deluded woman." Episode 639, The Walking Stick. Alex scoffed at Grace. "Who do you think you are?" he asked, annoyed at her arrogance. He had intended to be polite to her, but he didn't think she deserved to be shown respect. "You will pay for your actions," Grace threatened, scowling at him. Then, suddenly, she rushed at Alex and broke out her martial arts moves. She knew that she was facing an experienced fighter, so she didn't let her guard down for a moment. She used all of the moves she had ever learned, believing Alex would get exhausted and give up. But Alex didn't move at all, and simply looked at her with contempt. Then, without warning, he called on his inner power, and his fingers began to glow.
using his inner power was a compliment to Grace. After all, he didn't bother to use it on lesser opponents like Ferdinand or Ash. So it was clear that he considered Grace as skilled as Tyson Slade and Jacob Randolph. Otherwise, he would have just defeated her with basic martial arts moves. Grace moved at lightning speed and raised her walking stick, jabbing it at Alex's neck. Marianne gasped, and Melvin was about to rush in to help Alex. Everyone watched, their eyes wide. Alex didn't even attempt to dodge the strike. Grace burst out laughing. A blade protruded from the tip of her stick, and it seemed that Alex was doomed. Grace had moved with incredible skill and speed, and many younger people would have found her impossible to match. The light flared in Alex's hands, and Grace felt the stick grow lighter. Frowning in confusion, she stared at it, shocked to realize the tip of her walking stick was lying on the ground. Somehow, Alex had severed the blade. She staggered forward a few steps before she regained her balance, still gaping at the broken stick. The walking stick had been Grace's favorite weapon for many years, and never had anyone come close to breaking it. And yet, Alex had destroyed it with just one blow. Grace took a few steps back to make Alex think she was retreating. Then, taking him by surprise, she lunged at him. Her hands were on Alex's throat, and she was determined to finish him. Everyone held their breath, and Marianne was horrified. She regarded Grace as just as dangerous as Alex, but Grace seemed more cunning. But then Alex moved back, pushed Grace's hand away from his throat and twisted it. Grace let out a shrill cry, and her face contorted with rage. "You're going to regret this," she roared at Alex, attacking him. Grace had a lot of experience fighting enemies, so she was familiar with the moves and tactics Alex was using. She knew that he must have been trained by a powerful martial arts expert. As a senior member of the martial arts group herself, she realized Alex's skills must be more powerful than hers. As Alex fought, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Grace was astonished at the sight of him. She neither dared to relax nor attack, but she slowed down her speed and thought about how she was going to protect herself. But when she remembered how Alex had offended the Thorntons, she became excited again, and she was determined not to let Alex see her fear. "Besides, I know most of those moves," Grace thought. She had observed Alex's skills, but whether she could replicate them remained to be seen. Alex didn't attack or hurt Grace when she slowed down. Rather, he gave her an opportunity to fight back. He waved his hands as if he was bored, but Grace didn't take it lightly. She didn't let down her guard and always had her eyes fixed on him. The winner would be decided in just a handful of moves. Everyone noticed that Alex's way of dealing with Grace was light-handed and thought it unusual. Marianne didn't know what was going on, as she was unfamiliar with martial arts. She only knew that Alex hadn't won yet, and she thought he was at a disadvantage since the room was full of Thorntons. She noticed the expression on Riley's face and said, "Riley, I warn you to leave Alex alone. If you don't, I will never forgive you." She was afraid that Riley and his men would rush in and attack Alex while he was distracted. "Alex is like family to me," she continued. "I won't let you hurt him. Besides, he has important connections, and you won't be able to handle them." And then, to make Riley give up on his plan to pursue Alex, she warned him that if anything happened to Alex, he wouldn't survive it. But Riley seemed indifferent to Marianne's warning. His eyes were fixed on Alex, and he was waiting for an opportunity to attack. He considered Alex to be a threat to him. So if he didn't get rid of Alex now, it would cause trouble later. Riley was also jealous of Alex and felt a deep hatred toward him. Finally, Alex spoke to Grace again. "Have you had enough?" he asked calmly. Grace panicked, not knowing if that was a warning that Alex wanted to kill her. Episode 640, at the police station. Grace was in a state of shock. "Didn't you want to kill me?" asked Alex, noticing the expression on her face. "Well, I gave you a chance." Alex wanted to show mercy and let her go. Since she was an older member of the Thornton family and everyone respected her, he thought she would be able to influence them. If she could teach them not to be so arrogant, then it would benefit everyone. Besides, he really didn't want to kill her. But Grace wasn't willing to accept defeat in front of so many people. Her face contorted with rage and she yelled, "Do you think you can threaten me?" Then she tried to attack him again, using several martial arts moves one after another. It seemed that she was determined to continue until she had killed him. As Alex dodged her blows, he grew a little worried. "Well, I've seen all your moves now," he said in a low voice. "So it's time you saw mine." And with that, he grabbed Grace and pressed a knife to her throat. Grace was overpowered and couldn't get away. "I warned you," Alex said in his serious tone. Grace's eyes were filled with discontent and shock. She couldn't believe she had underestimated her opponent and that it was all over. A moment later, Grace dropped to the floor, dead. She hadn't been a bad person, but she had challenged the wrong person. And now one of the oldest, most powerful members of the Thornton family had been killed. Alex dropped the knife, and the sound of it hitting the floor reverberated across the room. Aside from that, the room was silent. The Thorntons were shocked beyond belief and completely lost for words. Their reaction was unusual. There was no wailing. There was no one calling for Alex to be killed. There was only complete silence in the room. They weren't stupid. Afraid of Alex, they eyed him as if he were an unpredictable wild animal. The others were astonished, and they couldn't believe that Alex had killed the famous Grace Thornton so easily. After a long time, Maria murmured, "Kill me too. I want to die." Without Grace, Maria's future looked bleak. She had no protection, and she would lose her status in the family. However, no one paid attention to Maria. Everyone was too scared to move, desperate not to attract Alex's attention. As it slowly sank in, Maria started becoming hysterical. Her body trembled as she took out her phone. She wanted to call everyone in her family and tell them to come over and teach Alex a lesson. Riley and the ghosts looked on, completely silent. Maria had paid a heavy price for her carelessness. Unfortunately, she still didn't realize that Alex was in control. All she knew was that Mika and Sam were dead, Gabriel was severely injured, and Grace had been killed. She would now be blamed for it all, and she would never regain her status within the family. The only thing she could think of doing to atone herself was to get revenge on Alex. As she put the phone down, she glared at Alex. "I'm going to make you regret this," she said, scowling at him. She was determined to avenge Grace no matter what it took. Alex ignored her. Instead, he took out his phone and called Timothy. "Timothy," he said, "I've run into some trouble." Then he explained what had happened and asked him to come over. Timothy sighed over the phone. "More trouble? And you decided to call me about it? Fine. I'll be there shortly." Maria's calls had resulted in even more of the Thornton family arriving. But before they could cause any trouble, Timothy arrived with several other police officers. They came in and started questioning everyone. Riley tried to introduce himself to Timothy, hoping that his background and social status would excuse him. But Timothy was a principled man, so he remained firm, insisting that everyone be treated the same. Some of Riley's men tried to escape, but they were arrested, and everyone was taken to the police vehicles. Several of the ghosts tried to resist, but they were handcuffed and thrown into the back of the police van. Then, everyone was taken to the police station for questioning. At the police station, the officers were busy interviewing everyone and trying to find out what had happened. Dawn came, and the investigation was still not over. Alex had managed to get some rest in his cell, seemingly unbothered by his surroundings. He had called the police the previous night to give Maria an opportunity to get back at him. Alex was enjoying watching the Thornton family, who were usually very arrogant, being ordered around the police station. He was even more interested to see how Timothy would handle such a big case and how he would differ from his brother. After a while, Timothy came over with some breakfast for Alex. He had a worried expression on his face. "Alex, you've killed a lot of people," he said. "This is a huge case, and I'm not sure what I can do for you. I don't even know if I'll still have a job after this." He put the plate of food on the table and slid it over to Alex, saying, "Eat it while it's still hot." Episode 641, Breakfast Buddies. Alex smiled as he said, "Timothy, this is an opportunity for you to show what you've got. You should be promoted." Then he took the offered meal and began to eat happily. However, Timothy's face was full of tension and helplessness. "It's really hard to know what to do," he said. "I mean, look at what has happened. Marianne was drugged, the Thorntons have been acting like a bunch of devils, the ghosts are back to bullying everyone, and you took down the biggest members of the Thornton family." He shook his head and then went on. "You are really quite fierce, you know. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't shown up here." He watched Alex eat for a few moments. "What's more, you know that guy Riley? Well, I hear he has some real power in Baltimore." He sighed. "But the most important thing is that you're okay." Alex scooped up another mouthful of food. Timothy sighed. "The problem is that you've just dumped all of this on my lap. If you hadn't reported the matter, then I wouldn't have known anything about it. But you did, and now it's my job to deal with it." Alex became lost in thought for a while, remembering Chelsea Wood, the police officer who had previously let him go. He hadn't heard from her in a long time, and idly he wondered what she was up to. After a few minutes, he realized that Timothy had started talking again. "Alex, we have bigger problems now," Timothy was saying. "My brother knows about this too. Ever since last night, the phones haven't stopped ringing. People are calling about all the chaos that's been happening out there, and even my brother has been affected. Many people come to him for advice, but after all this, I think he's going to need to stand his ground." He frowned, probably sympathizing with his brother's difficulties. "It's difficult having to juggle the Thorntons, Robinsons, and the ghosts." Obviously, the matter was of major concern to Timothy, but he was going to handle it wisely. it would be difficult for the brothers to keep everyone happy. Alex knew that the only way they could keep the peace was to follow procedure. So, he hoped they would do so. Timothy had a lot of respect for Alex, and he valued his opinion. Even though Timothy had to listen to his superiors, he still regarded Alex as a valuable ally. Alex, who had been eating happily, drank his last bit of coffee and sat back. "Timothy, I'm sure you and your brother will enforce the law strictly and impartially." After that, Alex patted his belly and stood up. He turned to go back toward his cell when Detective Tamara Knox came in. "Hey, Alex, you can go. You've been released on bail." Tamara saw that Alex had just finished eating his breakfast. He had left behind a donut, and she grabbed it and stuffed it in her mouth. She had been on shift all night and hadn't had a chance to stop and grab a bite to eat. Now she had. "Thanks, Alex," she said around a mouthful of donut. Timothy looked at Tamara in surprise. "Alex is being released? Is this for real?" After Timothy had arrested Alex, he had tried not to give him preferential treatment to avoid arousing suspicion. He supported Alex's fight, but he hadn't wanted his brother to know that. Therefore, he had been careful and had avoided making any mistakes that could jeopardize the case. He had hoped that by finding a balance, he could help Alex without drawing the attention of his brother. But when he heard that Alex could be released on bail so soon, Timothy was surprised. "What about the others?" he asked. "What about your investigation?" Alex, happy to hear the news, also stopped to hear what had happened. "Riley will also be released because his story checks out," Tamara said. "From the beginning to the end of his interrogation, he told the truth. His men had opened fire without any evidence of instruction from Riley. We guess that he's probably shifting all the responsibility to others." Alex nodded. That wily Riley, he thought. He was smooth, that was for sure. I bet that he didn't do anything because he had no chance to do so. "The ghosts were either killed or injured," Tamara went on. "They said that if we promised to take care of Gabriel, then they would cooperate and try not to leave the country. It seems pretty complicated." She shook her head, and then she looked at both Alex and Timothy. "To be honest, I don't know what to believe anymore. Why is all this happening? Some say that it's all your fault and that you should take the fall for it," she said, her gaze turning to Alex. He rolled his eyes, not dignifying the accusation with a response. "As for Maria Thornton, we'll detain her for a long time," Tamara went on when she realized she wasn't going to get a rise out of Alex. "Although Mika Fairburn's men were not detained, they were treated for their injuries. Gabriel's about to die, so we'll not take measures against him for the time being. And you, Alex," she raised her voice, "you've prevented a large-scale war, saving the lives of many people. Because of this, you've been released on bail. But remember, it is bail, not a complete release. If we have any further questions, you will have to report to the station right away and cooperate." She frowned, looking at him from top to bottom. "Can you even afford bail?" she asked. "It doesn't look like you can raise those kinds of funds." It was obvious that she despised how he dressed and didn't think he was worth much. "It's all good," Alex said. "I'd like to know who came to the decision to let me out on bail, though." "Perhaps it was me. After all, I was here all night," Tamara smiled cheekily. He looked at her as if taking her seriously, and then he shook his head. "No, that's not your style." She shook her head in annoyance, but also with some admiration. "To tell you the truth, we have an officer here who might have had some say in letting you go. She used to be on traffic patrol, but she advanced quickly and was transferred here by Brian." "Oh, really?" Alex asked curiously. "I'd like to meet her." "You sure would, wouldn't you?" Tamara snorted with laughter.
but she left to find the officer. "Alex, this police officer is rather infamous for her hardcore attitude," Timothy warned him. "I'm not sure you're going to like her very much." Episode 642, The Return of Officer Wood. Timothy was just about to say goodbye to Alex when suddenly a police constable rushed over with a big smile on her face. "Alex, what have you gotten yourself into this time?" The officer's tone was full of surprise and joy, and she genuinely looked happy to see Alex. Timothy gaped at them. "Chelsea Woods, you are one versatile woman," Alex said by way of greeting. He was smiling as much as she was. "Last I heard you were on traffic patrol. Now you're here? What in the world did you do to end up in a place like this?" He held out his hand and she took it. Chelsea was embarrassed when she saw Timothy, but she wasn't timid by nature. "I was transferred in because I knew someone needed to keep an eye on you," she said teasingly. She studied him seriously for a few moments and then said, "It's good to see you." Alex was happy to see her too. He knew that the life of a traffic officer wasn't easy. She probably had a lot of stories, and most of them were probably not good. His heart had warmed when he had spotted her. He turned to Timothy and said, "Your brother is a smart and good man." Timothy was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" "He's a man of vision," Alex said. "He deployed Officer Woods here to help you. To be honest, although she's obviously overqualified, I'm glad she doesn't have to work as a patrol officer anymore. She's better suited to work for you." Timothy was even more surprised. "How do you know so much about it?" "What's the matter, sir?" Chelsea asked uneasily. "Alex and I are only friends, but we know each other well." She glanced over to look at Alex appraisingly. "We understand each other." Chelsea still had a small smile on her face, which surprised Timothy. Chelsea was famous for her cold and stern attitude toward police work. She had only transferred in recently, and yet her reputation had preceded her. He had yet to see her smile until now. Even Brian didn't know that Chelsea knew Alex. Had he known, he would probably have kept them far apart. He had transferred her because she enforced the law impartially, and he didn't think she would be likely to give Alex any special treatment. But Chelsea was deeply impressed by Alex. When she saw him, it felt like her heart would jump out of her chest. She had thought he had died, and so she never expected to see him again. Yet here he was. Her relief and excitement at seeing him were impossible to suppress. With Timothy there, Chelsea tried to keep her emotions in check, but she was a keen observer and could easily see that her reaction was not just that of seeing a friend, but that of seeing someone she loved. "Hey, Timothy, did you hear me?" Alex said, breaking into Timothy's thoughts. "I said, are you going to hire Chelsea temporarily or permanently? You'd be wise to keep her in your unit." Chelsea was certainly a force to be reckoned with. She had offended many powerful people because of her adherence to the law. However, Alex also knew that she wanted to help him. To do so, she may have to bend her beliefs. Alex knew that she had feelings for him. He hadn't encouraged her because he didn't feel the same. He liked her and respected her, but that was it. After all, he had already given his heart to Debbie. Even just the thought of Debbie made Alex grimace in concern. She didn't know what had happened to him. To keep her safe and to keep her from worrying, he had shielded her from any news about his situation. "I'm sure my brother has great plans for Officer Wood," Timothy said. "When he recruited her, he must have thought about it carefully, which shows that he has absolute trust and appreciation for her. Besides, my brother's the one who controls the hiring of officers, so he knows what he's doing." I agree, Alex said. If her brother was able to persuade others to transfer Chelsea here, then it shows that someone supports his idea. He patted Timothy on the shoulder. The Thorntons and those like them won't stand a chance. He paused and then looked at Timothy sternly. I just want to say that Chelsea's like family, and no one can bully her in the future. If I hear of anyone mistreating her, I will kill them. I mean it. Timothy looked at Alex, believing he meant every word. If Alex threatened someone, it wasn't a joke. Although he was only in his 20s, he had a lot of passion and commitment. Timothy didn't know where he got it. Oh, Alex, Chelsea said. What are you talking about? I can take care of myself. Though she talked gruffly, anyone who saw her could tell that she had been moved by his concern and brotherly attitude. There was no one else who could bring out her soft side quite like Alex. Timothy felt like he had missed something. One moment it seemed like Chelsea loved Alex romantically, but then the next moment Alex talked about her like she was family. He was confused. No more nonsense, it's time for you to go. Chelsea tried to cool her tone and emotions. I'd like to get started on your release paperwork right away. After training at the police academy and working as a traffic cop, Chelsea had grown gruff and streetwise. She had also learned to balance her emotions. Now that she had gotten over the initial surprise and joy of seeing Alex again, she regained her composure. She was happy to know that Alex had been pleased to see her. She would have to be satisfied with that for now. When you get out, be sure to take care of yourself, work hard, and stay out of trouble, understand? Chelsea had fully regained her cop persona. She paced in front of him as she talked, staring at him coolly. I get it, officer, Alex responded, with a newfound respect for her command. His respect amused her, but she didn't show it. All right, we're almost done, Chelsea said, handing Alex his belongings and some papers to sign. Alex scrawled his name. Okay, you can leave now, Chelsea said. Alex, who had finally been set free, turned to Timothy and said, Timothy, don't forget. Make sure that Chelsea is taken care of. I'll be watching you. Timothy was completely confused. What in the world does he mean? He wondered. I thought he trusted me and now he threatens me? Has he forgotten all I did for him now that he's laid eyes on freedom? Timothy swallowed. Okay. Don't worry, Chelsea will be like my sister here. I'll never forgive anyone who can't get along with her. Chelsea couldn't hold back any longer and she started laughing. Alex joined in, and Timothy realized that they had been teasing him all along. Episode 643, Bittersweet Freedom. You two are ridiculous. Chelsea glared at the two men, but she still had a smile on her face. With a wave, she turned around and left. Timothy and Alex watched her go. She was stopped outside by Tamara, who apparently wanted to talk to her about a case. Alex turned back to Timothy and rubbed his hands together gleefully. Well, it looks like it's time to listen to the lady. She said I should go, and I really should. I have to get ready for the top doctor competition. I passed the preliminary test, and now I have to prepare for the city-level competition. After saying goodbye to Timothy, Alex gathered up his belongings and then left the station. Timothy had not had the time to talk with Alex about his niece's illness. He only smiled bitterly as he watched Alex leave. He had been told to guarantee Alex's safety, and he intended to do just that. After all, the orders had come from someone even more powerful than Brian. Timothy thought about the odd relationship between all of them. Brian still seemed to have a strong resentment for Alex,
and neither of the men could communicate with the other. Timothy wasn't sure if Brian and Alex could ever have the kind of trust and friendship that he had with Alex. With a sigh, he grudgingly went back to work. Alex walked out of the police station and took a breath of fresh air. It was good to be outside. He looked up and down the street, trying to catch his bearings. Now that he was free, at least on bail, he was puzzled. He realized that he had no idea who had posted bail for him. He turned around and went back into the station to ask. Sure enough, it had been Mary Ann who had come to his rescue. Walking back outside, Alex felt refreshed. Suddenly, he heard a voice call out to him from farther down the street. "Alex!" He turned to see Mary Ann, who had been waiting for him to be released. She looked happy to see him as she rushed up and gave him a big hug. "What took you so long? I thought you'd never come out of there. I'm so happy to see you." With that, Mary Ann started to cry tears of joy. She had obviously been very worried about him. Alex had become the most important person in her life. Mary Ann was all too familiar with the complex relationships of the powerful families and players in Baltimore. None of them could be underestimated. The fact that Alex, one of the few people who had stood up to all of them, had escaped relatively unscathed was a miracle. The key was that Alex wasn't afraid to fight back. He had not hesitated to take down the likes of Sam Young or Grace Thornton. They had been skilled fighters, and Alex had proved that he was more so. What Mary Ann hadn't considered was that, in today's society, evidence was the key. Alex had attacked those people without laying a finger on them. And without hard evidence that he had attacked them, he couldn't be convicted. Alex was happy to see Mary Ann too. He thanked her for her help and told her what had happened after he had been arrested. To Mary Ann's surprise, Maria had been locked up, and all the others who had bullied and threatened her were being brought to justice. She was impressed by how quickly everything had happened. "Mary Ann, your tears are all over my clothes," Alex said teasingly. "Now I'll have to go and buy some new ones." His tone was accusing, as if he disliked her excessive enthusiasm at seeing him. Mary Ann let out a cry of mild annoyance and stepped back. Alex always acted coolly toward her, and she was used to that. She didn't care that he didn't return her feelings. She wished he had, but for the time being, she was simply happy that he had hugged her back, and that he seemed to genuinely appreciate her help. When Mary Ann looked embarrassed, Alex said, "You don't have to worry about me. As you can see, I'm fine. They realized that I was not the enemy, and they couldn't prove anything." His tone gentled as he saw her look of genuine concern. "Besides, with friends like you, who are willing to come to my aid, I can take on anything." Mary Ann nodded, his words a comfort to her. But she also knew he was mocking the situation. "Well, don't make fun of me. I did what I thought I needed to do. I may be little, but I do have some pull within the city. Not a lot, but some. I'm the one who should be thanking you. I feel embarrassed about how you had to jump in and help me." What Mary Ann said was the truth. She had indeed been bullied by others. If Alex hadn't done anything, Riley would have refused to help her, and then she would have been on her own. In addition, after Alex had intervened and had been arrested, Mary Ann had been trying to reduce the accusations against him through various channels. However, even though she had made a lot of phone calls, they hadn't amounted to much. It had become obvious to her that those behind the attack were far more powerful than she was. Mary Ann had no effect at all. "Alex, I'm sorry," she said. "You helped me out of a dangerous situation last night, but I can't do anything to change yours. I tried, I really did. I thought my family had some pull, but no matter what I do, I can't seem to help you. I feel useless." She was especially unhappy with Riley. She had done nothing to help her. She had a deep understanding of Riley's double-dealing ways.
She had told everyone that he was really a good person and that he could be trusted. But now she wasn't so sure. She had also placed too much stock in her own family. It wasn't that the Robinsons didn't have any pull, it was just that the enemy was much stronger. There was more going on than she could understand, and it was frustrating and terrifying. "Well, you don't have to get involved," Alex said. "You've done enough already. You helped me get out of jail. Besides, if I had to do it all over again, I'd do the same thing. I have no regrets. It's me who should be sorry. You must have tried your best last night. How could I blame you for anything? He trailed off and frowned. "Just what?" Marianne prompted after a few moments of silence had passed. "It's just that you're too emotional. Do you know what happened last night? Do you understand it?" Alex's expression had become indifferent. "Understand?" she asked. She hesitated as she sensed that his attitude had suddenly changed, and she couldn't keep up with his ever-changing emotions. She figured that what he was about to say wasn't going to be anything good, and she braced for it. "I want you to understand that what I did last night wasn't because I wanted to protect you in particular," he said. "When I see someone in trouble, I feel the need to intervene. I'm a good-natured person, and I can't see others being bullied. That's why I did it." "What do you mean?" she asked. She had prepared herself for the truth, but she still felt it hurt. "Are you saying that you don't care for me at all?" "Yes," Alex said simply. "I will save a little cat or a dog, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to take them home with me and take care of them. I'll save them because they can't save themselves. That's all. I don't want them to follow me home because I'm out for justice, not for love." Although Alex's words were clear and sincere, they were also cruel. Episode 644, Business and Love Don't Mix. Marianne had always shown her vulnerable side to Alex, so he had expected her to cry. Unexpectedly, Marianne bit her lip and listened intently to what he had to say. "Do you mean that everything you did last night has nothing to do with me?" she asked quietly. She didn't cry, but her expression was somber. Alex ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Why don't you understand what I'm trying to say?" She shook her head. "You're being ridiculous. I really can't believe what you did last night had absolutely nothing to do with me." She pouted as she tried to hold back tears. "Besides, you're comparing me to a cat? Or a dog? Really? Is that what you think of me? Do I have paws? Fur? A tail?" Marianne continued to launch a series of rhetorical questions, and as she did so, her anger mounted. Well, Alex stuttered, trying to backtrack. "I don't care about your little mission to seek justice," she said, poking a finger in his chest. "You're not a superhero. It doesn't matter how you feel. I care about you, and I'll help you whenever you need it, even if you don't ask. I don't want to see you get killed, so you simply need to find a way to deal with me." She paused, looking like she was about to stamp her foot before she continued. "Alex, is it wrong to love someone? Is loving you breaking some sort of law? I love you. I don't care what you think." Alex was speechless. He had only wanted to convince her that he hadn't offended her because he had any particular feelings for her, but now she seemed to have not heard a word he had said. "She said she loves me," he thought. "Yet she says she doesn't care what I think?" Marianne hadn't finished. In fact, she began to speak faster and faster. "I don't expect anything in return. I simply don't want your pity. You're afraid that I won't let you go and stick right by you, but just give me a chance. If you do, I'll even give you half of my company."
Alex simply blinked. She wants to give me half of her company, he thought. I don't understand. She must know that I wouldn't take advantage of her like that. In fact, Marianne would do anything to keep Alex by her side, and she was worried that he wouldn't accept her offer. Looking at his expression, she realized that he was going to say no. Before he could speak, she added, Alex, I mean it. I want to give you half the company. Don't look down on us. The market value of Robinson Winery has improved a lot and you'd be rich. We could manage it together, help it grow, or you could even operate it by yourself. I would openly support you. Alex was surprised at the offer. She was a keen businesswoman and very independent. She had preferred to give up the glory and wealth she would have had by getting married to the oil baron, as her family had wanted, to manage her own business. But now, for Alex, she was willing to give up half her business? She was a strong woman, but when it came to matters of the heart, she was obviously not thinking clearly. No, I don't want your business, Alex said shortly. I'm not interested in the wine industry. Marianne sighed. She had expected the response, but she still had to try. Very well. If you aren't interested in that offer, then perhaps you'll take me up on a different one. What do you want now? Alex asked, exasperation evident in his tone. Well, would you have breakfast with me today? She blushed. Oh. Alex was relieved. This was an offer that he could accept. Even though he had just had breakfast, he wasn't opposed to the idea of a second one. Although he had no interest in Marianne, he did feel a little guilty and wanted to make her happy. As they started to walk down the street to find a restaurant, a roaring voice sounded from behind them. You better get out of here while you have the chance. They turned around and saw Riley, whose face was a mask of anger, stride purposefully toward them. His bodyguard followed. I heard everything just now, Riley huffed. He'd obviously just been released from custody and was seething mad. You offered to give him half of the Robinson Winery in exchange for his love, and now you're having breakfast together? How do you expect to pay for it? Riley was furious. He had lost respect the previous night, and now, seeing Alex and Marianne together was like the icing on the cake. Marianne obviously liked Alex more than she did Riley. He should have expected that. After all, Alex liked to play hero, and Marianne seemed to like that in men. Cheap fool, Riley snapped, gritting his teeth in anger. Marianne had been in a very good mood, and now seeing Riley's crazed appearance, she didn't want to lose that mood. She said, Riley, you're the fool. Leave me alone. Marianne didn't want to talk to Riley at all. His mood swung back and forth like a pendulum. Because of that, she didn't respect him very much. How dare you talk to me that way, he shouted. I'm a powerful figure in this city, you know that. I don't want to talk to you when you're angry, Marianne said in a cold voice. There's no reasoning with you. She turned away and tugged on Alex's arm, trying to put some distance between them and Riley. Riley was furious. Marianne had acted polite, but her words had been cruel. On top of that, he had overheard her affectionate words to Alex. Why does she never talk to me like that? He wondered, seething inwardly. Before he could give it another thought, and before any of the others could react, he snatched a dagger from his bodyguard's pocket and then stabbed it at Alex. Marianne paled as the time slowed. She instinctively reached for the dagger in an attempt to stop him. It sliced her palm, and she gasped as she pulled it back. It oozed blood, but she now had the dagger in her hand. She scoffed herself for her reaction. She had momentarily forgotten that Alex was an expert at martial arts and that he could defend himself just fine. Don't think you can bully us just because you're from a powerful family, she hissed, clutching her hand. Riley laughed, and indicated for his bodyguards to fan out and prepare to fight. The air was filled with tension.
"Go away, just leave us alone,"
Marianne cried. Episode 645, Dance of the Dagger. Marianne sensed impending disaster. Alex was about to get into another fight over her. He couldn't expect to win every battle and be a lone hero, so she had to try to stop the fight. Riley's bodyguards stepped around to the side to draw Alex's attention in two different directions. Without further thought, Marianne raised the dagger in her hand and held it against her own neck.
"If you lay one finger on Alex, I promise I'll do it," she said deliberately. "I'll kill myself. If that happens, you'll have the Robinson family to deal with. They won't let you get away with my death. They'll retaliate with blood for your stupidity today."
Marianne knew her strategy to save Alex was a risky one. If it didn't work, they both might end up dead. Riley had frozen when he saw her place the blade of the dagger against her own neck. Her hand was still bleeding from where it had been cut. Her action had surprised him. He sneered and asked, "Marianne, what are you doing? Is he really worth your life?"
"Go away. Get out of here," she cried. "Don't let me see you again. We aren't friends anymore, Riley. Do you not see what you've done to me? Leave me alone. Alex is my friend. Accept it and leave."
Marianne was excited, and Riley didn't want her to die. He didn't really care about her as much as she thought he did. But he did know if that she killed herself, he would have Alex and the Robinsons after him. He couldn't afford that attention right now. With a sigh, Riley waved his arm at his bodyguard and said, "Back down, get back." The bodyguard stopped his sideways movement and stepped back to Riley's side, staring at Marianne and Alex. Riley looked at Marianne appraisingly, realizing he needed to use a different tactic with her. He cleared his throat and tried to soften his expression. Then he spread his hands placatingly and said, "Marianne, relax. Don't be angry and don't do anything stupid. I won't hurt your friend. Put the knife down and give me your hand. Then I'll help you bandage the wound. Don't you remember how we had to help each other when we were kids? Let me help you now. Now that we're adults, there's no need for us to fight, especially with knives." Riley started to step closer, but before he could move, Alex intervened. He grabbed Marianne's injured hand and gently touched the wound, sending some of his inner power into it. Marianne felt a burst of electromagnetic energy flow through her palm, up her arm and out into her body. After the feeling passed, her bleeding hand had not only stopped hurting, but it had also stopped bleeding entirely. Alex's expression was cold as he asked, "What made you think you should grab that dagger? You aren't a fighter, Marianne, you're a business owner. Didn't you even think about your own safety? You were foolish and you put yourself in danger for no reason." He was angry with her. How could she have done something so stupid, he thought. Did she think she was trying to save me? I can take care of myself. Alex's attitude was cold, but he reached into his pocket, dug around for a moment, and then pulled out a tissue. He handed it to her as he said, "Here, look, I can solve my own problems. I don't need you jumping in and putting yourself at risk. If you do, I'll be angry and I'll think less of you." Marianne wiped the blood from her hand without complaint. Riley couldn't keep his mouth shut any longer. "Alex, you really are a selfish bastard. She offered her company to you. You rejected it, and you rejected her, and yet she still came to your defense. Now you're yelling at her again. How could you treat her like that?" Riley was beyond jealous. He couldn't understand how Alex could still treat Marianne so disrespectfully
and yet she still defended him. What sort of power did the man have over her? In fact, Alex seemed to have that kind of power over every woman he met. "Riley," Marianne turned on him, unable to listen to another word he said. She threw the tissue at him. "Shut up, you idiot!" She took a step toward him as she continued her rant. "You don't have to pretend to be a good person here. You've already shown what kind of person you are. You're a wolf in sheep's clothing. I used to listen to you because we were close in the past, but now I can see through your hypocritical lies. Get out of here. I don't want to see you." She glared at him. "You make me feel sick." Riley shook his head and sighed. "Oh, Marianne, you're hopeless. You've been thoroughly brainwashed by this rogue. You're from a fine Baltimore family, so how can you be taken in by someone like this? He's a bastard, but he's devoted his life to flattering you. He keeps you close because you're rich. He'll take advantage of that and use you, mark my words." Riley paused for a moment, lost in thought, and then he said, "You know, why don't we work together? Alex won't go into business with you, but I could. I know how to run a business and make it grow. If he owned half your business, he would only do it to get rich. But I'm already rich, so I suggest you take my offer seriously. If you don't, perhaps I should take this information to your father. If he only knew that you were mixed up with a scoundrel like Alex, he'd send you off to that oil baron so fast you'd never see it coming." There was a strong threat in Riley's tone, and Marianne knew that his influence in Baltimore could not be denied. One phone call to her family, and her assets would be transferred right back to the rest of her family. She would have nothing, and Riley would be on their side. She didn't even want to think about what would happen to her or to Alex. "Go away, Riley," Marianne snapped. "You're such a villain, trying to meddle in my family affairs. You may think you have a good reason to do so, but I warn you, don't push me. I'm the head of the Robinson Winery. I'm not the fool you think I am, so I won't let you try to cheat me out of my company. You think that you're smarter and more powerful than me? We'll see about that. Now for the last time, go away." Riley merely laughed at her. "I like your attempt at brainwashing me, Marianne. It won't work, but I'm impressed by the effort. I advise you to separate from Alex. He'll only drag you down. He's gutter trash. He doesn't care about you. If you don't take my words seriously, you will not only harm yourself, but also him." Riley changed his tactics, but he still threatened both Alex and Marianne because he was jealous of their friendship. Episode 646, Pants Off. "You can try whatever you like, Riley," Marianne said fearlessly. "You may be stronger than me, but you're still a fool. I've made it clear that Alex and I are joint partners in the Robinson Winery. If he's involved in something, then I'll be involved too. We can't be separated. You can harm both of us, but you'll have to deal with the consequences." Riley's temper flared again. He shouted, "If you think I don't have the strength to fight you, then you're wrong." Before he could finish talking, there was a whooshing sound, and he started feeling cold. The wind seemed to cut right through him, making him shiver. He was stunned as he looked at the people around him in confusion. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then he saw Alex's smirking face. Marianne, too, went from being filled with righteous indignation to hiding her face and stifling a laugh, and she turned her back on them. Riley looked down, and his eyes widened. He didn't know how it had happened, but his pants had been torn wide open, and the entire lower half of his body was exposed. It was no wonder that he felt very cold. What's going on?" Riley asked, panicking slightly. How could his pants have burst open without warning? One of the bodyguards couldn't help laughing. Anyone who saw Riley with his torn pants would find it funny, especially when he was in the middle of teaching his rivals a lesson in righteousness. Riley was a man who cared about appearances. Now, in front of his subordinates and Marianne's family, he had been made to look like a fool. He was filled with shame and anger, but he didn't know what was going on. "Was it you?" Riley shouted at Alex. He used one hand to point and the other to try to cover himself up. Alex smiled. "Riley, I think you'd better watch your tongue. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill people. If I did, you and your men would have been dead a long time ago." He raised his voice slightly and added, "Cover yourself up and get out of here so you can keep what little reputation you have left." Riley opened his mouth to argue, but Alex cut him off. "I don't know what you're up to," he said, "but do your worst. I'll be ready for you. And as for Marianne, we've never been that close. But seeing how angry you are, maybe it's time for that to change. Marianne and I will be much better friends from now on. And remember, I choose my friends very carefully." When she heard that, Marianne turned around happily. She hugged Alex, who under the circumstances was happy to let her do so. Riley clenched his teeth and wanted to give the order for his men to destroy Alex, unable to bear his arrogance any longer. But then he remembered what Alex was capable of and tried to control his rage. Everything else was secondary to Alex's unmatchable martial arts. He knew he had to restrain his impulses and resort to more creative, underhanded means to defeat him. Otherwise, they could both end up dead, which would obviously not be his preference. Grace had been powerful, but Alex had destroyed her with ease, so Riley had to consider his next move more carefully. He couldn't afford to be reckless. However, he still refused to admit defeat. "You're going to regret messing with me, Alex," he said. "If you mess with me, then you mess with the whole of Baltimore. No matter how strong you are, you can't withstand us all." He paused, trying to look as casual as he possibly could, and said, "Well, if I can't persuade you now, I never will. You do what you think is best. This whole thing is ridiculous. What kind of woman gives half her company to someone else?" Marianne didn't pay any attention to his mocking. Instead, she put her arm around Alex's neck, fluttering her eyelashes, and kissed him. Alex wasn't pleased. He didn't want to let Marianne get too close, so he pushed her away and said, "Do you think I need to rely on other people to get to the top? Let me show you how wrong you are." With that, he picked the dagger off the ground and held it in his hand. Riley was surprised and retreated, but Alex was just too quick. His pants suddenly loosened and fell to the ground. Then Alex grabbed his hand. Riley screamed as the dagger cut through his palm. He looked down at the wound, his expression panicked, and his teeth clenched in pain. He wasn't used to being on the receiving end of violence. He was more used to watching others get hurt, and he really didn't like being injured. His bodyguards ran over, but Alex smiled and pointed the dagger at Riley's throat. "Get out of my way," he commanded. "Back off!" Riley cried out to his bodyguards in fear. Then he said to Alex, "What do you want from me?" He was now in a sorry state. He was practically naked from the waist down, and blood seeped from his palm. Alex clearly had the upper hand. Alex didn't answer, but a small jar appeared in his left hand. He gently lifted the lid with his thumb and poured the powder onto Riley's bloody palm. "What's this? What are you doing?" Riley asked, afraid that he was being poisoned. He turned pale, knowing Alex was capable of anything. There was a smell of medicine, but it wasn't unpleasant. Marianne realized something was happening and looked at Riley's palm. Riley was terrified. He also looked down at his hand and was stunned to find the blood had stopped flowing, and the wound seemed to have become smaller. There was also less pain.
"What is this?"
he asked, as his frightened expression turned to one of surprise. He realized that the powder wasn't poison, but a hemostatic drug designed to stop bleeding. Episode 647, Protest. Riley was the CEO of the Naismith Pharmaceutical Group, so he knew a lot about medicine. As soon as he saw the change in his plan, he immediately realized that it was similar to the healing powder his company had recently developed. The healing powder produced by his family was unique, and it had been responsible for his family's rapid accumulation of wealth, so he was extremely familiar with it.
"What medicine is this effective?"
Riley asked, staring at his palm in disbelief. "I suppose there's no harm in letting you know," Alex said, shrugging. "This is the unique blood-stopping medicine that I've developed. I've named it the Golden Health Powder. It can heal wounds and stop bleeding. So, now that you've tried it, what do you think?" Riley's forehead wrinkled, and his expression grew serious.
"Golden Health," he mumbled. "How has it stopped the bleeding so fast? How is my wound healed so quickly? Is this medicine? Or magic? How is this possible?"
He was so surprised that he had completely forgotten that his pants were around his ankles. He stood in the cold wind and studied the jar that Alex had used. 3 seconds to stop bleeding, 10 seconds to stop pain, 1 minute to heal the scar, and then no trace at all after 24 hours, Alex said lightly. Marianne was ecstatic, and just as incredulous as Riley. She was a businesswoman, so naturally, she knew the commercial value of Alex's trauma medicine. She was a little confused, though. Alex hadn't used any medicine when she had been injured. Instead, he had merely rubbed her palm a few times. Now, there was no scar on her palm, and it looked exactly the same as before she had been injured. She couldn't explain it. Perhaps ordinary people just couldn't understand what Alex was capable of.
"No, I don't believe it," Riley said. "There are no drugs in the world capable of what I've just seen. It doesn't conform to science or medicine."
"Well, believe it or not, the facts are there," Alex said. "Just remember, the point was to show that I don't need to rely on anyone else, right? Do you understand?" Riley was completely shocked. But Alex was right. His palm told the whole story. With a medicine like that, Alex wouldn't need anybody's help. He could make billions. As CEO of the Naismith Group, Riley knew such an invention spelled death for his company.
"Are you going to compete with me?" Riley asked.
"Yes, of course I am," Alex said. "I'm testing the effect of the powder everywhere. From the palm of your hand, we can all see how well it works. I believe I can obtain the patent right away and carry out mass production through Marianne's funds, offices, factory, and workers. Do you think her father will be pleased?" Alex's voice wasn't loud, but each word was like a blow to the head for Riley. He didn't know what to say, and he felt completely defeated. After taking a long time to compose himself, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't get complacent." Alex laughed. "I'm proud," he said, "and I have every right to be proud. Who's the loser now?" Riley looked down and finally remembered that much of his lower body was exposed. He had been like that for so long that it almost didn't matter anymore. This sense of inferiority now came from the fact that he was clearly the underdog in medicine. "When the time comes, the money I earn will be enough to destroy you," Alex said. "I've given it some thought, and I believe I'll buy the Naismith Group. and give you a job to take out my trash. But you'll have to beg me for it." Riley broke out in a cold sweat. The crisis was real, and the winner would take it all. The Naismith healing powder had completely annihilated its competitors, but now the tables were turning. He had been so sure of himself, but now he knew what he was really up against. Alex's plan was so much bigger and better than his, and now Riley seemed doomed to failure. He was shocked and terrified, but he was also in a serious hurry to find a solution. "Get lost, Riley," Alex said, issuing the order for him to leave. Riley didn't hesitate. Instead, he quickly got into the car and made a quick calculation. He was an expert schemer, and he quickly made his first call. "Listen," he said to the underling on the other end. "Alex has a secret recipe for healing powder, which is thousands of times more effective than ours. You need to get this secret recipe to me, no matter what you have to do or how much money it costs. It's called Golden Health Healing Powder. Remember that, Golden Health." Riley's expression revealed how seriously he was taking Alex's new medicine. He knew that if it succeeded, his family's healing powder would be swept onto the garbage heap of history. Alex and Marianne were left behind. They had a good breakfast together, and Marianne looked very happy throughout. But Alex didn't pay her too much attention. After breakfast, Alex refused Marianne's request to stay, and then he rushed to the wellness suite to begin a consultation. At noon, he went for a drive to relax, and he happened to pass the headquarters of the Robinson Winery. The building was surrounded by protesters. People held up banners with various slogans about how the company was lying, cheating, and swindling people out of their money. The organizer was continuously shouting slogans to which the crowd would respond with a roar, attracting the attention of passerby. Alex was very familiar with the scene. It had happened at the Robinson Winery before. On that occasion, it had turned out to be the work of the Murdoch family, so maybe they were at it again. Alex concluded that although Marianne had her flaws, morality was not one of them, so this must be someone out to make trouble. Well, he thought, it's hard to be a strong woman in this world. There's always someone waiting to drag her down. He wasn't responsible for Marianne, though, and he was about to drive away when his phone rang. "Alex, don't leave," Marianne said. "Come and have a look since you're already here. Anyway, half of this is yours now, so you can't just turn away." Alex was amazed, but looking out of his window, he saw Marianne waving to him from an upstairs office. With a wry smile, he got out of the car and went in through the back door, since the front of the building was heavily guarded. They were obviously on alert because of the disturbances outside, as if they were facing a great enemy. But they were only guarding one side of the building. I only went for a drive, Alex thought, and I end up getting involved in something. And once again, it involves a woman. Episode 648, Paperwork. A young woman appeared at the back door with a document in her hand. When she saw Alex enter, she rushed forward and said, "Please come in. Marianne is waiting for you. I'm Julie, her secretary." She seemed anxious to get Alex into the building as soon as possible. "Why are you so flustered?" Alex asked her. "Are you worried about what's happening outside?" As they walked, he looked out of the window at the crowd. He could still hear them chanting. "What's been happening at the company to cause all of this?" Alex asked. He felt perfectly within his rights to ask. After all, Marianne had given him half of her assets. "It's hard to say," Julie said, slamming one of the windows shut. and retreating out of the crowd's line of sight. It was such a strange way to be welcomed into the building, but Alex understood that the company must be under huge amounts of pressure, that the senior management was all in hiding. Julie blushed and apologized. "Please, forgive me for the unorthodox welcome," she said. "I don't mean to be impolite. It's just that these people are monsters. If they get to know our faces, they'll attack us the moment we leave." Alex sighed. No wonder she was nervous. She was preparing for a fight. It must have been hard for her to even get to work. But she said cheerfully, "I heard Marianne say that you're joining our company. I'm so pleased. Alex, please help the Robinson Winery. Marianne is having a really hard time." Alex still didn't understand. "If you tell me what the problem is," he said, "then I'll see if I can solve it." "Well, it's not the first time that this has happened. Do you know about the Blue Bottle Winery?" Julie asked. "I thought that was already under control," Alex said. "It is closed down, right? Don't tell me they're up and running again." "There's no end to it," Julie said. "Luis's Uncle Stephen has been looking for trouble, and he'll use any excuse to attack us. Although we completely defeated their plot before, and even though Blue Bottle has gone bankrupt, and many of the management have been detained and sentenced, we're still not willing to accept defeat." The more Julie said, the sadder she became. "I'm sorry, Alex," she said. "Maybe I shouldn't have said so much, but I know you're one of us now. You'd better get the rest of the story from Marianne." It was obvious from the way that she spoke that Julie was more than just Marianne's secretary. The two women were clearly friends. Julie motioned Alex toward a room rarely visited by the company's staff. Then she stopped and left him to go on alone. Alex pushed open the door, and Marianne met him with a smile. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Have you come to laugh at my incompetence and solve all my problems for me?" She wasn't so flustered this time. Instead, she was teasing him. "Well, I don't know what sins I was guilty of in my last life," Alex said. "But you seem to be my punishment. Tell me, what are the Murdochs up to? Didn't we already beat them?" Since he had made the effort to come in, Alex felt that he might as well take care of the problem. But Marianne didn't seem to be in a hurry. Instead, she reached out and handed him a thick document. Then she said, "Have a look at it. I don't want you going back on your word. Will you sign it?" Marianne was looking at him affectionately. Obviously, she was happy to see him, and she was no longer worried about what was going on outside. Alex was dumbfounded. There must be something wrong with her. Had she invited him up to the office to deal with the protesters or to do some heavy reading? With the anger in that crowd, the building might not be standing for that much longer. Alex flipped through the documents and discovered they were all concerning the transfer of assets. "Sign it, please," Marianne said with a smile. "What are you so afraid of?" Alex asked, frowning at her. "Do you think I'll go back on my word? That you'll miss out on all the benefits of my joining the company? Or are you simply trying to repay my kindness?" The smile disappeared from her face, and she looked very sad. "Is that what you think?" she asked. "Of course," Alex snapped. "You're a strong woman with a good head for business, so why on earth are you doing this?" He slapped the document onto the desk and asked, "If I told you to sleep with me, would you take off your clothes right now?" Marianne had tears in her eyes. She stared at him for a long time, and then she laughed. "Yes, I would," she said, nodding. "I would take them off for you. I said I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it." She raised her head to reveal eyes burning with desire. She wore a blue suit that accentuated her figure, and she looked both smart and charming. She had great taste and had melted many a man's heart. "I'll take them off," she insisted. "Say something. Let me take them off." She then squatted down in front of Alex, looking up at him with shining eyes. It would have set any man's heart thumping. He didn't say anything. Marianne was full of surprises. It had only been a figure of speech, and he hadn't meant for her to take it seriously. He held his breath, irritated by her provocation. "Forget it," he said irritably. "Get out of here. I'll sign your document. You're a real pain in the neck." Marianne quickly picked up the documents one by one and put them in front of him. Then she placed a pen in Alex's hand. He swept through the pages one by one, signing as he turned each page. "It's finally happening," Marianne said. "From now on, it's you and me versus the world." Then she added, "Listen to me, Alex. You should change your clothes and update your image. It'll be good for you." Alex tried to look at his clothes through Marianne's eyes. It was true that they were a little faded. He didn't have to think about it for long. "No," he said, "I'm used to them, and I think they look good." Jealousy flashed across Marianne's face. "A girl bought them for you, right?" she asked. "That's why you're so attached to them." "Yes, she's my soulmate," Alex said solemnly. "I love everything she buys for me." Episode 649, Proposal. Marianne frowned and asked, "Who's the lucky lady? I should have guessed, of course. You're very handsome in that outfit." Her eyes had lost some of their sparkle. She knew she had said things that could not be taken back. "You can tear up the asset agreement," Alex said, getting up to leave. "Why are you always so cold?" Marianne asked. "Didn't you say you were my friend? Friends are loyal to each other, aren't they? Besides, I've already announced it to the board of directors, so don't make me look bad. What's the point of me being chairperson if I can't make decisions like this?" Okay, Alex said with a smile. "I've never seen you like this. Since you've already transferred all your assets to my name, I'll accept them." Alex opened the curtains and saw that the temperature in the crowd was still rising. He was sure that they would have to do something before things got out of hand. "Tell me," he said, "what's really going on outside?" "You can go," Marianne said. "I didn't expect you to be so suspicious. I just wanted to buy you clothes. It's not a small matter. It's a matter of principle, and I won't compromise." Marianne's face had disappointment written all over it, and it was obvious that she had been hurt to realize how much Alex loved his girlfriend. "Are you still sulking about that?" he asked, fed up with her attitude. "Look, I'll help you. Otherwise, why would I take half of everything? We made a deal and profits are important. I've been doing this a long time, you know, and I know how this works." "Okay," she sighed. "It seems that I'll be spending my life with that stupid oil baron. Why did that idiot have to fall in love with me? I was happy. Why can't I ever attract the right people? I made you my friend and gave you half my company, and you don't even care about me." "Didn't I say I'd help you?" Alex asked. "What are you babbling about?" He laughed. "But the oil baron is your own business. That has nothing to do with me." "You could help me with that," Marianne said, pursing her lips. "There's a way. You just refuse to agree to it. Anyway, apparently we're not close friends." "Stop talking nonsense," Alex said. "How can I help you?" He found it very strange that she was still talking about the oil baron. "It's very simple," she explained, getting straight to the point. "If I marry you, then everything will be solved. I don't need you to give me money. I can support myself. What do you say?" Alex had had enough. "Forget it," he said. "If you continue to wind me up like this, I really will get rid of you as a friend. Friendships don't have to be for life, do they?" He hadn't expected that this seemingly decisive female CEO would end up being so clingy. Others may have fallen in love with her, but not him. There was no reciprocation of feeling there at all. He just felt sorry for her. She was being bullied by her family and ruthless competitors, and she was afraid of marrying someone she didn't love. She wasn't greedy, but her only way out of her fate was through business, and she was determined to succeed. It reminded him of when he had chosen to be expelled from the family rather than give up Debbie. So he felt a sort of kinship with Marianne. "All right," he said, "enough of your bullshit. Your destiny doesn't depend on which man you marry, it depends on you. Your most urgent task now is to save the business. When you're richer than the oil baron, then your father won't force you to marry him." Marianne wasn't encouraged at all. "Well, I do admire you," she said, "much more than the oil baron. But this time you're wrong. You don't know my family." He could see the sadness in her eyes, but she wished she could describe the loneliness in her heart. The people who loved her and the people she loved were always out of reach. "Well, enough talk. Let's get down to business," Marianne said, wiping the tears from her eyes. "The Murdoch's Blue Bottle Winery is basically closed down," she explained, "and it's been subject to several investigations. However, they still refuse to go quietly. Frankly, they can't afford to give up. Now I'm just letting them do their worst until I can find an opportunity to stop them for good." "Do you have a strategy in mind?" Alex asked. "Shouldn't you be more concerned?" His words stung, but he was still quite interested. "Last time I fought against Blue Bottle with your encouragement," she said. "As a result, I managed to get the investigation I wanted. And guess what?" "Get to the point," Alex said, thinking Marianne was deliberately drawing this out. He had known about the Blue Bottle for a long time. "Okay," she continued. "I didn't expect Louisa, as head of the Blue Bottle Winery and the daughter of the famous medical director, to be questioned and refuse to talk. But she was, and she did, and now she's been in prison for a long time." Alex was surprised. The Murdoch family had a huge influence on the pharmaceutical industry. With Jeremiah gone, Louisa wasn't supposed to have anything to do with it. But then he thought about Brian. Yes, it was Brian's style. He didn't have anything on Jeremiah, but he would still follow the law, which meant trouble for Louisa. "Yes, Louisa was arrested," Marianne said, "and I was in trouble too. There are big problems with their company. Our winery follows all the right regulations and is reliable in quality, so naturally we weren't subject to the same kind of scrutiny." Alex nodded. "Recently, Louisa was released on bail," Marianne explained. "But her troubles aren't over. I think she's the only honest one in the family, and I don't believe that she would knowingly break the law. Stephen, I'm not so sure about." She shrugged. After Louisa was released, the skin conditions of the protesters Blue Bottle sent to put us out of business started to deteriorate. Episode 650, Patience. "Those people have endured things that most of us would be unbearable to bear," Marianne said. "They've suffered life-changing disfigurement and had to spend a long time in hospital. Their families are furious, and they blame Louisa. But I think she was tricked by Stephen. She may not even know the truth about what happened to the protesters." Alex had no sympathy. "They're greedy people who did stupid things for money," he said, "and we saved many of their lives. The Murdoch family paid them to protest, and now they're trying to blackmail us for more? They can't take from both sides." If they want to make trouble, they'll make trouble, Marianne said. They've been here for 2 days in a row now, and the employees are very scared. Some of them have already been attacked. The protesters have said that if we don't give them what they want, then they'll keep turning up. They've even threatened to burn the building down. It's been very bad for business. Have you thought about calling the police? Alex asked. Yes, she replied calmly. But from their point of view, the protesters are the victims, so they've refused to help disperse the crowds. It's not been easy. Now I just let the protesters do their thing. As long as they stay outside of the building, no matter what they do, I'll ignore it and focus on the safety of my employees. I hope they do try to burn down the building. The minute they go too far, I can make my move. Seriously? Alex said. It's a brand new building. I know, Marianne said. But the worse the crime, the easier it'll be to send them all to prison. I have the best lawyers and the most comprehensive contacts. Once they've all been locked up, I'll be able to relax. Alex laughed. It would be a high price to pay for the sake of a few protesters, he said. Why don't you try to beat them at their own game? You could send a few of your own people in to threaten them. I thought of that, Marianne said. I've also considered just paying them off. I've tried to negotiate many times, but we've never been able to agree on a price, which is a pity. They're all just too greedy. Their families have already made an alliance. They want $100,000 each, or they'll never give up. I pulled the negotiation team straight out of there. Since then, I've called each of the families and offered them $1,000. If they ask for even one more dollar than that, I'll sell the whole company and not give them a dime. Of course, there are other options, but I don't want to use them yet. Marianne was resolute, and although she could appear soft on the outside, her strong personality shone through. Alex remained expressionless. The difference in amounts was staggering, so they were nowhere near an agreement. He thought the whole thing was a little strange. Unlike last time, she hadn't asked him for help, and she hadn't asked her family what they thought she should do. She seemed determined to solve this problem on her own. Alex stayed silent, so Marianne continued. Now they say there's little chance of the payday they were hoping for, so they've taken more extreme measures. They surround our off-duty employees and drag them into dark alleys. People are scared. As of today, 50 employees have been beaten to various degrees, some seriously. I've contracted a whole floor in the hospital to care for them. She scowled. But I'm not going to let them get away with it. They're not the victims anymore, if they ever were. We are. I have 2 cars, one for work and the other for personal use. Just now my company car was recognized and badly vandalized. The security guards tried to stop them, but I called them off. I need them to maintain basic order. She shook her head. These protesters are well prepared. If we use force, they'll send some old, weak, sick, and disabled people to do their dirty work. If we retaliate against them, the press will have a field day with us. The protesters are already feeding stories to the press. It's obvious people are pulling their strings. So for now, we're just collecting evidence and waiting for things to play out. She sighed heavily, relieved to have finished her explanation. I wasn't going to tell you about any of this, but since you've seen them with your own eyes, I'm glad that I have. But she felt like she had to present a strong, calm front. After the incident with the Thorntons, Marianne had hoped Alex would continue to help her. But Alex had always been too lazy to care what was going on with her. You've had a lot to deal with, he said. I don't know how you've managed to deal with it at all. Most people wouldn't have to overcome so many challenges in a lifetime. You've come through all of them, and it's extraordinary. Marianne was stunned and excited. She hadn't expected Alex to speak so highly of her. She was used to him treating her with indifference. Alex had decided to give her a break, because the people surrounding her building had the upper hand, and there were dozens of them. She had waited patiently instead of striking out at them. It was a brave move. Marianne was convinced that the situation would slowly turn to her advantage. In the meantime, she was thinking of the long-term security of her people and her company. Episode 651, An Unscrupulous Offer. The telephone rang loudly. Marianne frowned slightly and signaled to Alex to wait for a moment, and then she picked up. When she realized that it was the security guard calling, Marianne pressed the speaker button so that Alex could hear what was said. The guard reported that the situation at ground level was getting worse by the minute. Some people wearing masks were threatening an arson attack, and if the building caught fire, Marianne and Alex would be trapped inside. Moreover, the security guard also reported that a group from Belmont Media had already forced their way inside. Her earlier orders to the guards had been not to hurt anyone, so the intruders had already made it all the way to the first floor. Julie rushed in, looking flustered and speaking quickly. "Marianne, I'm sorry to interrupt, but someone's coming upstairs. What do you want me to do?" "Don't panic, Julie," Marianne said firmly. "If they dare to come up here, they'll have to face me. I had planned to sort all my enemies at once, but now I've changed my mind. I'll deal with anyone who comes up here, so you don't need to worry. Go back to your desk and call the security department. Ask them to dispatch people immediately to maintain order outside the building, and then dismiss the current head of my security team. What was he thinking, letting people into the building? Let his deputy take over for now." Julie calmed down. "Yes, Marianne, right away." She turned to leave. "Wait," Marianne called. "Please also tell the office manager to gather all the employees of the company, including the kitchen staff, and tell them to be ready to defend the winery. Tell them to remind everyone that this building is more than just our workplace. The Robinson Winery is a family, and this is our home. Anyone who doesn't feel that way, or who isn't prepared to protect our company, should get out now." Marianne fired off a barrage of orders, her face calm and her voice level. She knew exactly how she wanted to deal with this situation, and she was ready for it. Julie nodded, her expression resolute, and then she hurried out. In a matter of minutes, the whole Robinson Winery building had been mobilized, with the sounds of urgent action coming from all directions. Marianne's instructions had caused an uproar. Many of the staff had been there a long time and felt strongly that they were part of the Robinson family. Several of the men grabbed makeshift weapons and rushed downstairs to join in. Julie's voice came through the intercom. "Marianne, everyone's ready. They just want to know if you'd like them to fight. What should I tell them?" Many of them were keen to fight, because more than 50 people were already lying in the hospital, and the other side was continuing to be aggressive. Some of the Robinson Winery staff wanted to make their presence felt, hoping to put an end to the hostilities. Alex couldn't help laughing, imagining all the kitchen staff running around with pots and pans, or the office staff armed with staple guns. Marianne remained calm. She said, "As long as the other side obeys our command and withdraws from outside the building, then no one is to fight them, okay? Has anyone found out whether they've just come here to attack us, or if they simply want to talk to me?" "The guard has spoken to them, Marianne," Julie said. "They said that they want to come up and talk." "Right. I'll allow just one person to come to my office and speak with me," Marianne said. "The others must leave immediately. If anyone from my staff should feel the need to help them on their way out of the building, that would be absolutely fine by me. Show them the nearest exit." "Yes." Several of the young people outside Marianne's office overheard her instructions. They rushed off to get some revenge on those who had broken into the winery. Many of them were ready to interpret Marianne's words pretty freely. Marianne waited for them to arrive, looking at the door from behind her imposing desk. Alex stood slightly behind her chair, just off to one side, with his arms folded in front of his chest. At first glance, he could be mistaken for Marianne's secretary, but no one paid close attention to him. The door to Marianne's office opened. Tom Doyle walked in. He was in his 20s, and he was dressed very well, but his clothes were disheveled and he looked distressed. There were dirty streaks on his clothes and marks on his face, suggesting he had been beaten up. Alex took in Tom's appearance carefully. This well-dressed man was not what he had been expecting. Marianne was also a little surprised by what she saw, but the expression on her face didn't alter. She said quietly, "Alex, please serve coffee." Alex moved to the sideboard and placed a cup beneath the coffee machine. Tom snorted, his eyes full of resentment. "Oh, so now you start to treat your guests politely? Look at the state of me. I just arrived at Robinson Winery when I was beaten up by your employees. You can't allow your staff to act like this." In spite of his appearance, Tom's tone was arrogant. Marianne reached forward and pressed a button, which lit up a monitor screen. Pointing at the images now showing, she said, "Tom, do you think I can't see what's happening outside my own building? Your men came here with weapons. If you're going to lie to my face, then this discussion's over. Get out of my office now." Tom frowned. He hadn't expected Marianne to be so direct. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Marianne, why do you want to escalate this tension? The way you're acting is not good for you or your company." "Be careful what you say to me, Tom," Marianne warned him. "You should be very clear about the situation," Tom continued. "After all, we've discussed it before. As long as we, Belmont Media, get our money, then this matter will be considered settled. Not only will you keep the public's good opinion, but we'll arrange for Robinson Winery's participation in several prestigious award ceremonies and guarantee your success at these." Taking Marianne's silence for agreement, Tom confidently continued, "Don't be foolish enough to think that these are all empty promises. We'll make sure you're satisfied. Of course, all these benefits are inseparable from your payment. Let me lay my cards on the table. As long as we receive $10 million for, let's call them, operating expenses, then all will be well." Tom looked directly at Marianne. "Think about it, Marianne. You're a smart businesswoman, so I'm sure you understand what I'm suggesting." Episode 652, Marianne Holds Her Ground. Tom spoke clearly. "According to our sources, those protesters outside are willing to risk being put in prison. They're even prepared to burn your building down, which will leave Robinson Winery unable to continue functioning." He shook his head. "They're threatening to burn the winery down, but your family still doesn't do anything to offer them compensation. All kinds of media outlets are taking notice and accusing Robinson Winery of refusing to take responsibility for the situation." Marianne frowned at him. "Marianne," Tom continued, "at present the situation's looking pretty bleak for you. I don't know what's going on in your head, but you need to work with Belmont Media if you want to resolve this situation. You're being far too passive." Tom was working as hard as he could to secure his $10 million. "Well, well," Marianne said slowly. "Tom, you seem to think I'm an easy target. Someone who'll just cave in and pay you all that money. But you must have considered your options in case I wasn't interested in your offer. Tell me, what's your plan B to try to make me pay you?" She leaned back in her chair. Tom quickly recovered his poise. Yes, Marianne, you're right. We do have a plan B. Our financial team has already carried out a comprehensive investigation and produced an in-depth report on your company. If you're really not interested in working with us, then we'll have to disclose your company's detailed financial accounts to the market. He smiled. Our news channel has coverage across the whole of the U.S., and we guarantee that we'll make Robinson Winery infamous. He radiated self-satisfaction. I'm pretty certain that as soon as we report your financial situation, your stock will crash. Even if you don't go bankrupt, your original market share will be greatly reduced. Roughly estimated, you'll see a loss of at least $4 billion. When that happens, I'm willing to bet you won't be so full of yourself, Marianne, but will come crawling to us to ask us for our help. Therefore, in the spirit of friendship, I'd like to remind you about our original offer. I hope you can see that it really does make sense for you to work with us on this. Feigning nonchalance, Tom took out and lit a cigarette as if no one else was there. Turning to face Marianne, he blew out a jet of smoke while he waited for her response. He felt reasonably confident that she would agree to his demands. Even companies with tens of billions of dollars were willing to spend money to maintain a good public image and avoid financial disasters. Marianne was an intelligent woman, so he was sure she would see sense. Well, Marianne, what do you say? Tom asked, narrowing his eyes at her and casually blowing a smoke ring. What do I say? I say get out of here. Marianne was not impressed. Tom almost choked on his cigarette when Marianne's attitude caught him off guard. Marianne, you should talk this through with me. $10 million is not that much to ask. We're offering you this small fee because the winery is only a medium-sized company. We don't want to take all your profits. He leaned forward. I think for the sake of the Robinson family, I'll keep this simple. If you don't know a good deal when you see it, then I can't help you. Marianne folded her arms as she watched him. I'll give you an ultimatum. Tom spoke slowly as if to a child. You have 15 minutes to deposit $10 million into my account. If the money isn't there by the end of that time, then you and the Robinson Winery will face utter disaster. Let me remind you that those people outside are waiting for the result of our little conversation. If they don't like the outcome, they'll set fire to the building, and you'll be ruined anyway. Marianne's eyes flashed with contempt for Tom and his offer. He dares to threaten me, she thought angrily. She wasn't afraid of him or his threat. She was sticking to her guns to make a success of the winery. She was determined to show everyone she could do it, and to get out of the engagement to the oil baron that her family had arranged. She looked at Tom with disdain. His attitude was unacceptably arrogant. He was forgetting that this was Robinson Winery's building, and that Marianne was in charge here. The cup of coffee in front of Tom was suddenly thrown in his face. He spluttered, What the hell? Forget your threats. I've got an ultimatum for you, Tom, said Alex. I'll give you 5 minutes to kneel down at Marianne's feet and apologize to her. Otherwise, Belmont Media will go bankrupt, and you'll be left to wander the streets, and no media company will ever touch you again. He shrugged. I'm not an unjust man, Tom. I wouldn't leave you without any work. As it happens, I'm short of a brick carrier on the construction site. You can come to work for me. His tone was deceptively mild. Marianne tried not to show her how grateful she felt toward Alex. She was very aware of her position as the company's CEO and knew she must always maintain her image. In front of Tom, she had to make sure she showed no signs of weakness. If Tom had looked closely, he would have seen Marianne look at Alex. But Tom was too caught up in his own situation to think about the undercurrents in the room. Bankruptcy? What? Have I got that straight? You're threatening to bankrupt me? Tom felt that he must have heard something wrong. and he looked more closely at the man who had served him coffee, wondering who he was. Tom sneered and said, "This is hilarious. I can't quite believe what I'm hearing. You're just a secretary who serves drinks and files papers. How on earth do you think you can bankrupt me?" He laughed again. "Let me help you out here. Don't say you'll give me 5 minutes. We could still be here in 5 years if you're going to wait for me to kneel down and apologize to Marianne. It's never going to happen. You don't understand what you're talking about. It's sweet that you want to stick up for your boss, but really, people like you should stick to making coffee and cleaning up." Tom was no fighter, and had always relied on his quick brain and clever mouth to get him out of any trouble. On this occasion, it was clear he didn't know who he was talking to, or how much trouble he might be getting into. But Alex didn't react. Instead, he just said quietly, "You have 3 minutes left." "Hey, you're crazy," Tom said. "I can understand that you're eager to try to impress Marianne, but you also have to look at the bigger picture here. You want to be promoted and please your CEO. It's okay. That's human nature. But you have to learn to read the situation a bit better. Know when to stay quiet, if you get my meaning." Tom turned his back on Alex, dismissing him. Episode 653, Alex makes a phone call. "Oh, I still think I live you, Marianne." Tom spoke directly to her, ignoring Alex. "I thought when you opened that Robinson winery had lots of potential, and that you'd do really well. Who knows, it might still be the case." Tom shook his head, pretending regret. "How can a high flyer like you have such an uneducated guy for a secretary? Doesn't he know how rude it is to interrupt when grown-ups are talking?" He sighed. "Marianne, don't rush this decision and make a terrible mistake. Ignore this clown and think carefully about what I've been saying to you." Without saying a word, Marianne continued to watch Tom's performance. When she didn't react, he sneered. "So, the Robinson family's determined to fight against us." As Tom knew very well, Belmont Media was, in fact, the group responsible for all the behind-the-scenes action taking place against the Robinson winery. They had encouraged the protesters, urged them on to stronger action, and made sure there were plenty of photographs taken as evidence against the winery. These had all proved to be effective ploys in the past, and had been used many times to bring in huge profits. No company was safe against this kind of underhanded tactics. Belmont Media would stir up social unrest, yet they always appeared to be acting for the greater good, leaving their victims to feel the force of the public's anger. "You think you and your sidekick can threaten me with bankruptcy, though?" Tom was incredulous. "My company's booming. We can employ people all over the world. You can't make me bankrupt. The joke's on you two clowns." Alex's face was still expressionless as he stated, "You have 1 minute left." "Will you shut up?" Tom grew angry. "Who the hell do you see when you look at yourself in the mirror? I'm not talking to you. I'm only talking to Marianne." Tom was so furious that he slapped both hands down on the table and glared at Alex. "Marianne, you can't say that I haven't given you a chance. You've still got time to accept my offer. Come on, think about it. You know it makes sense." Tom was desperate now. He couldn't afford to lose face over this. Marianne laughed. She knew that if Alex had made up his mind to do something, then even she couldn't stop him. Tom was probably going to have a lot of bad luck today if he kept arguing. She finally replied to him. "Are you done? Right now it's my turn to say a few things. First, we'll deal with the disputes between Robinson Winery and those protesters outside. It has nothing to do with you or your company. Second, do not threaten to meddle with our accounts and send them to the media. Otherwise, I promise you there will be retribution sooner or later. Third, even if you think a person is somehow beneath you, you should treat him with respect, or you may well come to regret your attitude. She folded her arms across her chest and leaned back in her chair. Well, that's all I have to say. Tom listened to Mary Ann's speech with a look of total disdain. Then he took out another cigarette and put it into his mouth. Before he could light it, a voice in his ear said, "Time's up." Alex knocked the cigarette out of Tom's mouth and then made a call. "It's me. It's time for us to put things into action. Be ready to use the strength of the whole Baltimore Martial Arts Association. And contact everyone at the Moon Palace who needs to be called and told them I want Belmont Media closed down within 5 minutes. Inform me when it's done." Tom was skeptical. No one could shut down an entire media company in 5 minutes. It just wasn't possible, especially for a nobody like this secretary. A minute later, the public first heard the news that Alex wanted Belmont Media to close down. Phones rang across the city as his orders were carried out. Personal assistants in companies throughout Baltimore received calls from Alex's team, and phone lines were tied up as the word spread. If Alex had wanted to build someone's career, then he would have had a much more difficult task on his hands. But to destroy a company that had built itself up through blackmail and threats, that was a much easier task for someone with connections in all areas of the city. A couple of minutes passed, and Tom still felt confident that Alex was bluffing about his ability to destroy Belmont Media. After all, he had built his company up carefully, and he knew a lot of things that many important people would prefer to stay hidden from the public. In the twinkling of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Tom's phone rang and his face froze. The phone belonged to the company, and its number was private. It was only to be used in emergencies. It was originally set up to prevent Tom from being contacted by the other party during negotiations. If this phone was ringing, then it must indicate that there was a serious problem. Nervously, he answered the call and listened. "What? Say that again." Tom jumped up in surprise. "Zane has been arrested for extortion?" He listened some more. "My office was raided? The company accountant was taken in by the authorities?" His voice rose in panic. His face turned pale, and he slumped in his chair. The urgent phone calls kept coming. Tom answered them all as quickly as he could, and the news seemed to get worse with every conversation. Finally, he was told that his company assets had been frozen and that he was forbidden from leaving the country. The impossible seemed to have happened. Within 4 minutes, all employees of Belmont Media had collectively left the company. The company's accounts were being checked, and the director had been taken away by the police. Now the relevant departments responsible for auditing a company's finances were inspecting the firm, and all operations had been halted with immediate effect. All the banks that Belmont Media had business with announced that they had broken all ties with them, forcing the repayment of all outstanding debts and freezing all assets. Tom was visibly frightened, and his hands were shaking so badly he could barely hold on the phone. 4.5 minutes. That was all it had taken for Belmont Media to collapse and go into bankruptcy. A few minutes to destroy Tom's decades of work. It was a waking nightmare. Alex looked at his watch and said quietly, "Well, half a minute to spare. That's not bad." Episode 654, Alex carries out his threat. "What? How? I don't believe it." Tom was horrified. In just 4.5 minutes, his entire company had been destroyed. How had Alex done it? Just by making a phone call in front of Tom, he had pulled strings that had sent the whole company tumbling. It was more like the plot of a TV series than real life. Tom felt like everything was an illusion. He shook his head violently and blinked. Maybe he could wake himself up and this whole nightmare would be over. He still didn't believe that Alex could have done this. How could a secretary have wielded such power? Marianne was no less shocked than Tom, but outwardly she kept very calm. She knew now was not the time to celebrate. She had to continue to observe and see how the situation would develop. Tom felt a pain like a sharp blade in his heart. His face moved through a range of expressions as thoughts ran through his head. And then he picked up his phone, pressed several numbers in succession, and spoke rapidly. As he listened to the voice at the other end, the last of the color drained from his cheeks, and his eyes flashed with anger. Everything had been confirmed. Worse than that, it seemed that the disastrous situation had not stopped in the last few moments, but had developed further. Now, Belmont Media had announced that it would stop business. The voice on the phone spoke again, and Tom felt like he had been punched hard in the stomach. Moments ago, Zane Clark, who had been loyal to him for more than 10 years, had double-crossed him by making an announcement on behalf of Belmont Media. The content of the notice was very brief, but the words were enough to annihilate the company. In it, Zane admitted that Belmont Media had wittingly deceived the public on many occasions by creating stories out of nothing. That they had released harmful information to create unnecessary alarm or hurt, and that they had done much to profit from the misfortune of others. This official statement would be fatal for the company, and there could be nothing Tom could do to retrieve the situation. Belmont Media was now being tried by the court of public opinion. Millions of social media users had picked up the story and were discussing it angrily. Rival media companies were releasing articles condemning them. Within a few minutes, public opinion online was like a storm of angry words, whirling and gaining momentum with each new discussion. Zane's statement added fuel to the fire, because an insider was confirming the rumors that the company had been deceiving the world for many years. Zane had been Tom's confidant for so long, acting as his second in command. If Tom was away, then Zane had the power to act on his behalf. For him to release such a statement was an act of total betrayal. Zane had made it clear in the statement that Belmont Media was declaring bankruptcy immediately and was closing indefinitely. And he had offered sincere apologies to all those negatively impacted by the actions of the company. Finally, he had also implied that everything was the result of Tom's greed, and that the blame should be taken by Tom alone. His colleagues and he had merely been doing as their boss had instructed. Tom had always been a fighter. He had built his business up by being ruthless and not being afraid to tread on people's toes to get what he wanted. Now, however, he felt the fight drain out of him. This betrayal left him feeling winded and unable to think clearly. He was the chairman of Belmont Media. When something happened, he had to be responsible for it. But now there was nothing left. No reputation, no status, no company. Only a public spitting with anger and wanting revenge, and the looming shadow of lawsuits and court appearances. This statement had been issued on an official network platform of Belmont Media. In a short time, there were tens of thousands of messages and more than 100 million hits. Tom looked closely at the time of the statement's release. Of course, It was released 4.5 minutes after Alex had made his phone call after demanding Tom apologize to Marianne. Within 5 minutes, just as Alex had promised, Belmont Media had announced bankruptcy. As president and chief editor, he had been made to look a fool. Those 5 fatal minutes were the worst 5 minutes of Tom's life. Everything Alex had said had come true. Everything he threatened had happened within the time frame specified. Tom had no idea what to do next. He held his head in his hands and was silent for a few seconds. Suddenly, he said hysterically, "There's no way this is the end of me and everything I've worked for. It's just a little setback. I can make a comeback." Then he took a deep breath and spoke more calmly, loosening his tie. "I see how you did this. No way was that the result of one phone call. In fact, you two have been colluding with each other for a long time, and you put everything in place over the past few days, just waiting for me to come here, right?" He scowled. "You think you can get the better of me like this? You're wrong, both of you. You're no better than a pair of petty criminals, sitting here plotting against me, thinking you're so smart, but you won't win." "Oh, won't we?" Marianne smiled. She felt she could afford a small show of confidence now. Tom sneered and continued, "Don't be complacent. I haven't shown my whole hand yet. I should remind you that I'm not all alone in the world. Actually, I've got just as much support as you have. I'm from the Baltimore branch of the Stedman family. Oscar recently expanded the family's business interests, and almost all of Dominic Mitchell's territory has been taken over by us. You didn't know that, did you?" He smirked. "In Oscar's eyes, you are nothing. I just have to call him and Robinson Winery will be in chaos." As he spoke, Tom took out his phone again and dialed quickly. He was connected in moments, and a voice asked, "Who is this?" Tom clearly didn't know that Oscar was Alex's most loyal supporter. "Oscar, it's me, Tom. I need your help. I'm in trouble." His voice was low and urgent. "Don't say another word," Oscar snapped impatiently. "Don't call me again, and in the future don't tell anyone I know you. I don't want anything to do with you." "Oscar?" Tom asked, shocked. "What's going on? How can you say that to me?" He had been relying on Oscar to get him out of this situation, and now he felt close to tears. Who should he call on now? Oscar's voice continued. "Tom, you've done many evil things. I haven't had any respect for you for a long time. But my wife, Alice, always asked me to cover for you. You've gone too far now. Accept your punishment and don't act rashly. I can't and won't get involved this time." With those words, Oscar hung up the phone. Tom let the phone fall from his numb fingers. He had no one left to turn to. Episode 655, Tom Feels Betrayed. "What's happening?" Tom asked. "What have you done to Oscar? Why has he disowned me?" He was whining, but he was so depressed that he barely cared how he sounded anymore. Marianne let a small smile curve her lips. Alex clearly had sway over Oscar Stedman, and that was impressive. If he could influence the Stedman family, then he must be a powerful person in Baltimore. When things are going badly, it never rains but it pours, she thought, looking at Tom. Alex gave a faint smile. "Don't worry about why. Just focus on the fact that Oscar doesn't care about you anymore. These things happen," he shrugged. Tom still couldn't understand what was going on. "You're too arrogant. Oscar has way more status than you, and you can't control him." He bit his lip as he thought quickly, and then he dialed another number. "Alice," he muttered. "I'll speak to her and she'll help me. You wait and see." Tom pressed the buttons fiercely. Alice was always on his side, so she would persuade her husband to retract his earlier words and help Tom out. After dialing the number, he pressed the hands-free button so that Alex and Marianne could hear his conversation. Nobody answered at first, so he tried again and again. In total, he dialed 18 times. Surely Alice knew nothing about what was happening. She wouldn't refuse to speak to him, would she? If she had seen the news, then surely Alice would call him to see how he was. Nothing was normal now, and he didn't like it one bit. Tom still couldn't believe the Stedmans were blocking his calls, so he pulled up Edward's contact details. He dialed the number, and the 3 people in the office listened to the phone ring. Tom looked happier. Edward would speak to Oscar and help Tom plead his case. The phone kept ringing. Tom tried to wait patiently. He told himself he had to calm down, that everything would be okay. He told himself Edward would find a way to save him. The phone disconnected. Tom tried to dial again. This time the call was cut off immediately. Damn it! He was furious as he continued to dial the number. This time it didn't even connect, and a disembodied recording could be heard telling him that the number he had dialed was unavailable. He was growing more and more desperate. His world suddenly felt frighteningly cold and bleak, and the network of relationships that he had been proud of weaving for many years was turning out to be worthless. Nobody was coming to his aid. Tom raised his head and had a good look at Alex, who seemed unperturbed by Tom's anguish. Alex radiated a confidence that only came with enormous self-belief. Tom realized he had been foolish to underestimate Alex. He had been around long enough to know that you should never make assumptions about someone based on their appearance. Even if Marianne had ordered Alex to make the phone call on her behalf, Alex must have had enough influence to ensure the orders were carried out quickly. Idiot, he thought. He had been so sure of himself, so convinced things would play out as he had planned, that he hadn't seen what was right in front of him. Tom closed his eyes and tried hard to recall everything that had happened, seeing his mistakes in slow motion. He opened his eyes again and said, Marianne, I'm sorry. I got this all wrong. I spoke down to you and I should have respected your position as CEO of your company. And I should have apologized when this man told me to. Marianne nodded slowly. It's not just me you need to apologize to. She gestured to Alex. Tom turned around and said to Alex, I was wrong. I've been blind and stupid. Please forgive me. He had lost all his earlier arrogance, and he humbly hung his head. Alex's face was expressionless. He just looked down at his fingers, examining his nails. Tom spoke again, gathering confidence. Marianne, let me make it up to you. I'll deal with the protesters outside, and I'll arrange compensation for them. He believed that aligning himself with the Robinson Winery was now his only way out of this situation. Please give me a chance to make things right. Marianne was secretly satisfied with Tom's apology. She had never thought she would see him plead for mercy, and this outcome was 1,000 times better than her original expectation of a dead end. Alex had made just one phone call, and Tom's company had been destroyed, which had been entirely unexpected, even to her. Marianne didn't want to make a show of her pleasure at the way things had turned out, but she struggled to keep a smile from her face. Alex, you see, I think... Marianne's thoughts were unfocused. She took a breath and gathered herself. If we let Tom do this, then Robinson Winery won't have to be directly involved. It's a good solution for us. Alex, however, hadn't forgiven Tom at all. His face was like stone as he said, "In case you've forgotten, I told you to kneel and make your apology." "What?" Tom was taken aback. "I've admitted I was wrong, and I've apologized to both of you. But you still want to humiliate me? Isn't destroying my entire company enough for you?" Tom's humility was rapidly disappearing. It was one thing to make a sincere apology and to offer a way to make amends, but he was not prepared to kneel to these people. "Cut the crap and do as I say." Alex's tone was light, but his expression was deadly serious. Tom bit his lip, seething with hatred. Wasn't it enough to ruin his life? Why did Alex have to insist he demean himself? But it seemed he had no other options left. Tom stood up slowly. Episode 656, Let's Get Down to Business. "My instructions were clear," Alex said. "Get down on your knees and apologize to Marianne. I won't tell you again." Tom couldn't see a way out. He knew what Alex was capable of, and that this was the best offer he could expect. He gave a loud sniff and slowly lowered his knees to the ground. "This is so unfair," he thought. "But if I don't follow through, I don't know what he'll do to me, and I really don't want to find out." His thoughts were interrupted by Alex clicking his fingers. "Top marks for your first exercise," Alex said. "Now get on with it. I'll give you 10 seconds. After that, there'll be no need to worry about apologies." In desperation, Tom tried one last plea. "Alex, you know my reputation in this city. For me to have to grovel in this way, well, it's humiliating. Isn't there some other way we can resolve this? Surely there's no need to take things this far." Alex made no response. Marianne watched the seconds pass on her watch. Then she looked up to see Tom sweating profusely. This could go either way, she thought. With 2 seconds to go, Tom spoke. "I'm truly sorry, Marianne." He glanced up at Alex, who gestured for him to continue. "My behavior has been unacceptable," he said, knowing he had no choice. His company would never recover from this blow, and if he didn't do as he was told, he knew Alex would have him arrested. He did not want to go to prison, so he would have to swallow his pride and grovel. "Please forgive me, Marianne," he said, looking up at her with a pitiful expression. "I sincerely regret my attempts to extort your company. Please have mercy." Alex began to clap. "Smart decision. Perhaps there is hope for you, after all." Tom felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, there was a sliver of light at the end of the tunnel. "Now, what should I do with you?" Alex mused. "You're broke, and you have no job, so it would be cruel to just toss you out like that. But I'm sure I could find something for you on the factory floor." Tom panicked. He had been protected all his life from any kind of manual labor, and he was horrified at the thought of having to do any real work. His eyes grew wide, and a drop of sweat slid down his forehead. "Or we could probably use a cleaner," Alex said, shrugging. "That's always an option." "Whatever you want, Alex, I'll do it." Tom gritted his teeth, knowing better than to argue. No matter how awful a job Alex found for him, Tom knew he was getting off lightly. "Leave it to me," Alex said. "I'll have my people call you. Now, get out of my sight." Tom got up and made his way to the door. He wished his legs would carry him faster, but they were trembling so much he could barely stay upright. Wait, Tom, Alex said. One more thing. Tom was so startled that, as he turned back, his head hit against the doorframe. A red lump appeared on his forehead, adding to his disheveled appearance. Alex, you're not going back on your word, are you? Make sure you get rid of all those protesters outside, Alex replied, and clean up any mess they've made. Of course, Tom said, nodding. I'll see to it immediately. He stumbled out through the door. Is everything okay? Julie asked, popping her head through the open doorway. I was just going to drop in some paperwork for you to review. Yes, thank you, Julie, Marianne said. Please leave it on my desk. 15 minutes later, the noisy crowd at the front of the building had scattered, and order had been restored. There was no sign that anything had happened there. Whatever else Tom was, he was certainly efficient. Marianne wondered what would happen to him now that his media company had been put out of business. But she soon forgot all about him when she turned from the window and looked at Alex. Her admiration for him was continuing to grow. She found that she felt safe in his presence, even safer than when she was with her father. Stay professional, she thought. Keep your feelings in check. She was determined not to let him see how she felt. You're the best, she blurted out as she settled herself on the sofa and poured a cup of tea. She was surprised by how easily the words had come out. No praise necessary, he said, waving it away. You didn't give me half the company for me to stand idly by and watch it crumble. We can't afford this kind of distraction. His words brought her back to reality. She placed her teacup back on its saucer, slid a few inches farther away from him, and straightened her posture. Now, let's talk business, he said. He carefully took out a bottle of Golden Health powder and placed it on the table in front of her. This is the perfect time for us to join forces, he continued. I need to borrow your factory, your staff, and your machinery. You also have valuable experience in the pharmaceutical industry that I'm excited to tap into. But the main advantages for me right now are that you're young, and Robinson Winery is small. Nobody will suspect a thing. Episode 657, Family is Not a Choice. Whatever your plans, you have my backing, Marianne said. If we need to shut down all wine production until you get your product up and running, then that's no problem. Alex looked at her seriously. I really appreciate that. My plan is to mass produce Golden Health powder. For this, we need to... He was cut off by the door bursting open, announcing the arrival of Louisa, who was followed promptly by Julie. Please, Miss Murdoch, you'll have to wait, Julie pleaded. Miss Robinson is in a meeting. It's fine, Julie, thank you, Marianne said. Standing up and walking toward her visitor, Louisa may stay. Marianne and Louisa had known each other for a long time. Louisa's family was important, and her company was much larger than Marianne's. But at the moment, Marianne was building a successful business while Louisa was out on bail. Their circumstances had clearly been reversed. You did well today, Marianne, Louisa said. There was no trace of sarcasm in her tone, and Marianne was surprised to see her looking so happy. What do you mean? Marianne asked. The way you got rid of all those protesters, Louisa answered. Honestly, you did me a huge favor. These self-righteous, greedy people have caused me enough problems. They should be locked up. Marianne was confused, and she wasn't sure she could trust Louisa. Think about it, Marianne, Louisa said. Of course, we're business rivals. But hasn't the competition between us always been healthy? Even when our fathers were in charge? When have I ever plotted against you? Marianne considered that carefully. Louisa had a point. If I had to guess who's behind it, I'd say it's your uncle, she said, sighing. Steven's the one who's so jealous of Robinson Winery. I guess you're a victim too. You probably had no idea what he was up to, did you? No, I had no idea, Louisa said. My family has so many schemes that it's hard to track what's going on. But I think most families are like that. She shook her head. I didn't choose to be born into this family. She bit her lip. The Murdoch family had gone through so much lately, and she knew they would never fully recover. Their days of prominence were over. For a moment, there was an awkward silence between them. She could tell Marianne didn't quite trust her, but at least she didn't seem to believe Louisa was the mastermind behind the plots against her. Her bright expression turned to one of sadness. With Michael dead, Melanie missing, and her father skipping town, not to mention the fact that she herself was just out on bail, it felt like the walls were closing in on the Murdoch family. She knew Stephen was agitated, but she had no desire to muddy the waters any further. If the media were to get hold of any more trouble, it could bring down the whole business. May I sit down? She asked. But as she walked toward the couch, she suddenly noticed Alex. You, she gasped. Her eyes narrowed and she looked at him with anger. I shouldn't be surprised. Of course you'd be involved in this. It was hard to believe that she had once loved this man who was now such a bitter enemy. But after Michael's death, her love had turned to hatred. Tears welled in her eyes. All the harm you've caused my family. And here you are watching me defend myself against the Robinsons. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Cut the bullshit, Louisa, Alex said in a bored tone. You're no innocent victim. I should finish you here and now, she said, grabbing a bottle of champagne from the table. Louisa, calm down, Marianne shouted. This is my office, and you'll play by my rules. Alex is the largest shareholder of Robinson Winery, so he has every right to be here and to protect his company. Whatever grievances you may have, this is not the time or the place to sort them out. Her relationship with Louisa had always been cordial, even though they had been rivals. But now, if Louisa was Alex's enemy, then she was also Marianne's. Louisa was surprised to hear Marianne speak with such authority. She stopped moving, but she didn't put down the bottle. Through all of this, Alex hadn't moved from his spot on the couch. He simply sat there quietly, sipping from a glass of water. Alex, aren't you going to apologize to me? Louisa asked. Her expression had shifted from anger to sadness, and tears rolled down her cheeks. Alex remained silent. It wasn't his fault, so he had nothing to apologize for. The Murdoch family only had themselves to blame for their misfortune, and he had no time for Louisa's drama. Marianne felt uncomfortable because she knew Louisa was still upset over her brother's death, but she was determined to do whatever it took to support Alex. That's enough, Louisa, she said, pushing away her sympathy. You can't blame Alex for your family's troubles. Let's be professional about this. We need to let go of our differences and restore the healthy competition between our two companies. If we do that, then we can both prosper, as can the whole wine industry. Episode 658. It's a win-win. Louisa was stunned. It was the first time that she had heard Marianne speak so honestly and deeply, and she longed to hear more. You know, things would be much easier if the men in our families could put their differences aside, Marianne said, sighing. their stupid egos cause so much distraction and destruction. She's right, Louisa thought. How many times have I asked my brothers and uncles to let me take charge, only to have my ideas ridiculed? Blue Bottle Winery is a wonderful company with a huge market share, Marianne continued. You guys keep me on my toes. But your Uncle Stephen is a problem. He's not playing fairly. Instead of honing your technical advantages, he's deceiving customers to make a fast buck. Not to mention that he has no problem attacking his competitors using underhanded methods. She shook her head. Your family dominates the industry, and yet my company is fine, while yours is on the verge of bankruptcy. That's a result of poor management. Louisa looked uncomfortable. She couldn't deny any of this. Louisa, I know you're not a bad person, Marianne went on. You can't blame Alex for any of it. Even if you killed him, it wouldn't be the end of your problems. But it's not too late to change things. If you can compete fairly and keep your company clean, then you can still have a bright future. She met Louisa's gaze. You can't expect to take on Alex and win, she said. You're just torturing yourself with this vendetta. Of course, I can't force you to be sensible. It's your choice. It took Louisa a minute to compose herself. Family is not a choice, she said sadly. Everything you've said sounds wonderful, but we're not living in some fantasy land, Marianne. I must be loyal to the people who have loved me and raised me. Whatever they do, I must suffer the consequences. Their enemies become my enemies, too. I thought you were smarter than this, Marianne said, shaking her head with disappointment. We all have pain in our lives. It's how we deal with it that sets us apart and has the power to change the course of our lives. But you seem determined to wallow in hatred. There's nothing more I can say, Louisa, but I wish you the best on your chosen path. She had meant every word, but by this time she was tired of Louisa and wished to get on with business. If you don't mind, Alex and I were having an important meeting before you burst in. Please put back the bottle of champagne and leave us to it. Alex pulled out a jar of his Golden Health, sat it on the desk, and opened it. Louisa knew she had been defeated. She glanced briefly at the Golden Health powder, catching a whiff of an unusual scent, and she had her suspicions about what the jar contained. But despite her curiosity, she was too proud to ask. So, without another word, she walked gracefully out of the office. As if nothing had happened, Alex got straight down to business. So, what do you know about this health powder? Well, obviously I know it works wonders on all kinds of trauma, Marianne began. I also know that it's made by the Moon Palace cult and that they strictly forbid spreading it outside their community. What she also knew, but refrained from saying, was that the original Moon Palace formula was extremely hard to replicate. Whatever version Alex had concocted couldn't compete on strength. Yet, even if it were only half as effective as the original, she knew this product would take the U.S. by storm. It's a rare product with the power to change people's lives, she added. He smiled. You're well informed. What are your projections? She asked. Did you not get the report from the marketing department? He asked. I thought you would have received it by now. She walked to her desk and opened her email. After a number of clicks, she froze. That much money? Her jaw dropped. That's a conservative figure, he said with a grin. Once we break into the export market, we'll easily triple that. She barely heard him as her eyes skimmed through the full report. It seemed like no sacrifice to stall all wine production now, and maybe forever. There was no time to lose. competing with Alex was set to make her extremely rich. They already had staff and equipment, so they would only need to make a few adjustments to get started. "Let's do it," she said. She picked up the phone and asked Julie to send in the legal team. Moments later, Alex and Marianne looked over the contract that would make Alex the new chairman of Robinson Winery. Alex was surprised by Marianne's excitement and the speed with which she signed. He had pitched this partnership to her as a win-win, but he knew he was getting a lot more. As chairman of the board, he had all the power he needed without any pressure to show up for work every day and get involved in management. He could produce his health powder and take 80% of the profit, while she came away with just 20%. Marianne was thrilled. By signing the contract, she had ensured Alex was tied to her. He now had a legal obligation to help her business, so he would have to spend more time with her. Episode 659, A Dinner Celebration. Alex signed the papers, which were quickly removed by the legal team. Marianne poured 2 glasses of champagne and they clinked their glasses. "News travels fast at this company," she said. "It won't be long until they're lining up to congratulate you." "Please ask your team to keep my identity secret for now," he instructed. "Of course, they'll need to be informed of the changes in our business line, but I'd like to keep our circle of trust small for now. We'll also need to draw up contracts for all staff to ensure that they maintain full confidentiality." "Of course," she said. "First thing tomorrow, I'll brief all the necessary personnel." She put down her champagne and called Julie, asking her to set up a meeting with all the department heads. The meeting went smoothly, and before long, everyone was aware of the changes and had signed their confidentiality agreements. "Is anyone hungry?" Marianne asked, looking around the room. "I'm actually starving," Alex confessed. "Is there anywhere nearby we can go?" "Just a second," she said, picking up the phone again. "Julie, could you please call Loco and ask them to set my usual corner for 8 people? We'll be there soon." 10 minutes later, Alex followed Julie and the other executives up the stairs of an elegant restaurant. "It's the best tapas place in town," Julie told them. "It's usually booked out months in advance, but I've been a regular from the day it opened, so they always have to fit me in." The menu was extensive, but Alex didn't have to ponder the options for long. Marianne ordered a whole table of dishes for everyone to share. Each one was colorful and beautifully presented. The atmosphere was warm, and Alex felt he could finally relax. Once the champagne had been poured, the group raised their glasses to welcome the new chairman. Alex had no fear of getting drunk. He knew he could empty every glass on the table and not feel in any way tipsy. Still, he felt himself blush at the attention of these people. He was also tired and hungry after the last few days in the police station, so he picked up his knife and fork and began to dig into the closest dish. "Take your time, Alex," Marianne said. "You must savor every mouthful." Immediately after she spoke, she regretted her words. She had never cooked a meal in her life, and was used to being waited upon. They had come from very different worlds, and she hadn't meant to ridicule Alex in front of the board. "He's probably not eaten in many restaurants like this," she thought. She picked up her napkin, dabbed at the corners of her mouth, and reached out a hand toward him. He gently pushed her hand away and said, "Of course, I'm sorry. Where are my manners?" She had to cover her mouth to hide a smile. There was something endearing about the new chairman eating like a starving child. "What do you think Tom will do next?" she asked seriously, hoping to restore his confidence. Alex shrugged. more interested in his food than Tom's prospects. His expression remained calm as he said, "I really don't care what he does."
"Do you think he's off our backs now?" she asked. "And that he'll get rid of all that trouble for us?"
She was a little worried because she knew how fickle Tom could be. He sipped his champagne and said, "You don't have to worry about him. If he doesn't take care of it, someone else will."
"Alex, are you not afraid of anything?" she asked. "And how is it so easy for you to scare off others? Tom couldn't get away from you fast enough, and he seemed terrified you'd kill him."
He didn't respond. He merely took another mouthful of food and chewed slowly.
"I'm really worried about you," she said, frowning at him. "You've had some lucky escapes, but I'm not sure you can keep this up indefinitely. Sooner or later, you'll run into serious trouble. Besides, won't this kind of conflict affect the business?"
"I understand your concerns," he said, "but you don't have to worry about me. I don't mean to inflict harm on anyone, but Tom's a bully. Had I let him get the upper hand,
then he would have come back stronger and walked all over us.
At the end of the day, I need to protect our business from people like that." He sighed.
"They don't leave me much choice. If I'm too tolerant, then that only encourages them to do worse next time."
He shrugged. "Sometimes I have to send a message." She knew that he was right.
"I understand. I'm just afraid that someday it'll be you that gets hurt."
Alex snorted. He wasn't worried about his safety. He knew exactly how strong he was, and he knew he could deal with almost anything. Episode 660, Playback Time. Alex noticed that everyone around the table had fallen silent, and all eyes were on him. "Please, nobody needs to worry about me," he said. "Go ahead and enjoy this delicious food." Everyone slowly began to pick from the various dishes.
"I've been meaning to ask you something else too," Marianne said,
trying to change the subject.
"How did you defeat Gabriel that day? I didn't see any weapons."
"You mean you haven't heard about my famous inner power?" Alex grinned. He had no problem sharing his story with these people. "I channeled it a little that day. Then I aimed it at Gabriel, and he fell down."
"Inner power?" she asked, frowning. "What's that?"
She had never been involved in the martial arts world, so she didn't understand what he meant. Most of the others didn't understand either, but they were astounded by the idea that Alex could have defeated someone so easily without even touching them. They stopped eating again, and their eyes were completely fixed on Alex. Those at the far end of the table edged closer to hear his explanation. "Really, it comes easy to me," Alex said, shrugging. "Once I focus my mind and my breath, I can inflict the damage of a sword or a catapult, according to the situation. That's how I've been able to defeat so many attackers. Best of all, it leaves no trace, so the cops can't do a thing." Everyone gaped at him, unable to believe what they were hearing. They had never met anyone who spoke like that, and they realized he wasn't a respectable, dignified chairman like the ones they had worked with before. Alex had no interest in being a stuffy, conservative chairman. As far as he was concerned, as long as the company made money, then it shouldn't matter who he was.
"That's unbelievable," Marianne exclaimed, her jaw dropping. "I mean, how many people are there who can fend off their enemies with their mind? Are you invincible?"
"Yes, Chairman," one of the others chimed in. "I really don't know of anyone else who could do those things." "I'm sure there are more like me out there, but I haven't met them yet," Alex replied. "So I guess I'm invincible until another master shows up." Alex may have been displaying humility, but around the table, the board members knew the truth. There would be no enemy in the world capable of defeating this man. Here's one more little secret, Alex said. As I focused on Gabriel that day, I detected a weak liver. If I aim at a person's weak points, then it takes very little effort to achieve a result. Everyone was stunned. How could anyone ever match Alex's skills? If anyone else had claimed such things, they wouldn't have believed it. But they knew Alex was telling the truth. The idea that his inner power could kill without leaving a mark was shocking. And they realized that Alex was something out of the ordinary. After a few minutes, they recovered from their daze, and they all went back to eating, talking, and laughing. "We're getting a lot more than we bargained for with our new chairman," one of the men remarked to Marianne. "I know," she replied, smiling. "We're in safe hands." In the deserted headquarters of Robinson Winery, Julie sneaked into Marianne's office. When she had delivered paperwork to her boss an hour earlier, she had also stuck a tiny recording device underneath the desk. Now she removed it and hit the stop button before placing it in the breast pocket of her coat. She had heard part of their conversation before entering the office earlier, so she knew the recording would reveal information about Golden Health. Mission completed, she walked to the parking lot. She had worked hard to buy her luxury car, and it pleased her to settle into the cool leather seat. She longed to listen to the recording, but didn't dare do so right outside the office. 5 minutes later, she pulled up outside a shopping mall. It had closed for the day, and there were only a handful of parked cars around. She removed the device from her pocket, wound it back to the start, and hit play. The device had been a good investment. Each word was crystal clear. She sat in silence for a few minutes, letting the words sink in. "Wow, Golden Health Power has market value that high?" she thought. "And even more if they export it. This is unbelievable." She took a deep breath, started the car, and activated her car phone. "Call Riley," she ordered. After 2 rings, Riley picked up. "I'm on my way over," she said. "You're not going to believe what I have for you." 20 minutes later, Julie arrived on the 3rd floor of house. The private club was empty, apart from Riley, who waved to her from a doorway. "Over here," he called. "Come in." As Julie removed the recording device from her coat pocket, Riley poured 2 glasses of red wine. Under the soft lighting, she noticed how handsome he was in his tailored suit with his designer watch shining just below the cuff. Before either of them took a sip, she began to play the recording. A few minutes in, Riley hit the pause button. "So let me get this straight. Robinson Winery is going to work with Alex to produce this trauma medicine?" "Correct," she responded. "And believe it or not, they've already signed an agreement." Riley looked unshaken by this, but she noticed his hand tighten around the stem of his wine glass. The silence stretched out, growing uncomfortable. "This agreement," he began, before pausing to take a sip of wine. "Do you happen to know the details?"